Chapter 51 Mellard's Offensive. Broly returned happily. The conditions proposed by Ests, the newly discovered wife, were not a difficult thing to do to be friends with him. And after just meeting and saying a few words, the other party's happiness value rose sharply. After Broly returned to the hotel, it only reached the limit at 23 o'clock. You can tell at a glance that he was a good wife, high-quality meal stocks. At night, the manager of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce Northon brought the old servant to come over. Although they felt that Broly might lose tomorrow, it was still necessary to do formal publicity for their Chamber of Commerce on the ring before losing. The money is ready. As long as you can get an excellent ranking, you can get the money directly. In addition, this is the flag and competition uniform that our Chamber of Commerce has rushed to make in the afternoon. I hope you can wear this outfit and hold this new flag tomorrow. The soft textured silk fabric clothes are very comfortable to touch, and the chamber flag brought by Northon is also very well crafted, which is completely different from the flag hand-painted on a white cloth. In response, Nahashu, on behalf of his elder brother, fully agreed, but he proposed that they also wanted to help promote the Jitud Chamber of Commerce. Well, to put it more bluntly, that is, they want to have a good outfit for free. Until now, most of the money in their team is spent on food and drink. As for the clothes, some good people delivered them to the door and then cut them with a knife. Gortzi's broken imperial longsword can not only be used as a kitchen knife, but also as a tool for cutting clothes, which has helped a lot. No problem, I can also give you extra items such as our Chamber of Commerce's shoes and backpacks. Although it means that he will lose tomorrow, Northon still agreed. It was an unexpected surprise that the elder brothers of this group of children were able to reach the quarterfinals, but they were just some products. Even if they used good materials, they would only cost tens of thousands of yuan, which was nothing. Well, he is mainly optimistic about Broly's potential. Even if he stops in the quarterfinals this time, he may not be able to become the signature martial artist spokesperson of their Chamber of Commerce in the Great Western Realm in a few years. Thank you, Director Northon. The generosity of Jitud Chamber of Commerce has greatly increased the children's favorability towards this financial father. On the fifth day of the martial arts meeting, there will be 6 games here in the venue, namely 8-4 and 4-2 respectively. The first game was Ests, who played, and her opponent was the 4th group of players who won the second game yesterday. The script is still the same as yesterday. The 4th group of contestants were soon defeated under Estes' rapid offensive and kicked out without any intention. The second game was Mellard and Broly. As the two of them were back in the contestants' area and walked by, Estes said to them, "You guys have to come on, I look forward to fighting with any of you." Estes' words made Mellard stunned. After reacting, the future leader of the Assassin Association asked with a smile, "What, do you think I might lose to him? If you want to underestimate your opponent today, it's your business, but if you lose because of this, I hope you won't think it's because of your carelessness and underestimation of the enemy." Estes just wanted to fight against a powerful guy. She didn't want her opponent to win by luck, so she reminded Mellard not to underestimate Broly. Although this seems a bit unfair to Broly, the strong should overcome all disadvantages that are not conducive to their own. "Okay, I will work hard to cheer on." Broly accepted Estes' cheering. Mellard looked at him, squinted his eyes and said nothing. The two of them went on the ring, and the next victory and defeat will prove everything. Mellard hugged him and Broly was stunned for a moment, and he hugged her. "If you lose, how about becoming my person?" Mellard took a step forward, but asked. "Hey, do you want to make friends with me too?" Broly was a little confused and also acted in a defensive position according to her posture. "Make friends? No, I just want to accept you as a subordinate." Mellard attacked. "What are you under me?" Broly asked a question, blocking the girl's fist, jumped up and avoiding the other party's sweeping legs. "It's subordinates, loyal followers," Mellard replied, and punched Broly like the wind, a bit like Wing Chun's continuous moves. It's just that she didn't use too much force, and her A-cup ointment punching skills have not been used yet. "How about it? If you agree, I will allow you to eat and live with your family." Broly was thinking about the meaning of his subordinates and entourage, but he didn't expect to hear this. "I think even if I win, I can still be your subordinate. The Saiyans will never surrender unless they are allowed to eat and stay." "Win? Ha, you're thinking too much about this, because I also want to fight with that guy with long-haired ice blue. The victory of this game cannot be given to you." Mellard kicked Broly away and changed her posture. She was about to use acupuncture punching. This is a kind of boxing technique, but it is a murderous technique developed by the assassin's understanding of the structure of the human body, and thus the murderous technique was studied. Light force can make people numb, heavy force can make people get up again, and even sudden death is possible. If combined with needle weapons and highly toxic poison, it is an extremely terrifying assassination technique. I also have reasons to win, but if I win you, are you willing to provide us with food and accommodation? Broly asked. Although he would leave this world, others would still be in this world. It would be great if someone was willing to provide long-term meal tickets to his companions. Haha, it's impossible, but if you can really beat me, you can't think about it. Mellard is very confident. Even if she can't use the best insect fucking techniques and weapons, she doesn't think she will lose to the boy in front of her. It's over, paralysis punch. Mellard rushed over and hit Broly's holes in various parts of his body, and then used his penetrating fist to hit him. But after the fight, Mellard immediately jumped away, avoided Broly's backhand swept across, stood on the other side of the ring, looking over with a little surprised and suspicious. She asked in surprise, "Are you okay? Your fist is lighter, I think I should be fine." Although Broly is a performer, he can still tell which boxings can make him look seriously injured and which boxings cannot be performed too much. His acting skills have been integrated these days. I have heard before that some people's acupoints are different from ordinary people, and I think you are such a guy. Of course, Mellard didn't believe that his fist was lighter. She only thought that there was an unknown positioning of the acupoints on Broly. Question. But this is a bit troublesome. In yesterday's game, Mellard saw that Broly is a tough and thick-skinned and resistant to playing. When it is useless without weapons or appointment shooting techniques, it is still a bit difficult for her to take down the other party. However, it was just a little difficult. Continuously hitting the neck can make people faint. Thinking of this, she started to hit Broly's neck. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and more than 100 consecutive neck strokes were hit, and my hands were hurt by the recoil, but the boy still looked lively. Broly's performance today is very different, mainly because Mellard is also a young girl and doesn't look like she has too much strength. Therefore, he only showed his disadvantages and was beaten, but he did not reach absolute adversity, and he barely fought back and forth with the other party. What the hell is going on with you guys? After getting hit by the back of your neck so many times, don't you feel dizzy? Mellard finally couldn't help it, rubbed his right hand and asked. I'm born with a thick neck. Broly answered her question seriously. Mellard. God's mother is born with a thick neck, and it doesn't look thick. There's no way, since that's the case. Mellard rushed up again, jumped and avoided Broly's punch, supported his right hand on the boy's arm and rotated his body, and the next moment it fell on Broly's shoulder. Mellard's body was like a python. His left leg passed Broly's neck and passed through his right leg bend, and his right leg fell completely behind Broly's back and was hooked. His ankle was hooked by his right arm, but his legs were formed with bear twisted, and his flexible calf squeezed forcefully, pressing Broly's neck. Broly subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed the leg wrapped around his neck, but after reacting, he didn't use much effort, but began to perform a struggling and uncomfortable posture. How about it, if you admit defeat now, I can let you go. Mellard doesn't like physical contact with men, so Broly has no choice but to do so, but after the actual contact, she feels pretty good. Maybe it was because the boy was young, or because the furry hair on his abdomen was so fluffy that it looked a bit like the pet she had. I don't admit defeat. Broly said with difficulty. Since that's the case, I can only sniff you directly. As Mellard said, his legs began to tighten, forming a ring that locked the neck with his lower abdomen. You can even pat my legs and say that you have given up before you get sniffed. After she said this, she stopped talking. It's so exciting. After a series of offense and defense, the Mimi player used leg skills that he had never used before. She used her legs to form a naked twist on Broly. Broly was struggling, but she seemed to be unable to break free. It seems that the second game is about to decide the winner. Can the tenacious Broly break free from the legs of Mimi? Let's wait and see, and during this period of waiting, let's introduce the Jitud Chamber of Commerce behind Broly. The quality of silk fabrics at Jitud Chamber of Commerce is like that of Broly. Even if they are skewed by Mimi's legs, they still do not easily admit defeat and give up. Chapter 52. Is there any more? After the hardcore advertisement was inserted, the perspective came to the field again. Broly was slapped naked for a minute. He felt that the time was almost over, so he bit open the slurry greasy in his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. And this mouth of blood directly ignited the atmosphere of the field, and the host referee shouted, "Player Broly vomits blood, he can no longer hold on." However, Mellard was a little confused. This is a naked sling. How can I sling the naked sling cause bleeding? Before she could figure it out, she heard the boy who was struck by herself suddenly making a scream. Then, a huge force came from the other party's hand that grabbed her legs, instantly breaking through her legs and twisting her naked, lifting her whole body out. Before Mellard landed, the boy rushed over with his arms spread out, looking as if he was about to hold her. Mellard tried to dodge, but was one step too late. Broly threw her directly to the ground. In the struggle on the ground, Mellard's neck was wrapped around Broly's left arm. The girl was on top and the boy was on bottom. Mellard's struggling legs were wrapped tightly from the inside of his thigh with his feet, and his arms were directly formed by twisting them naked. It's amazing. Player Broly broke free from the legs of Mimi with brute force, lifted the players of Mimi and quickly pounced on the players of Mimi. The two fought fiercely on the ground, and the players of Broly turned around and formed a naked arms of Mimi. The host referee quickly introduced the situation on the court, and this reversal event that cannot be sure who wins and who loses is the most exciting one. If you give up and you also allow food and accommodation, I can let you go. Broly said to Mellard on his body in a low voice. Let me give in, don't even think about it. Mellard knew the nude sling in bare hands, but she also knew how to solve this move. As long as she had enough grip strength, she could by pinching the arm bone of the naked strander, breaking through the naked strand in the form of crushing the arm bone. Mellard thought so and did the same, but after her fingers that could crush the rocks pinched Broly's forearm, she realized that she was wrong. The arm that strangled her neck was harder than rocks or steel bars. Even if I want to tear open the boy's flesh and use my nails to cut the tendons inside, I can't break the skin's defense at all, and it's too tough. Since that's the case, I can only sniff you. Broly said Mellard's lines just now and his arms began to tighten. Mellard first felt a suffocation, and then the blood vessels in the neck were pressed by external forces, causing the blood in the body to be unable to deliver oxygen to the brain. The brain's hypoxia began to cause dizziness, and this is the principle that naked twitching makes people lose consciousness. Mellard wanted to admit defeat, but Broly's move was too fast. She lay on Broly with her mouth wide open, like a fish that lacked oxygen. Her whole body was tense at first, and after tears flowed out, she relaxed. After being snatched naked by Broly less than half a minute, Mellard was sniffed and softened on Broly's body. Broly let go of his hand and got up from the ground. He looked at Mellard with some regrets. A high-quality long-term meal ticket was gone. Of course, Mellard was not dead. She was just sniffed. But Broly felt that this person had been defeated by him and should not accept them as his subordinates and allow them to eat and live. In the second game of 8-4, Mimi played against Broly, and Broly won. The referee confirmed the coma of the girl on the stage and announced the result of the second game. Warm cheers and cheers rang out of the venue. The experts look at the tricks and the laymen watch the excitement. For these audiences, this is a very exciting game. First, the two of them have continuous offense and defense, the fight between Mellard and Broly at the beginning of the chat, which is performative and entertaining, and then the battle behind them. The two of them slammed each other nakedly. Although there was no wonderful punches and kicks, they both tried their best like tug of war, and they were struggling hard. There is another more important reason to ensure that the event looks exciting, that is, Mellard is also a child. Although the girl looks a little weak, her age is just enough to make up for this superficial disadvantage. A even match battle is undoubtedly exciting. Perhaps someone thought about why Mellard's acupuncture boxing technique was useless to Broly. But most of the audience didn't care about this. They only knew that they had seen two young martial artists presenting a wonderful showdown for everyone on the arena of the Western Martial Arts Conference. Mellard was carried down by the staff, and Broly walked towards the contestant area after getting off the ring. When he passed by Ests, he was stopped by Ests. Ests whispered to him that naked squirting will not cause people to vomit blood. Unless she breaks your neck. As Ests said, he suddenly reached out and Broly did not dodge. She wiped a little blood off the corner of his mouth and put it in front of his nose to smell it. Did you use the juice of red heart nuts as blood? Ests asked, then sucked off the juice and blood from his index finger and started evaluating. Sweet, delicious. Is there any more? Ests looked at the corner of the boy's red mouth and asked this question. Well, there is one. Broly nodded and responded, then took out some slurry gummy from his pocket and handed it to Ests. Thanks. Ests ate without hesitation, and the two got together to continue watching the game. The players in the 10th and 12th groups have already entered the waiting area. Apart from Ests and Broly, only Sambasan and his opponents are left. Sambasan looked here secretly and found two little guys gnawing on red heart nuts, making himself feel like he was bleeding from his mouth. Sambasan's mouth twitched, and he was out of sight. This is not a little guy who could be eliminated at any time. He is obviously a sinister little bastard who has strong strength but is always pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger and pretending to be weak. The third duel ended 40 minutes, and it was Sambasan's turn. The bearded man took only 20 minutes to solve his opponent. During the intermission, the performance groups invited by the Chamber of Commerce were out for a walk with the sign advertisements of the Chamber of Commerce, and among them, the belly dance of the Western dance group was the most attractive. The dance is so white and so big. Mellard woke up, and Cass Andorra was taking care of her. After realizing that he was defeated, Mellard became surprisingly angry. She was played by someone, a little bastard who hides his true strength. But this is not the point, because without weapons, she is indeed no match for others. It's no wonder that you can't win. But because the other party was acting, she misjudged the other party's strength, which led to her failure to admit defeat in time when she was struck naked. Damn it, I must take revenge on this shame. Miss Mellard, it's not that. It's just a competition that is not good for you. Why didn't that guy let me wet my pants? Ah. When a person is suffocating, it is very likely to cause incontinence. Obviously, Mellard was incontinent. Although it was a small incontinence, it was made like this by a man, even a boy younger than himself. For her, it was also a great humiliation. Chapter 53, Happiness Numerical Skills, Limited Combat Maniac. With a sense of shame, he changed his pants and wiped the disguise on his face, and Mellard returned to the venue. However, it is no longer in the contestants' area, but in the audience. She wanted to see what the guy who reminded her would be like with the guy who played her. During the intermission, eat, drink, and consume what you should consume. In the afternoon, the 4-2 game in the second half began. The first game of the semi-finals of 4-2 will be played by the East's player of the Galapa Chamber of Commerce and the Broly player of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce. After the advertisement was implanted as usual, the host and referee left a suspense and shouted loudly, "Who can advance to the finals? Let's wait and see." "What you said yesterday is worth it?" Broly asked. After participating in the competition, he encountered two deceptions, which made him a little worried. "Who is that?" Ests moved his body, crossed his hands behind him and thrust upwards, and raised his head and asked. "If I beat you, you will make friends with me and be my wife?" Broly said. "Of course I count, I never lie." Ests nodded. Hearing this, Broly felt at ease, afraid that he would beat the girl, but the other party refused to admit it. "Don't you move your body?" Ests asked. "Why?" Broly was a little puzzled. "If you don't warm up, your movements will be slow." Ests explained to him. "Don't worry, I'm very fast." Broly is very confident in this regard. In order to speed up the charging of Crystal Palace, his movement speed is the strongest among his comprehensive qualities. "I won't hold back." Ests reminded again. "Don't hold back, just come as you are happy." Broly looked at the prompt that Ests' happiness value is continuing to rise displayed by Crystal Palace, and said happily to Ests. "Will I be happy?" Ests laughed. She didn't know if Broly was arrogant, but her fighting spirit was indeed rising. The competition begins. As the host and referee finished speaking, Ests' figure turned from quiet, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10 meters away and hit the boy's right face with a fist. And Broly also acted as he said, and easily blocked her fist, but he did not make any irresistible performances. The battle has reached a white heat from the beginning, and Ests has no intention of keeping his hand at all. After the fight starts, he launches all his strength to attack. Her attack was not only fast, but also amazing. If others had a breeze and drizzle, then she would have a storm. Of course, no matter the offensive of breeze and drizzle or storm, there is no big difference for Broly, because the gap in basic physical qualities is too big. If you don't break the defense, you won't break the defense. Even Broly was worried that resisting might make Ests hurt him, so he tried not to fight against the other party. This created a strange scene. Broly swayed like catkins under the storm of Ests. The power dissipation is a power dissipation of extremely high purity. The Broly player actually used the ultimate power dissipation skills. The storm-like attack of Est seemed to have no effect on him. Player Broly blocked all the attacks, and he was not hurt at all. But how is this possible? Could it be? The voice of the host and referee trembled, and he expressed the thoughts of all the audiences who saw the fierce offensive and defensive battles in the field. Did the Broly player keep hiding his strength, and was forced to reveal his true strength after meeting the powerful player Ests? Now, this is the only explanation for the scene that happened on the ring. Est's offensive gradually weakened after lasting more than 10 minutes. After all, she is still a personal, and she is also a 12-year-old girl who is not fully developed. Even though her endurance was amazing, she still felt tired after being attacked with all her strength for more than 10 minutes. Is there really such a big gap between us? Before the fight, Ests thought Broly was a worthy opponent, but after the fight, Broly's perfect defense made her feel like facing a thick ice wall. No matter how much she attacked, she couldn't get in, but her attack could not cause any injury to the boy. Of course, what we are talking about here is the real injury. How can a genius feel frustrated? It's very simple. Just let her meet a more genius guy. Ests is now in a situation where he feels frustrated when he encounters more talented guys. This is the first time she has experienced the gap between people in her life in 12 years. The boy is much stronger than her. This kind of impeccable strength is even this made Ests, who launched a storm attack, feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Est's happiness value is decreasing. However, although Est's fist and foot attack did not work for Broly, her originally rising happiness value suddenly dropped, which caused great damage to Broly. Looking at the happiness value of Est's whereabouts, Broly was a little anxious. He quickly looked at Est, looked at him with a pair of lonely eyes, and immediately realized. Once upon a time, before 3 years old, he felt sad because he couldn't beat his father. He immediately said, "No, the gap between us is not that big. I'm actually injured. You are lying to others again. I haven't even allowed you to move my foot before." Est obviously didn't believe him. Broly thought about proving his vomiting blood, but the slurry gummies used to vomit blood had already been shared with the other party before. After thinking about it, Broly became anxious and quietly stomped the ground of the ring under his feet, condensed his energy into his hands and emitted some green light. Then he raised his hand and said to Ests, "I'm not lying. Look, is my hand a little bruised? That's caused by blocking your attack." In the bright sunlight, Ests actually saw a touch of blue on Broly's hand, but before she could see clearly, Broly stopped looking. Then, Broly pointed at his feet, "As for me not moving, it's because you are so powerful. My feet fell into the ground under your attack just now, so it's not that I don't want to move, but I can't move." Ests looked at Broly's pair of foot pits appearing on the ring after raising his foot. He was a little puzzled for a moment, but he was really too powerful to make the other party unable to move? With human evidence and physical evidence, do you still have to doubt your own strength? Broly asked loudly. Excluding impossible factors, no matter how reluctant you are to believe what remains, it is the truth. At this moment, what came to Broly's mind was the 4 signatures in the Sherlock Holmes collection. Ests was stunned. "Yes, do you still have to doubt your strength? Even though I had hunted so many dangerous species, I still survived strongly after my parents and tribesmen died. In this cruel world, the strong should not be weak in survival. She must believe in her own strength." But, looking at the boy who encourages himself and makes him believe in him, why does this feeling feel so strange, as if he was fooled by someone? "I was attacking just now, you were defending. This time it was your turn to attack, I will defend. Come on, Broly, if you want to get me, attack with all your might." Ests was not so easy to be fooled, so she decided to verify the gap in strength by defending the attack of the boy on the opposite side. Broly was a little embarrassed. If he really attacked with all his strength, the wife on the other side would be gone, and he would not even have a scum left. After thinking about it, Broly decided to tell a lie. At worst, he would apologize to the other party after that. "Since that's the case, it's my turn to attack with all my might. Are you ready?" Broly recalled the world of Moon, and the full performance of an enthusiastic citizen of Toki City also showed the same performance. After Ests nodded, Broly rushed up. He was very fast, but he was obviously paying attention to the girl's reaction. After confirming that Ests could react, he punched him, and then blocked him by Ests, controlled his strength, pressed the opponent's hand to the side and retracted it. Broly didn't give Ests too much time to react, and quickly changed his move and kicked her in the abdomen. It was almost the same micro-fucking. Ests began to struggle to resist under his quick attack. It's amazing. After showing his skillful power-removing skills, the Broly now shows his terrifying speed offensive. Under his offensive, the Ests has fallen into a huge disadvantage. Ests' happiness value is rising. After resisting Broly's attack, Ests' originally decreased happiness value rebounded and soared. While controlling the rhythm of the attack, Broly was paying attention to the growth of Ests' happiness value, but as the growth of the happiness value increased, he adjusted his offensive rhythm at any time. Then, Broly discovered the skill of brushing the happiness value of Ests. The more dangerous the attack is, the more it can increase the happiness value of Ests. The easier it is to resist the attack, the happiness value is a bit unattainable. After discovering this, Broly's attack method changed again. He kicked Ests out with his skill, and the next moment he jumped high and stepped towards the position where the girl fell. Ests quickly rolled and dodged, but Broly had no intention of chasing him and stepped on the air. Suddenly, a loud bang rang under his feet. Broly stomped the ground on the ring, causing the gravel to fly, creating a deep pit. Ests got up and looked at the deep pits on the ground there. While his heart was beating violently, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The evasion of the extremely dangerous attack made her mind focus to the extreme, adrenaline bursting and her body was trembling. But Ests' current state is similar to those of ordinary people who experience big pendulum or bungee jumping, and the happiness value is soaring rapidly. She recalled little when I was taken to the ice field by my father, I encountered a super dangerous species that caused a blizzard. The current situation is somewhat similar to that time, which makes her feel insignificant, and the sense of danger lingering around her makes her very excited. It seems that she is born to be a person who likes dangerous and stimulating things. Chapter 54, There are still experts? There is nothing to say next. After Broly discovered the skill to quickly increase the happiness value of Ests, he launched various dangerous attacks. How can it be considered a dangerous attack? It can be reflected in the attack effect, but Broly cannot really kill Ests, so the object that reflects the dangerous attack effect becomes the venue for the martial arts conference. The sound of banging and banging was endless, and the ground was vibrating. The host and referee who was explaining the battle no longer knew how to explain it. The weakest player who was originally beaten suddenly turned into a demolition maniac. A random punch can cause gullies and deep pits to appear on the ring. How can I explain this? Is this something that people can do? The audience also fell silent, and they had such suspicion in their hearts. Looking at the hard ring ground collapsed under the boy's attack, looking at the girl who hurriedly dodged under the boy's terrifying attack, no one thinks that Ests, who had a great victory at the beginning, will still be the boy's opponent. Yin, it's so fucking yin. Some gamblers who bet on Ests won cursed, but not many people agreed. Just kidding, the earthquake on the ring has not stopped yet. Just the monster-like boy's fists and feet, they will probably be crushed to pieces if they just hit it. Miss Mellard, you are not wrong to lose. If you don't take revenge, then forget it. Cassandra persuaded the lady next to her. Mellard bit his nails, not knowing what he was thinking. Compared with other people who were shocked by Broly's bare hands demolition of the ring, Chi Tong, Black Tong, Nahashu and other friends were much better. They had long known Broly's power, and this was a small scene in front of them. Aren't you shocked? Only Maine came late and had never seen the Broly energy bombing bombs bomb the woods and the energy bombs changed the terrain, so she was a little surprised. Ha, this is just a small scene in front of you. Brother Broly is still very capable. Black Pupil raised his head, looking proud. This is just a small scene, so what is the big scene? Maine was a little confused, but she didn't ask. As Est's physical strength was squeezed to its limit, Broly's dangerous attack was approaching. He returned to his breath and stopped his fist in front of Est's. The fist wind disturbed Est's hair, and the cross-printed turban tied to the girl's head was blown away and fell into the deep pit behind her. Est sat down, feeling weak and gasping for breath, his face turned flushed due to the extreme exercise. I won this game. Broly said breathlessly. Well, from now on, I'm your property. Est also accepted the result. You are amazing, I have tried my best to defeat you. Broly said again. You don't need to comfort me anymore. I'm not that fragile. All your tricks just now were wrong. Don't think I don't know. Ests is not a fool. After the dangerous attack began, she had fully understood the strength gap between herself and Broly. With such a huge strength gap, how could the opponent's attack be biased every time? Just think about it and know that it is impossible. You are the rumors about that humanoid super dangerous type, right? Est suddenly asked what he thought of. What is that? Broly was a little confused. Don't you know? Do I know? Forget it, I'm a little weak, can you pull me? Est asked, her body was weak now. In the dodging just now, her body exceeded the original limit and reached the limit again. Hearing this, Broly immediately handed her a hand. Est held his hand and was pulled by Broly. I lost. Est raised his other hand with some difficulty and declared to the quiet venue. Broly player, won. As the host's referee realized it, the result of the game was announced. Ha! The silent conference hall became noisy in an instant. Broly's powerful demolition power shocked everyone, but also excited the audience who reacted now. There were both gamblers who bet him to win, and there were ordinary audiences who were simply advocating him because of his strength. As for the fact that the boy played the weak and deceived them all, don't joke, this is the arena of the Western Martial Arts Conference. People with strength are destined to be applauded on the ring, playing the weak and no, that is a tactical show of weakness, and a manifestation of wisdom. The stage of the strong, as long as you win with absolute power, someone will help you explain any behavior. Of course, some people have guessed Broly maybe it's manipulating the odds, but what if you know, what if you lose money, will the person who loses will dare to find him bad luck? As for the Chamber of Commerce that opened a gambling bureau, a bunch of gamblers would make money if they lost, and they would not cause trouble for Broly. The warm cheers were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the venue that had reached its limit to disintegrate and collapse. Broly picked up the turban where Est was blown away, and hugged the wife who had just won the game and returned to the contestant area. Brother Broly, you hide it so deeply. Sam Basson came to greet him and said sincerely. I've actually tried my best. Broly said that he was a habitually weak person. Real. Sam Basson is a little undeniable about this. But no matter whether it is true or false, I will defeat you tomorrow. Next to him, Sam Basson's opponent looked at him in shock, almost asking how much you drank? After all, even if the rings in the conference hall were broken, who would still think that he could beat this monster boy? Uncle Samba sang, are you very strong? Hearing this, Broly looked at him and asked seriously. Just kidding, I'm super strong. Sam Basson looked confident. Did I feel wrong? Est was a little confused. Her intuition was quite keen, but she did not feel the danger or pressure from this bearded man. The ring was damaged, but it didn't get in the way. The venue was still there. A group of staff ran in and removed some small pieces of gravel. The second game of 4-2 continued to start. However, with the extraordinary battle scenes between Broly and Est in front, Sam Basson only took 3 minutes to resolve the scene of a lack of fighting opponent, which made people feel bored. Many of the audience in the audience were discussing the previous game. Bang! It was not until Sam Basson grabbed a large stone from the ground and smashed it with one punch that everyone looked over. Everyone, I am not bragging about Sam Basson and destroying the venue, but I don't need to do this. Because of the ability to do such a thing, it only means that the person lacks control over the body, which makes his own strength leak out. I admit that my opponent will be very strong tomorrow, but after watching his game today, I confirmed my victory. To destroy the venue like this, the Broly must have used some secret technique that is extremely burdened to the body, but I, Sam Basson, are intact. Everyone, I, Sam Basson, make a declaration here that tomorrow I will defeat my last opponent, wear the best dust-proof cloak in the Western region, and stand on the stage of the championship to receive the award. Sam Basson made a declaration of victory. Some people believed his analysis and believed his words, but more people felt that he should be bragging. After all, Sam Basson is an old player. If he had had this kind of strength before, how could he not show it? In any case, today's martial arts conference ended with topics, and Est was taken back to the hotel by Broly. Chapter 55 Sam Basson, I will definitely win. There is nothing surprising about Est's arrival. Broly had already told his friends about this before. He will not perform in the semi-finals, he will defeat Est and bring people back. Nahashu and others held a welcome party for the newly joined friend. This is the first time Ests has been accepted by groups since the village was destroyed. Of course, she has not had the opportunity to integrate into some groups before, but she has not accepted it herself and is determined to continue traveling to become stronger. It was not until now that he was defeated by Broly and officially became the opponent's possession. But in this regard, Ests was still a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of such groups. Thank you. After taking the juice handed over by Kaitong, Ests thanked him, then leaned into Broly's ear and asked, "Are all your companions as strong as you?" This is a question she cares more about. "Ha, brother Broly is the most powerful. How can we have the same strength as brother?" Broly hadn't answered yet, but the fat little Lawson answered this question. "Then why are you with him?" Ests asked curiously. "We are children sold by slave merchants. We accidentally met our elder brother in the Giforola Sea Tree Forest. After being rescued by our elder brother, we just followed our elder brother." Nahasho explained that since Ests was a companion brought back by brother Broly himself, there was no need to hide it. "They followed before, and I was helped to join later. I was a wandering child named Main. I'm very happy to know you. I am Chi Tong, this is my sister Hei Tong. We are all people who want to be wings, just like you and Ma Yin." "Which wings?" "A nickname for my wife. Ests." At this moment, Broly was gnawing on the chicken wings. "This is Boney, I am Cornella. Are you wings too?" "No, only Chi Tong, Hei Tong, Ma Yin, and you are." Speaking of this, Kanaria was a little disappointed. Although they were all following Brother Broly was closest to him at the beginning. Chi Tong and Hei Tong were the two people closest to him. Even Ma Yin, the latecomer, was taken care of by the eldest brother. "By the way, if this guy Boney gives you mushrooms, you will definitely write, don't eat it." Next to it, Zhu Ziyi reminded him. "Mushroom." Ests looked at the girl with her head pressed. Everyone said that this time the mushrooms were bought at street stalls and they were definitely not poisonous. Pawnee admitted that there were problems with the mushrooms he picked in the past, but this time he bought them from street stalls in the city, so there would be no problems with other people's mushrooms. As she said that, she took out the mushrooms in her pocket. Ests looked at it and pointed to the one in the middle and said, "This one has a slight hallucinogenic toxin, but when you are injured, you can use this as a painkiller." Everyone looked at Ests in surprise. "Do you know mushrooms?" Colina asked. "I have been traveling abroad for 3 years and have eaten some mushrooms, and many of them are poisonous," Ests said calmly. She was born in the north. After her tribe members were massacred, she went out to travel alone, but she walked around the empire's periphery. "First, I went to the east, and then to the south, and the borders of these two places are rich in various mushrooms. I have been poisoned many times, but I survived and I got to know these things." Ests talked about her past journey, and she said it lightly, but everyone listened with relish. "Sister Ests, you are so awesome." Chi Tong, Hei Tong, and others were amazed. If Broly was the ceiling of force they saw, then Ests would be the survival and hunting expert in the wild. Even if she falls into the swamp, encounters bites from vicious insects, or is chased by dangerous beasts in the wild, she can rely on her wisdom, experience, and courage to overcome the adverse factors brought by various environments. Compared to Ests, they are really weak, who are in danger just because they are thrown into the Giforola Sea Tree Forest. "I'm really awesome, but you guys are not bad either." Ests originally thought that Chi Tong's children were a burden, but when he heard that they had also been in the forest where dangers were everywhere. "I have also fought with some bandits who blocked the road, but considering that their average age is around 6 or 7 years old, I changed my view. After all, when she was 6 or 7 years old, she could only hunt some medium-sized dangerous species alone, such as frost lizards, red-crowned giant eagles, etc. The group of children in front of him cannot be treated as weak people." After having this understanding, Ests quickly accepted that he would do his companionship with these children younger than him. If you want to exercise well, these children can grow up and become stronger. During the meal, Ests successfully integrated into this small group. While Broly was having a happy welcome meeting, Sambasan, who made a declaration of victory for tomorrow's game on the court, came to a gambling house with a grey cloth bag. 8 million, Saha's martial arts conference finals tomorrow. He put the money on the counter and said, "Who wins when you buy?" A sound came from inside. "Of course it's Broly." Sam Basson said without hesitation. The odds of Broly player are very low, only 1 to 1.3. Does the guest not consider the Sam Basson player? His odds are as high as 7.6. The staff at the counter recommended another player who reached tomorrow's finals as directed by the boss before the opening of the afternoon. No, today's Broly's strength is even the ring is demolished. So many people in the venue have seen it. Who would think that Sam Basson will win tomorrow? The staff were still persuading, especially citing Sam Basson's analysis and judgment of Broly's situation in the broken ring in the afternoon, as well as his confident victory declaration, as if he wanted to convince the high-ranking player to change his mind and gamble on a Sam Basson player with higher odds. But Sam Basson, who was disguised as a disguised person, was unmoved at all. After all, he could not beat Broly. As a player in the finals tomorrow, can he still not know? As for the analysis and victory declaration that he said in the afternoon, it was completely to fool others into buying one's own winning nonsense. It was to mention Broly's odds and then bet on Broly himself. Sometimes, victory or defeat may not be reflected in the superficial ring, but may also be reflected in the gambling game outside the ring. For example, now, Sam Basson has spent most of his net worth to buy Broly and win. Although Broly's odds are a little lower, if he loses tomorrow, he will also receive a 2.4 million bet bonus. The bills are collected, but we only recognize the bills, not the person. The owner of the gambling house gave Sam Basson a black face. Broly's sudden rise made many gambling houses uncomfortable because most gamblers kept buying Broly to win. Fortunately, there is also an official gambling game guarantee. The gambling shop here is bought into the bet that Broly won, so you can go to the official gambling side to reduce losses. Thank you, I will have someone come to get the money tomorrow. Sam Basson said this, ignoring the darker face of the gambling house owner, and left directly. Holding the betting tickets that bet Broly wins, Sam Basson is already looking forward to his gorgeous exit tomorrow. Although this will damage his reputation, Broly's monster kid is so strong that his mistake is defeated. Haha, what is this called? This is called losing the game but winning the prize. Tomorrow, I will definitely win. Sam Basson returned with a good mood at the hotel. I happened to meet Broly and others who had not finished the welcome party in the canteen. Broly, we're going to work hard together tomorrow. Sam Basson, in a good mood, leaned over and said this with a smile. Uncle Sam Basson, is the championship really so important to you? Broly asked curiously. Of course, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. I came to the martial arts conference just to win the championship, and there are more bonuses after winning the championship. Sam Basson said with a smile. He still looked confident now, but in public, he didn't dare to chat with Broly. If the monster boy suddenly said that he had not used the secret technique that he had made up casually, then the bet type notes he had just spent money to bet on, wouldn't Broly's odds have dropped further? Therefore, before deciding the outcome tomorrow, he must maintain enough confidence to make more people confident in themselves and bet on themselves. Only in this way can he win more money after losing. I didn't expect that winning the championship would be so important to Uncle Sam Basson. After Sam Basson left, Broly was moved. Brother Broly, do you want to win? Nahashu saw his thoughts and couldn't help asking. Well, Uncle Sam Basson is the only person, partner, who spoke for me when I was being beaten by the bastard in the 16-8 game. Although I trusted the lie guy to cooperate with the beaten guy, I still wrote down the matter of Uncle Sam Basson speaking for me. The bonus of the second and first place is 800,000 yuan different. In addition, the reward given by the Jitud Chamber of Commerce to the first place is 1.6 million yuan different. Broly felt a little distressed. The championship seemed very important to Sam Basson, and he also wanted to give the favors that the other party spoke for him. But, brother Broly, you forgot your performance today. I went to see it when I came back just now. Brother, your odds are super low, while Uncle Sam Basson has super high odds. Nahashu's eyes flashed with cunning at this time. I originally thought you would care about the championship, brother, but since you don't care about the championship, we can win another win. Hey, really? Of course, not only will you not lose money, but you may also make a big profit. Very good. Broly was happy. He could not only give the championship to Sam Basson back a favor, but also win a lot of money when he waited for him. This was simply a win-win situation. But, brother, even if you have to lose tomorrow, you still have to act. Main reminded that there will definitely be problems when playing counterfeit competitions openly. But I'm like this today, how should I act? Broly was distressed again. In order to increase Est's happiness today, he took out a lot of power beyond the ordinary people in this world. A punch deep into the pit and a kick cracks the ground. This is not the normal strength that martial artists in this world can obtain through hard training. It's very simple. Didn't that Uncle Sambasan say that you used the secret technique that damages your body to exert this powerful force, so we will use the trick. Chapter 56 Accept it, this championship. Main was an idea-making person, and Broly came on the field the next day with the prepared props. After a hardcore advertising cut show, the final of the Western Martial Arts Conference began. Broly played dozens of rounds with Sambasan in the ring. Just when Sambasan, who was also ill-hearted, felt struggling and was about to be defeated, Broly suddenly bumped into his fist and performed a collision. Puff! Broly flew out, and a large mouthful of blood spit out of his mouth, and bright red color also oozed out of his body where bandages were tied. This was a prop blood bag made of fresh sheep blood wrapped in sheep intestines. Broly, while blood was emitting all over his body, confirmed the analysis of using secret techniques he said on the ring yesterday. In a word, Broly, he, had really used a secret technique that caused great damage to his body yesterday to burst out with powerful power. Today, it is precisely because of the side effects of this secret technique that he is completely no match for Sambasan in good condition. Although it was a pity, he could no longer fight. The message Jojo, this is my last ripple, accept it appeared in Broly's mind, and then use the Uncle Sambasan, this is my repayment for you to say to me, accept it, this champion's gaze, looking at the bearded man whose body gradually trembled and seemed to be a little moved, and his body fell straight down. There is no longer the role of him as a performer in this big stage of the Western Martial Arts Conference. Sambasan looked at Broly's fall, and his body kept trembling. He wanted to rush over now, kneel in front of the boy, begging him to stand up and punch himself. No matter how slow this punch is, he will not avoid it. No matter how light he was, he would fly out by himself and look seriously injured. Then he tilted his head and fell into a completely coma. But he can't do anything now, because even in a fake game, there must be a process of playing. And if you don't even hit, just like that, he slid down and admitted defeat. No one would agree with that, and even the organizer of the event would not let him go. Life is impermanent, the large intestine is wrapped around the small intestine. Sometimes the victory or defeat is not reflected in the superficial arena, but in the gambling tickets that have just turned into a piece of white paper. Sambasan raised his hand, resisted the sorrow of losing 8 million yuan in wealth and wanted to cry, and roared out in a suppressed voice, I won. The audience at the venue was silent for a while. After digesting the fact that Sambasan's judgment was correct yesterday, he gave Sambasan a less enthusiastic cheer for Sambasan, the final winner who had lost his luck. What a pity, if Broly can recover. Hey, I should buy Sambasan to win. Although today's turn is unexpected, everyone can accept this result. The reason is actually very simple. People are always more likely to accept things they can recognize. Yesterday, Broly showed the power of attacking Ests like a monster. Now it proved that this was a secret technique with side effects, which made people much more acceptable. Except for the gambler who lost money, no one continued to worry about this. As for the Chamber of Commerce that opened the gambling bureau, they were even more surprised, but they could only sigh that their plans could not keep up with the changes. Unexpectedly, after Broly's surprise victory in the semi-finals, Sambasan would also win the championship in the finals. But they had no choice. After all, Sambasan gave the correct analysis yesterday, but no one believed him at that time. Although no one believes this, it also includes Sambasan himself. How much did we win in total? After Broly was carried down, he asked Nahashu. Including the event bonus and the reward of G2 Chamber of Commerce, it is estimated that it will get 27 million. Nahashu said excitedly that Broly gave up winning the championship, directly increasing the bonus that the team originally bets won by more than 7 times. This money is already a terrifying amount for their group of children. It took a week to spend, and the team's assets ranged from more than 100,000 to more than 27 million, which was faster than waiting for a good person to deliver supplies to his door. If we can play a few more games, we will never have to worry about food and drink in our entire life. Main said that the children who didn't want to go home but just followed Broly nodded, and they agreed very much. It's a pity that I'm leaving in more than a month. Broly sighed too. Hey, brother Broly, where are you going? Hey Tong asked. Go back to your own world. Broly answered for granted. The children looked at each other. Hey, haven't I said this? Broly asked when he saw his friend's reaction and scratched his head. No. The children shook their heads and said they had never heard of such things. That may be because I'm having a very comfortable life and I forgot to tell you about this. Broly continued to scratch his head. After he came to this world, he was indeed a little overjoyed. The friends around me came and went, but there were still many. At the beginning, he found 2 wives of Chi Tong and Hei Tong. The current happiness value of the 2 girls has exceeded 500 points. I picked up Main halfway through. Although I joined late, Main now has more than 200 points. I only beat Ests, who became a friend yesterday, is a heavyweight wife role. However, the happiness value of yesterday's battle with me exceeded 100 points. Now it is only about 20 points lower than Main's happiness value in his early 200s. He stands that he can surpass Main's happiness value at any time. It is the strongest fan ticket stock Broly has ever seen. When he returned to the hotel, Broly gathered people and told him that he would be forced to return to his world in 34 days. A group of children following him became a little disappointed after hearing this. Brother Broly, you're leaving, what should we do? Law-san was in tears. It doesn't matter. Before I leave this world, I will definitely build a happy home for everyone. Broly said seriously that after sending the children who want to go home, he would take them to some places suitable for living and leave a large amount of money to let everyone live a happy life. Brother Broly, I can't bear to leave you. Bonnie's eyes were filled with crystal tears. No one ate her mushrooms. Only Brother Broly refused her mushrooms. This is a good brother who knows mushrooms. I can't bear to leave you, but I can't take people out of this world. Broly was also a little helpless. Wait, Brother Broly, what you mean, shouldn't you keep us behind, right? Main, who was still listening calmly, suddenly became a little uneasy and asked directly. After getting the confirmed answer from Broly's mouth, Chi Tong, Hei Tong, Main, and Ests, who had just joined, the happiness values of the 4 girls hit the daily limit, and even the happiness values of the first 3 people still tend to decline. Fortunately, Broly said that they are different and are the guide objects recognized by Crystal Palace. After Crystal Palace completes its upgrade, the prompt given by Crystal Palace, it can travel through the world. This kind of tragedy with a decrease in happiness value did not happen. Chapter 57 The Arrival of the Assassin's Master and Servant. After several performances at the martial arts conference, Broly's team I won a lot of money, but after learning that my elder brother would leave in more than a month, the hearts of the children were still full of reluctance and sadness. Material money cannot calm down this reluctance and sadness. If you choose between money and your elder brother, no one will choose money, but Crystal Palace did not give these children, nor did it give Broly a chance to choose. In this somewhat sad atmosphere, Broly increased to the team of 17 and embarked on a journey to send the children who wanted to go home. But halfway through the trip, Broly's team encountered a group of troubled duo, a rich daughter and a little maid. It is said that when they were visiting relatives in a big city, the team was attacked by bandits and wandered in the wilderness. When they happened to meet them, they turned to their help. Thank you so much. If we hadn't met you, we wouldn't know what to do. The daughter of the daughter cried and looked at Broly with tears in her eyes. My name is Melod, I don't know what this little brother is called. Miss Assassin, who had already changed into a dress, asked Broly. My name is Broly. Broly answered this question honestly. It's really a good name, so, Brother Broly, can you help us? Chi Tong, Black Tong and Ma Yin frowned and looked at Broly, with some incomprehensible daughters who were very attentive to Broly. Although he looked much older than a boy, he shouted at the little brother, which made people feel goosebumps. Okay, we have already taken you in. We will definitely help you. Don't get to our elder brother and disturb us. As soon as Main stepped forward, she separated Mirard's entanglement with Broly. Chi Tong and Black Tong also walked forward and pulled Broly away from left and right. They instinctively didn't want Broly to have too much contact with this little too diligent daughter. I'm sorry, I don't mean to disturb me. I just want to express my gratitude to Brother Broly. Melod said in a tea-like manner, showing a weak posture, looking as if I was pitying, but he couldn't mess with Chi Tong and the other two. They instinctively feel that there is something wrong, but they can't tell what the problem is. Instead, they feel that they and others seem to be bullying the people in trouble, and they can't help feeling guilty. Haha, I am a top assassin inheritor who has been professionally trained, and I can't control you little guys. However, they look really high quality, they are all little beauties. As long as they win Broly, they are all mine. Mellard thought this way, and his weak eyes were carefully aimed at Broly. She was played by the other party at the martial arts conference and was about to come back this time. She wanted to make the boy fall to his beauty. I have received your thanks. You don't need to care too much, people should help each other. Without any conflict, Broly is still very helpful, because he can also feel some happiness when helping others. Especially when he looks at other people's happy smiling faces, he feels a sense of satisfaction in his heart as if he is contagious. Okay, you three are also happy. She is thanking us and don't look sad. Broly hugged Mane and the other two to one side, took out some slurry gummy he bought before leaving Great West City, and each of them stuffed a piece of it into his mouth. Then, he gave candy to other friends, and even Melod and Cass Andorra who had just been taken in, he randomly divided some candy over. Ests looked at the candy in his hand, then looked at the daughter who was trying to talk to Broly who was sent to the candy but was fruitless. A hint of depressed expression appeared on the other person's face. Est smiled and put the candy in his mouth and chewed it. Not to mention, in addition to the red heart flavored gummies, other flavors of gummies also taste good, and Est personally likes grape flavored. If there is anything more interesting than eating grape flavored gummy alone, it is undoubtedly because you are depressed when others can't eat grape flavored gummy, and then you are eating grape flavored gummy by yourself. Damn it, I've thrown so many charming eyes, can't even that guy sees it. While camping in the evening, Melod and Cass Andorra were assigned a small tent, and the girl whispered in the tent. Miss Mellard, is there a possibility that a boy who is too young will not be tempted by your beauty? Cassandra helped lay out the sleeping mat and reminded her. Hey, is that true? Mellard was stunned. She was not interested in men before. In addition to physiological autopsy and actual assassination, she could only gain corresponding knowledge from Barbara's teachings and some special books. After all, it's hard for a child to even stand a flagpole. No, the book I read last time, which was driving a big cart, would stand up. Miss, comics are comics, reality is reality. It seems that the actual situation is different from the description in the book. Barbara said it well. Practice leads to true knowledge. Only by constantly killing others like practicing assassination techniques can we know how to kill a person more simply. Melod sighed and asked the little maid, Cass Andorra, do you know how to take down a boy? Cass Andorra. How could she know this? She is only 12 years old now. She is still Melod who serves on weekdays. Before that, Melod was a super lesbian, believing that only girls can give girls happiness and happiness. It's all like this, and she also asked her to understand how to take down a man, not to mention that she was the target of taking down a boy who was younger than them. I don't know what the lady had. She was defeated by the other party in the ring because she was peeing in her pants and said something to take revenge on the other party. As a result, after watching the other party finish a serious game with another girl, her legs became weak and said that she felt a lot, as if she was in love. Good guy, just after wet his pants twice, he fell in love directly. The love was a bit too inexplicable. Cass Andorra privately believed that this was just the suspension bridge effect that made her super lesbian lady have the illusion of being in love. But Mellard didn't listen at all, and felt that Broly was powerful. He could clearly break his neck, but he just knocked himself out and made him pee his pants. This was a manifestation of love. The manifestation of God's mother's love, but Cass Andorra could not convince Melod who was paranoid, so she could only follow her own lady to play the role of the maid next to her daughter, and accompany Melod to make trouble. Miss, you know me. Since I was adopted by Olberg, Assassin Association, and came to you as a maid, I have never had too much contact with men. The reason is that you don't like men. Now you come and ask me how to take a boy. Do you think I can tell you I know? Okay, it's my fault, I shouldn't make things difficult for you. Mellard quickly apologized. But Cassandra, you like reading books the most on weekdays. Isn't there any way to provide it? Mellard used to be very opposed to men, but since she watched Est's and Broly's game, she saw the boy's performance of breaking the ring with big ties, and imagined that the opponent had treated herself with the strength of breaking the ring with the ring, and thought that she would be ravaged by that powerful force. She felt an excitement. Of course, she didn't combine this feeling with love at the beginning. It was not until she dreamed that she was ravaged by a boy on the ring for 2 nights and was woken up by a beautiful dream or a nightmare. After she noticed the dampness in the bedding, she felt something was wrong. And after trying to let Cassandra replica a scene in the ring and twist herself naked, but all the boys appeared in her mind, Mellard finally confirmed that she should be in love. After all, this is perfectly in line with the disease of love. You can dream of what a person thinks about day and night. Method: well, this book says that if you want to catch a man, you have to grab the other person's stomach. Is this a way? Cassandra thought about it and then spoke out this simple and unpretentious special attack method for foodies. That's right, that's it. Mellard was excited. Miss, I advise you not to be too excited. When the boy saw you today, he didn't even recognize you. Cassandra quickly poured cold water on her face. Only by not expecting it can she not be disappointed. It's normal not to recognize it. After all, I always disguise when participating in the competition. Mellard waved his hand. But your beauty mole has not been wiped off. If he really cares about you, looking at your appearance, you should be able to remind you of your fake identity Mimi player. But after we contacted him today, he treated you completely as if he was a stranger. When Cassandra said this, she reminded her again, Miss, you are the most talented assassin in Olberg's dynasty. Please don't be blindfolded by the so-called love. For you, that thing should be just a seasoning for life. I understand everything you said, but at least I'll try it first, right? Cassandra looked at her lady in despair, feeling that the knowledge in the Assassin's Guided books was sincere and not deceived. Emotions like love can really reduce a person's IQ. No wonder some assassins who use sex as their main assassination can be compared with some of the hard-powered martial assassins in the organization. We need to change the plan. Broly is still the target of assassination, but we need to gradually assassinate. First, we will assassinate his stomach first and figure out what he likes to eat. Chapter 58, Sincerely for True Heart. Mellard made a plan and carried Cassandra into execution like an assassin, but they soon found that the plan was useless. Because Broly likes to eat too much, he eats whatever food he handed him, and the dangerous species he encountered on the road were also roasted and eaten. Ah, how should we attract his attention? Mellard scratched her hair. Broly was very close to anyone in the team, but because she was very close to anyone, she felt that it was difficult for her to get close to her. No matter how she wanted to get closer, it seemed that the distance was still there. Of course, Mellard also saw that the boy seemed to have different attitudes towards Kaitun, Haitun, Main, and Ests. He was a relationship closer than other children, but he couldn't figure out why. Miss Mellard, why don't you go and ask directly? We guessed it all over the place, and it was useless. This was the first time Cassandra saw her lady's distress, and after thinking about it, she gave her a comment. Will anyone tell me if someone like me comes to steal men? Mellard felt that no one had said that. During the 2 days of travel, she had done something to indirectly attack the intelligence, but she could feel that the girls who were treated specially were wary of her. It's a bit too early to steal a man, he's just a boy. Cassandra complained and said good things about several people. I think Kaitong and Mayan are both easy to get along with, and they don't discriminate against me just because I'm a freak with many opponents of arms. Because it is different from the extra pair of arms of ordinary people, Cassandra was abandoned by her biological parents when she was very young. A circus picked her up, but she just threw her into a cage to show her to make money. It was not until Mellard took a fancy to the person who killed the circus and saved her from her miserable life that she was relieved. But even so, others will look at her with more arms with strange eyes. Although Cassandra no longer cared, she has always been very sensitive to this kind of eyes. But after getting along for the past 2 days, she found that the children in this team did not treat her as a strange freak, which made her feel inexplicably at ease. Cassandra, you won't be assassinated by them instead. Those people assassinate your heart and make you fall in love. No, Miss Mayrard, I just think that false lies cannot be exchanged for the sincerity of others. Sometimes, only by being open and honest can one exchange for the sincerity of sincerity. Mellard joined the team and acted. Although Chi Tong and the others did not see through her disguise, they could feel a strange feeling. On the contrary, Cassandra didn't act much. She just did the job of a maid and helped boil water and cook during the trip, but she won the sincere acceptance of Broly's team first. Is it true to be sincere? Mellard was a little uncomfortable. She had learned a lot as an assassin to disguise and so on. Suddenly, she wanted her to change her sincerity. She was simply uncomfortable all over, but after thinking about it, she still made a decision, then let's change her sincerity. As for whom I want to exchange with, it is definitely impossible to exchange with those girls younger than me, and the others don't seem to be much closer to me than me, so the only choice to change my sincerity is. Miss Ests, can you come here? I have something to ask you. Ests, who rested in another fight with Broly while rushing on the road, was found by Mellard, who now appears to be in trouble. Is it a matter of martial arts? Ests was taken to the lake and asked with interest. How is that possible? I don't know martial arts. Mellard is a good actor. She shows her daughter-in-law with no power, so she tells her good impression of Broly. I like brother Broly, but I don't know how to get him to pay more attention to me. Mellard's face turned slightly red and his eyes seemed to have sticky affection, which vividly portrayed the image of a little girl who had a crush on a boy. Sister Ests, can you tell me the solution? She had a sincere attitude and asked about the secrets of the boy who guided him. I have met guys who snatched my prey, and I have also met guys who snatched my prey, but I have never met someone like you who asks me to teach you how to snatch my own prey. Although Ests is Broly's prey now, she treats the powerful Broly as a prey that she will need to hunt in the future, holding her sooner or later to defeat Broly one day, and then treats Broly as a prey she can deal with. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? How could brother Broly be a prey? Do you also like brother Broly? Mellard asked in surprise. If you want to be a strong man who surpasses him and having such strong emotions can be called liking, I think I like him very much. Ests did not hide it. At the age of 12, she was not very understanding about liking this kind of emotion, but she was very sure of surpassing Broly to become a person stronger than the other party. So, because you like him too, as our opponents, can't you tell me how to make him pay more attention to me? Mellard said with tears in her eyes that she used the provocation method. Well, I think about it, it's not impossible. Ests thought about it and said. Hey, is that okay? Mellard was a little surprised, but the next moment she quickly retreated and avoided the kick that Ests suddenly raised his leg and slashed. Of course, as long as you can beat me. Ests put on a battle stance. But I don't know martial arts. Mellard retreated again, avoiding Ests' whip leg, and said in a panic, as if he hoped the other party could stop. You dodge is not something that a person who doesn't know martial arts can do. I'm right, Mimi in the 5th group. Did you recognize me? What's so strange about this? Your arm muscles are very recognizable, and your walking posture has basically not changed. From the time you see you at a glance, I could tell who you are. Then why not expose me? Why should I expose you? I'm the bad girl who wants to steal your prey. This is not exactly what I want. We didn't meet the martial arts conference. Now we can make up for it. If you have the ability, come and grab it. Mellard was silent and then laughed. Cass Andorra is right. It's easier to exchange for sincerity. She unbuttoned the buttons of her dress, took off her dress and threw it onto the tree next to her, leaving only a white underwear, socks, and shoes. Mellard asked Ests opposite, you said that as long as you defeat you, you can get a way to attract his attention from your mouth, right? So, come on. Under the sunset, beside the lake, two girls started a battle by betting on the way to attract the attention of a Saiyan boy. Chapter 59 Mellard is a good person. Ests just wanted to fight, while Mellard really wanted to get the secret to the strategy, but no one kept his hand and started a fierce fight. As for head-on combat, Ests is better than Mellard, who is proficient in assassination, but because she practiced with Broly for a long time in the morning and afternoon, she consumed a lot of physical strength, and now she has not formed much advantage. Although Mellard's physical strength was intact, he could not really kill people. Some deadly assassinations were useless. For a moment, the two of them fought to the point where they were evenly matched and it was difficult to decide the outcome in a short period of time. And Mellard made Ests come out and exchanged for a sincere place, not far from where the team was going to camp tonight. Therefore, their fight quickly attracted the attention of children who picked up branches and fetched water. Come on, Sister Ests and Sister Mellard seem to have started fighting. A younger child shouted. The children who were setting up a tent were shocked and ran over to the lake to see the situation. When we arrived at the place, we saw Ests and Mellard fighting quickly. Ests' physical skills are somewhat similar to Mellard's physical skills. Both of them are very concise and without any drag. However, one is a practice that specializes in killing dangerous things, focusing on a big opening and closing, and kicking and punching a lot. The other is to learn how to kill people and practice the exercises. The movements are very low, making it difficult to judge the specific intention of attack based on the movement of limbs and muscles. So awesome! Looking at the real scenes of martial arts action movies that were like edited, the children were a little amazed. When Ests asked his elder brother to practice on the road, he did not have this kind of fighting feeling. It was more like a child playing house, but now he has it. What the hell happened? The older children were a little confused and didn't understand why the two started fighting. Ests, come on! Broly didn't know why they fought, but it didn't prevent him from seeing Ests' rapid rise in happiness value, so he did something to cheer for the girl in the battle. When he heard the cheers, Mellard staggered and almost got kicked by Ests. Fortunately, her body was flexible enough and twisted like a water snake. Ests kicked the tree trunk in the air, but only kicked the tree trunk next to him and made a sunken mark. Meladella stood there from a distance and glared at the boy not far away. She was a little angry, but she had no choice. Miss Mellard, come on! At this time, Cass Andorra, who was standing among the children, also shouted. Although they didn't know what happened, since Brother Broly and Cass Andorra both started to cheer and did not mean to stop the two from fighting, they didn't care much about the reason for the fight between the two. The children all gave the two people a lot of fun, making the person they felt closer to. Although Ests joined the team 2 days earlier than Mellard, her personality is relatively lonely, and the children's impression of her is that they like to fight with her. Although Mellard joined the team 2 days ago, he gained the likes of some children in the team with his gentle image as a daughter. With the bonus of Cass Andorra, a very capable little maid, there were 4 or 5 children in the team who added fuel to her. Excluding some older children who did not cheer, the number of children who cheered Ests was in the 50-50 situation. Did you see it? This is my charm. Seeing this, Mellard was in a better mood. No need to say more nonsense, I will kick it with one move. Ests didn't care much about whether anyone cheered him up and attacked him again. After a fight, the sky became dim and someone started to scream in his belly. Before the outcome was decided, just because the soup was delicious, she had to go and stew the soup, and it was left alone. After that being said, why did you two fight? After dinner was ready, he got together by the campfire for dinner. Broly asked this question. He also felt a little confused about the sudden fight between the two. Not minded. Brother Broly, this should not be the most important thing. The most important thing is why Miss Mellard, who can tie Miss Ests, will be in trouble because of a robber. He didn't say anything when he was fighting, nor when he was cooking dinner. It was not until this time of dinner that Nahashu asked. They are children, but not fools. If Mellard can match Ests, who has entered the semi-finals of the Western Martial Arts Conference, it will not be attacked by ordinary thieves and need help from them. Miss Mellard, be sincere. Mellard looked at his little maid with inquiring eyes, and Cass Andorra said this. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I'm actually the player who was defeated by your elder brother before she was defeated in the competition. Mellard pointed at Ests and said. The player who was defeated first. The children were stunned. Who is here? Mellard. No, do you really don't remember it? The martial arts conference has only been a few days. Oh, I remember, you are the girl who fainted by the eldest brother. But you don't look like her. That's because I'm disguised. Do you understand? It's just like your elder brother deliberately dressing up in a mess on the field, and I'm trying to hide my identity. Mellard shouted with a red face. But why do you want to hide your identity? Hei Tong asked curiously. That's because, well, there are all kinds of reasons. Mellard didn't want to say it very much. Miss, be sincere. Cass Andorra reminded him again. Okay, I know, this is because my true identity is an assassin. The children looked over in surprise. The bandits had seen it, but the assassin had never seen it. Then what are you going to do when you are secretly lurking into our team? Is it because you want to be unfavorable to your elder brother? Nahaxia became alert, and the other children also looked at her with caution. I didn't want to do anything, I just wanted to get him. Having already showed off his identity, Mellard gave an answer with nothing to hide, but he was much more generous than before. The children were surprised, and Chi Tong, Hei Tong, and Ma Yin widened their eyes. Only Broly's eyes lit up and asked directly, are you still willing to accept us as your subordinates and allow us to eat and live? The children looked at Broly again, not quite understanding what he said, and Broly explained to everyone what Mellard said on the ring a few days ago. I thought there was no chance, but I didn't expect that she would still be willing to give us the opportunity to be her subordinates. Broly sighed a little. In his cognition, it seemed that his subordinates were entitled to be fed and accommodated. Mellard, you're such a good person. Broly gave the assassin girl a good guy card. Ah. Mellard was a little stunned. Didn't you make a lot of money at the martial arts conference? Why do you still think about being allowed to eat and live in me? She couldn't help but ask. I made a lot of money, but what does this have to do with our desire to be confiscated for food and accommodation? Broly didn't understand why she was confused. It doesn't seem to conflict with having money to buy food and having free rice. And the more food sources, the better. How can there be more? Chapter 60 The Boss Who Loves to be Stolen. Mellard was shocked. Omega. This is so reasonable, she is speechless. As long as I guarantee you food and accommodation, will you be willing to go with me? However, Mellard still grasped the point and asked directly. If she could fish Broly away by relying on her bag of food and accommodation, she would naturally be willing. Although these days, she has seen that boys are far more capable than ordinary people and are not something that ordinary people can afford. But she, Mellard, is not an ordinary person either. She is an assassin, and she is also the successor of the next generation of the Assassin Association. She is willing to take on the task and kill people to support the other party. And this is probably the so-called love. At that time, the other party will be in charge of the inside and she will be in charge of the outside. Mellard thought about what happened in the future and looked at Broly with some expectations, waiting for the boy's answer. It's not about my food and accommodation, but about our food and accommodation, so that everyone will follow you. Broly corrected her words. No problem. Mellard did not hesitate. The others did not eat much as Broly alone. She was willing to raise Broly and didn't care about raising more people. Moreover, these children may not need to be raised by her. After these days of observation and getting along, Ests needs to be said to be the best seedlings for the others to be cultivated into assassins. For example, Chi Tong and Hei Tong, these two sisters are top-quality assassin seedlings. They have flexible bodies and are very accurate when cutting things with a knife. If they read the knife in their hands correctly, it should be that after Daigo Murakami was cut in half, sheathed again. Mellard had heard from the Assassin Association before that the Empire was collecting children to prepare to train assassination groups. After contacting the information I heard from some children after joining the team, these people are likely to be the group of children selected by the Empire, but it seems that because of Broly, they have escaped from the control of the Empire. Mellard's cheerfulness surprised Broly. But he still asked his friends whether they would be allowed to eat and live. After receiving the answer that everyone wanted to eat a meal, Broly looked at the assassin girl again. Miss Mellard, we will be your subordinates from today. Please take care of us and let us eat and drink better. Mellard. She really wanted to ask these children whether they knew what it meant to be a subordinate, but she still let it go. As long as I, Mellard, eat in one bite, I will definitely not be hungry. Just keep it as a cover. Mellard's speech won the favor of all the children. Even included Chi Tong and Hei Tong, because both girls clapped. No, we just become someone else's subordinates easily, is this really okay? Main felt very strange. She keeps food and accommodation. Kai Tong is a foodie, she thinks it's pretty good. After all, seeing the maid work that Cass Andorra does seems to be not a difficult thing to do. After the elder brother leaves, everyone must be self-reliant and self-reliant. If you have a job that requires food and accommodation, you won't be able to spend money. Sister Ests, do you think so too? Main asked again the girl with long-haired ice blue hair. I don't care. I have food, fights, and have a place to sleep. That's all. Originally, Ests was thinking about joining the army in the Empire, but now he seems to be going to turn around and join the Assassin Association, but it seems to be good. In terms of understanding the work of his subordinates, Ests and Akatsuki's views are obviously different. Akatsuki sees Cassandra's maid work, while Est sees the assassin's work. The assassin's job is a bit like hunting, but it's not hunting for dangerous species or wild animals, but real humans. Est is keen on hunting, and she does not reject hunting. Strictly speaking, she is also very suitable to be an assassin. Of course, Est still had some objections to becoming Mellard's subordinate, but now as Broly's owner, she would never refute any of the boy's decisions. But after Broly left this world, the big woman was in the world, how could she live in the opposite direction of Tiangang? That was another matter. Whoever says that being a subordinate is always a subordinate. In this world, it is natural that a powerful subordinate will turn over and bully the master. Then I'll take you to my house. My house is big and it's a small castle that can arrange everyone. Mellard suggested. This is not possible. Not everyone in the team is your subordinate. There are people who want to go home. We have to send them back first. Broly waved his hand and directly rejected the first proposal of the new boss, Mellard, and he did not have the consciousness of being a qualified subordinate at all. Well, the scores come first and then come. Even if Mellard has food and accommodation, he can't listen to her. Mellard. Then where are you going? Cass Andorra asked. Bosur City. Nahashir replied that there was Green's home there. We will also pass by the K-to-C area halfway through, where there are homes of 4 of our other companions, so we will stay in the nearby town for a while. Nahashir took out the repurchase map, pointed to some places above and said. Bosur City is a western city near the central region of the empire. I heard that the prefect there was a heavy tax on levy, which is not a good place. The main scope of activities of the Assassin Association Olberg is in the western border of the empire, so Mellard still has some understanding of the situation of major cities in the western border. Some lords in it have many enlightened and benevolent governments, but some lords have imposed intensive taxes and used any means to make money, and are the correct implementers of evil policies. Of course, this has nothing to do with assassin associations. On the contrary, some evil political implementers are still big customers of assassin associations, and can afford to hire assassins who work assassin associations to kill people. Not only that, when the evil policy implements evil policies, they will also be resentful from others when they implement evil policies, so sometimes some people who have lost their families and have gathered money to buy the heads of those evil policies. In response to this, the Assassin Association was unswerving. It was possible that the target of the assassination had just finished killing it. The backhandedly gave them a new commission before the assassination target died. After collecting the money, he did something to kill the employer, focusing on one business. Mellard briefly talked about the situation there and said to some children who wanted to go home, Bosur City and K-to-C are not good places. Instead of going back and suffering, you might as well follow me home. The children who wanted to go home looked at each other in surprise. Green stood up and spoke in his heart on their behalf. The slave trader said that we were all sold to them by our parents, but we don't believe this. We want to go home and know the truth here, otherwise we will not be willing to do so. There are many children who have been abandoned by their biological parents these days, but there are probably not many children who can still find them to find the truth after being abandoned. Mellard didn't feel anything about this, but since Broly wanted to help these little guys go home, she could only let it go. To be honest, this package of food and accommodation boss is not a good deal, but who is the big one? She is the one who is dedicated. However, the only benefit of becoming a boss after this showdown is probably that he can openly ask the boy to do something with him. Of course, Broly's age cannot do anything too much, not to mention that there are other girls who are still wary of her. But, Broly, let's practice nude thighs with me again. The requirements for training like this can still be mentioned casually. Of course, the premise is that we do not fight with Estes' sparring requirements. And Broly's powerful naked trowel was exactly what Mellard wanted. The suffocation and dangerous pleasure made her sink very much. Why do you always ask me to snatch you when you practice snatching naked? Broly didn't understand very well. Where you fail, you must get up from where you fail. I want to defeat your naked thorn. Mellard found such an excuse. All right. Broly really believed her words. Hey, don't let the water go, just use harder, that's it. Occasionally, the boss is the job that Broly has after becoming Mellard's subordinate. Of course, Mellard occasionally experiences other people's naked thighs, but only other girls in the team. Main always feels a little strange, but she can't tell you what's wrong. However, Estes really knocked Mellard out when he was asked to work. After Mellard woke up, he not only did not blame her for being serious, but instead gave her a thumbs up. This is the effect she wants to be training. Chapter 61 The Locals' Persuasion to Withdraw. Is this K-to-C here? It feels like I'm coming to a desert area. 2 days later, they arrived in the Katasai area. The ground under your feet was sandy and there was a dried riverbed not far away. The surface of the riverbed is cracked, and I don't know how long it has been dry. Brother, I can't find the water. I went to find water in Lausanne, but after searching around, I couldn't find it. If I had known it, I would have fetched water by the stream I passed by at noon yesterday. It's useless to say this now. Who knows that after coming here, you will be completely invisible to see the water source. The water was drunk in the morning, and many people felt thirsty against the noon sun. I'll go back and fetch water. Broly is not thirsty, but it's just that he has a strong tolerance. No need to go back to fetch water, brother Broly, the nearest town to our side is just 3 kilometers ahead. Perhaps you can see it by just turning over the mound over there. When we arrive in the town, we can replenish water in the town. Nahashu said as he took the map and wiped his sweat with his hands. Let's go quickly, it's so hot, and my whole body is still sticky. Mellard also urged. I'll take a shower after I'm going to town. There are some fruits in the car, who will eat them? At this time, Hei Tong poked his little head out of the carriage and asked. Thirsty people take some thirst and feed some horses that pull the cart, so don't let them thirst. Nahashu made arrangements, and the group of children continued to move forward. After crossing the mound and seeing the town surrounded by some green vegetation, the children were excited and the horses accelerated a little. The 3-kilometer journey was fleeting. After paying the entry fee, Broly and others successfully passed the gate of the town. Where is the well in this town? Nahashu stopped an elderly man and asked him about it. I came from outside, why did you come here? The old man looked up at them and asked directly. We came from outside, we came to find relatives. Nahashu answered this question. Come to Katasi to look for relatives, I hope your relatives are not dead yet. The old man muttered. Grandpa, what did you say? Because he was muttering and carrying the local dialect, no one understood what he was saying. Nothing, I mean, there is no free water available to you in the town. The children were surprised at first, but quickly expressed their understanding because the river was dry in this place. It's okay if you need to pay. Then go to Sunny Tavern in the east of the city. The water litter over there only needs 7 empire coins. Don't think it's expensive. The owner of the tavern has a relative relationship with the sheriff, so he can get such cheap water. If someone else goes to the central well of the town to fetch water, a bucket of 10 liters of water costs 100 imperial coins, which is not a double price. Well, where is the place to take a bath? Mellard asked. Ha, take a bath, it's such a strange word. I haven't heard it in a long time. Little girl, people in the Katasi area rarely take a bath. If it's dirty, just rub it with clean sand. As for bathing, only nobles and rich people can afford it. For us civilians, taking a bath with drinkable water is too luxurious. The old man shook his head and said, and his words reminded Broly of himself who was also short of water and bathed with sand on Wampa Star, but nodded in deep agreement. This grandpa is right. If there is too little water, it can only be used to drink. It is indeed a waste to take a bath. Mellard. Not to mention the water of 10 imperial coins per liter, even if the price of this water increases 10 or 100 times, she can still afford to take a shower. But Broly felt that it was a waste, so it would be better not to waste it. Mellard turned to complain about the water price in Katasi. Too expensive. In the past, she rarely came here. Although she had some understanding of major cities in the western region, it did not include local prices in some areas. Who said no? It's all the blame for the damn iron ore. The old man sighed. What does water shortage have to do with iron ore? Chi Tong felt that there seemed to be no connection here. Why did I say so much to you? The old man pursed his dry lips and didn't want to continue to say more to these outsiders. I was able to help guide the way just now because I was asking about the group of children. Let's invite you to drink water, Grandpa. Main said at this time. What are you waiting for? The old man immediately sat in their carriage and urged him, go to Sunny Tavern and drink the water you paid for. I will tell you about the situation in Katasi. Ton. After coming to the tavern, he took a glass of clear water and took a generous drink. After asking for another glass of water, the old man named Victor talked to Broly and others about the connection between iron ore and water shortage in Katasi. Katasi was still an oasis at the beginning, but because of the discovery of abundant underground iron ore resources, the nobles here joined forces with some wealthy businessmen to open a large number of iron smelting factories. The iron smelting factory must use charcoal to smelter iron ore, so many trees in Katasi were cut down, and they were fired into charcoal and sent to the factory. At that time, everyone thought it was a profitable business, and no one cared about how many trees were cut down here until the wrath of the god of the oasis of K2C came. The wrath of the god of the oasis of K2C. The fertile soil has become sandy land. The riverbed that once flowed between the oasis has gradually dried up. Some wells can no longer produce water, and the rainfall is getting less and less year by year. Until it becomes what it is today. Is there any other explanation except for the description of God's wrath and God's punishment? A group of children looked at each other, and it seemed that there was no other explanation. Superstitious. Mellard muttered. She remembered that the oasis god seemed to be created by a religion that has emerged recently. Mr. Victor heard it, but was not angry. Maybe, in short, the K2C area was retribution and there was no water. Isn't there still water? Hei Tong was a little puzzled, and drank the clean water with sour fruit and sugar in small sips. The feeling of sourness made the fatigue that had been walking along the way seem to have disappeared. This water costs money to buy it. Is there a lot of coins in 1 liter of 7 empires? A group of children were a little puzzled, mainly because their elder brother just made more than 27 million yuan a while ago. Of course, they also eat a lot, and basically the expense of eating in a bustling city is close to 10,000 imperial coins a day. Some are accustomed to the high consumption level brought about by this large amount of food. There are not many coins in 1 liter of water, but the problem is that people cannot live without water every day. In the past, water doesn't cost money, but now water costs money. All the things that need to be made with water will increase the price. As Mr. Victor said, he gave a vivid example. He ordered a large piece of bread and ate it directly. For example, the piece of coarse bread I eat now, I remember that the price was 35 imperial currency 3 years ago, but now it has risen to 70 imperial currency. This kind of price surges across the board, and the decrease in people's income has led to the decline of people's livelihood in the K2C area. Mr. Victor said while eating, gradually introducing the situation of the area from the moment of prosperity. When he was full and ready to say goodbye and leave, he suddenly stopped. I'll give you some advice when eating your things. If you are here to find relatives, there are still ways outside, and your relatives have not died in this ghost place, please take people away quickly. There is no future or hope in this place of K2C. As soon as I arrived at the first local town, I was persuaded to leave by an old man from the locals, and a group of children looked at each other. I said it's not a good place. Mellard said again. Thank you to all the book friends who gave rewards and voted for monthly votes before. Chapter 62, Happiness is the Meaning. The children looked at Broly. The words left by Mr. Victor before leaving seemed to have dyed a dark color on the road ahead. If they were asked to go alone, they would definitely be afraid, but if they were led by a big brother, they would be fearless no matter what was ahead. Broly was also thinking about the words of Mr. Victor, but he was not thinking about the dim road ahead, but if you can drink K2C, who is short of water but can still drink paid clear well water, is a place without future and hope. Then, can only drink the Wanpaxing, which cannot even buy paid clear water, and what is the place? Is it a dead desperate place? Broly quickly shook his head. He had Crystal Palace and his wife. Happiness points could be exchanged for many delicious foods, so Wanpa Star definitely has a future and hope. Keep going forward, there's nothing to be afraid of in this place. Compared to the harshest environment of Wanpa Star, Broly felt that there was nothing wrong with K2C, who was arriving in now. What a desperate place. Oh! When the children heard his words, they felt at ease. With brother Broly there was really nothing to be afraid of. By the way, can I really not take a bath with water? Mellard asked. She was still thinking about taking a shower. The local area was just short of water, not that there was no water. They also had the money to buy water. They bought several large buckets of well water in the tavern. Broly and others took the water they bought and went to a nearby hotel to stay in. So comfortable. The girls gathered in a room and wiped each other's bodies with wet towels. The cold and moist towels were wiped across their bodies, making them feel extremely comfortable. Although you can't take a bath, this scene is worth it. Mellard felt very happy, but unfortunately she was not a wife recognized by Crystal Palace, otherwise her happiness value would definitely rise. Nahashu and others were watching the carriage outside. The people's livelihood in this place was withering, and people might steal things. Things did develop like this. A group of children were pulling a cart outside. In other places, they might be afraid of rumors. But in the town on the edge of Katy, People here are thirsty and starving, so who cares about this? Little devil, hand over your water and wealth, otherwise. Before the sky was dark, a group of gangsters with swords came to the hotel to rob them. However, in just a few efforts, these guys were fucked by Nahashu and Lawsan. Broly sat in the carriage and watched the fruit after eating. It was not that he didn't want to take action, but... Brother, you will eventually leave. We cannot rely on you in everything. Now we must become self-reliant. As long as it is something we can handle, please don't help. Before, the children in the team made their statements. Fuck, if you don't have money, why are you robbing me? A bunch of poor people. Luosang touched the pockets of the gangster who was knocked down, and as a result, he found some scattered imperial coins, which were not as valuable as a bucket of 10 liters of water here, which made him curse. The only thing that is valuable is probably the weapons in the hands of this group of people. Perhaps the K-Sea area used to be a place where iron ore was smelted. The weapons in the hands of this group of people can be seen, and they are relatively exquisite and sharp. Nahashu and Lawsan did not kill, mainly because it was very troublesome to kill people in the town, and a group of poor gangsters did not speak harshly, so they helped each other and left. Sir, can you give us a drink? Not long after the gangsters in the town left, some children in worn-out clothes surrounded here. They looked at the people guarding the carriage with hope, and there were children inside who were bold enough to ask. Brother Broly. Nahashu and his friends looked at Broly, who looked at the people nearby and scratched their heads. How can you drink water alone? Have some bread and jerky. Broly has always been generous to those who come to deliver goods but to ask for food. These children who come to ask for water have good luck and took the initiative to find a Saiyan boy who is willing to share his wealth. After a group of girls such as Ests, Kaitong cleaned their bodies and came out of the room, they saw a scene of ragged strange children lined up in a long queue to receive clear water, bread and jerky meat. What are you doing? Main lay down at the window and asked. These people came to ask for water. Brother Broly felt that drinking water was not enough, so he invited them to eat bread and jerky. Green replied concisely, and shouted to the children's team in front of him, line up, don't squeeze, don't jump in line, there is nothing to get for those who squeeze, and those who jump in line. This is better than anything else, and the originally chaotic team immediately became orderly. When Main, Kaitong, and others heard that it was Broly's invitation to dinner, they went down to help distribute the things together. What's the use of this kind of behavior of sharing things for wandering children in towns? Mellard was somewhat unable to understand Broly's behavior. The existence of a wandering child will always appear silently in a corner of the world and then die silently in a corner. It's like weeds growing in a barren place, whether it's watering or removing them, it's not very meaningful. Maybe, this is why he is powerful. Est's past education on the weak also made her unable to understand this behavior of caring for the weak, but after seeing the food below to others, Broly's face showed a smile of happiness simply because of sharing, she felt her heart thumping. This is a very strange feeling. I'm going to go down and help, where are you? I'll go down too. What else can Mellard say is that not being sociable is a taboo. And these two people did not take the ordinary road and jump down from the window on the 3rd floor. After landing smoothly, Broly just saw it and applauded the two of them. Others who saw this scene also thought they were very powerful. The applause sounded in the front yard of the hotel. Hey, don't make us feel like we're performing juggling. Mellard started to complain. I don't want to be treated as a juggling, just walk down the stairs. Main and her had a few words, and the group of people were laughing and making fun of each other, and they distributed food and clean water to the children who came here to ask for water. Don't eat too fast, be careful to choke. After getting the food, some children ate it. I knew at a glance that I hadn't eaten for a long time. Main was hungry, Chi Tong and others were almost the same. I reminded me. Thank you sister, we'll eat slowly. Ests and Mellard were not hungry, but they also experienced the pleasure of feeding the weak and distributing food. Although you know that it doesn't make sense, a charity can't change the lives of these children, you can still enjoy your body and mind by doing good things that give a few times occasionally. Mellard admitted this, but still believed that giving was not very meaningful. This is not meaningless, at least they had a full meal today. When you are hungry, it is a very happy thing to have a full meal to eat. Brother Broly let them experience the happiness of a full meal. Their expressions also made Brother Broly happy. Happiness is the meaning of this matter. Chi Tong's words made other children in the team nodded in agreement. Even if it is just a moment of happiness, it makes sense. Chapter 63 Jiaisha Village and Slave Recruiting Team. Unfortunately, such a happy thing did not last long for the children who came to ask for water, because the next day, Broly's team spent several times more money than outside, replenished water and other food in this small town, and then set off again. In the team, 4 children in this area, their homes are all in the central part of KDC. Boss, won't we do it? On the top of the mountain, looking at the small convoy gradually walking over, I came to the hotel yesterday to rob one of Broly and others, and couldn't help but ask the strong man next to me. Did your child not drink other people's water yesterday, or did he eat other people's bread, or did he eat other people's jerky meat given by others? We have met many kinds of guys, but we can't grab them from anyone who makes the kids who have been begging for water and drink. A team that was both a townspeople and a guest bandit was lying on the top of the mountain, doing nothing, watching the small team of Broly's team go away. Due to life, being a bandit is a people and a bandit. This is also a common appearance for the people in the difficult areas of the West. It's another day when no good people come to the door. In the convoy, Broly missed the days when he randomly encountered roadblocks. I just felt some very weak breath on the top of the mountain, and I thought that there was finally a new good person coming to my house. As a result, walking past the mountain, nothing happened, which made people feel disappointed. The more you go to the central part of the KDC area, the more expensive the water and prices will be. By the time we arrived in the middle, a liter of water was already worth 21 imperial coins. Midway through, Broly and others also met some merchants who transported fruits with sufficient juice, but no good thing happened to others who sent them supplies. Broly and others did some business with these traders and bought some fruits from them with money. One of them had enough juice, but it tasted arbitrary and would cause diarrhea if you eat too much. However, the low price and easy storage situation made it the first choice for most people in the lower class in the KDC area to replenish moisture. As for the taste, Broly can only say that it is slightly better than the long-lasting Wampa Star Rain. Conversely, if there were no Crystal Palace, he might have lived a worse life than the lower class people here. Arriving in the central KDC area, among the 4 children who wanted to go home, one of the villages called Dam Boys was quickly found. It was a village that planted natural gum trees and made a living by collecting gums, also known as Jiaisha village. Has the jackwood forests in the south withered? The village elder asked. The rainfall in the rainy season is too low, and the trees there are still a few years old and cannot absorb water deeper in the ground. The middle-aged patriarch replied. How much more money does the village have? There are not much more. The gum produced in the village this year is not good, and the price given by the caravans who came here is very low. What are you going to do? Mura elders, can't we leave KDC and live in other places? Do you want to move the village? If you don't move the village will die. Then have you ever thought about the price you have to pay to move the village? You can cut down the old rubber tree and sell it for money, and use the money you have received to hire guards to escort us to other places, and the remaining money will be used as the start-up capital for rebuilding the village. Can you find something trustworthy when hiring a guard? What if we turn into bandits and rob us in the middle? And even if we can find a good reputation and go to a new place in the village, what should we make a living? The villagers of our Jiaisha village have planted and picked gum for generations. The risk of leaving the living environment that they were originally used to is too high. If they are not careful, they may fall apart. Young people who are despicable from their hometowns and can leave the village to go out for a walk have already gone out a few years ago. Those who stayed were all those who were difficult to leave their hometowns. They are like gum trees, and they are prone to death once they leave the soil. But if you don't leave, as the water prices rise year by year, various living costs continue to rise. It's like a lasso that is gradually tightened around the neck. Once it is tightened to a certain extent, people will be strangled to death. This is also the reason why the middle-aged clan leader seeks change. But you can't stay here forever like this, wait for death, right? Just wait until the wrath of the Oasis God passes. When should I wait? I don't know either. How do you spend this year? Notify the slave vendors and ask them to come to the village to pick children. If you sell your children again, and if you sell them like this, will our village still have a future? What else can I sell if I don't sell my child? Should I sell you or me? I want to sell this old bone, but others don't want it either. So, can you only sell your children? The sold child is not dead. Although he will be sold to others as a slave, he still leaves this ghost place and will have a chance to survive. The village elders and the clan leader in Jiaisha village had an quarrel, and eventually ended with the compromise of the middle-aged clan leader. Soon some clan members contacted the slave merchants in the city. Children with rubber-picking skills are the best-selling money in Western kingdoms. There are quite a few jackwoods there, and they need enough rubber-picking slaves. Master, will the goods be given a higher price this time? I heard that the water price has risen again this year. What is the price you give is the same as before? The more you can survive, the more people in Jiaisha village will hand over more rubber-picking skills to those children, so that they can sell them at a high price when selling their children. As the quality of the goods improves, we can also make more money from the Western Kingdom. This is a conversation between slave vendors and their subordinates. He is doing population business, not charity business. Hey, I didn't expect that the well water business in K2C would be so easy to do. If I had bribed the Lord to get the right to pick up a deep water well, I would have made money now. Then Master, why don't we dig a deep well secretly? It's not difficult to dig deep water, but if you want to sell it out, it's too risky. I'll do my population business. In the Great Western region, businesses that can make a lot of money are always controlled by powerful people. For example, in the K2C area, who would have thought that water could be dug out after digging a well? But if you dare to dig or can dig, you can dig it out and sell it with water. If you don't bribe it and pay a lot of money, then wait to die. The slave merchants did not mean to challenge the rules of the K2C area, but wanted to rely on the situation where the people here were living in poverty and do some high-quality population transportation business. Iron Slave, you can collect some goods here. I will go to Bozil City to present the precious goods brought by the trip to the west to Marquis of Bozil. When your goods are almost collected, you will catch up. The slave merchant took a step forward and went to the famous transit station city of the population transportation industry in the western region, but left a loyal servant to go to Jiaisha village to collect people. The slave merchant left that day, and the servant called Iron Slave also took the slave team to Jiaisha village that day. Halfway through, the slave team encountered a child's convoy. The quality of the children in that convoy was very good, just like the goods carefully selected by another slave caravan with experience, making the Iron Sub say he was lucky. Chapter 64 Meeting a Good Person Again. I'm so lucky, I can meet good people in this place. On the road, chewing fruits and blowing the wind, I caught up with a group of people, who attacked them with excitement. Broly was a little moved after his convoy was attacked. It has been so many days since he finally met a simple and nice guy who would send things to his door again. However, Broly did not take action because Chi Tong and the others wanted to be self-reliant, so they would like to welcome these enthusiastic and good people. No surprise, among the 26 good people, the two sisters Chi Tong and Hei Tong only had 7. The broken knife they picked up had a strange tetanus power that Broly believed in the information in his mind. As long as it was scratched, it would die suddenly. However, the food they got was not poisonous. Among the remaining 19 people, Nahashu and other children, including Pony, worked together to solve 6. As for the remaining 13 people, Ezd alone kicked 11 to death. The remaining 2 guys were killed by Melod and Cass Andorra using human A-cup ointment assassination techniques because they attacked Melod. It's really a loss. Melard complained that as an assassin, she had to charge for killing people. Now that she helped 2 people leave the world without charging fees, she was a huge loss. Look, they brought a lot of money in the car. Fortunately, when checking the harvest, Maine found a large bag of coins from the attacker's carriage. Opened the bag and looked at the face value of the coins inside, held it in his hand and weighed the amount of the entire bag. Melard made an assessment. We'll find about 500,000 to 700,000 yuan. Look at the carriages, there are shackles, ropes, whips and other tools. This should be a team of slave acquisitions, but I don't know why we are treated as. Speaking of this, Melod suddenly stopped. She suddenly realized that her team was all small, and even Nahashu, who was dressed most maturely, looked like a boy who was only 14 or 15 years old. Such a team was attacked, or it was not attacked until now, and it was a bit strange in places like the western region. It's all because of Broly, the powerful team, that made her subconsciously ignore the personnel composition of this team. Great harvest, great harvest. Broly didn't do it, but took the initiative to help clean it up when it comes to the battlefield. He actually likes to clean up the battlefield after fighting. After touching the things on these good people, Broly threw them into the depths of the wilderness with a strong throw. Although this is a wild lane, it is not good for corpses to block the lane. You have to pay attention to the traffic order. The attack was just an episode, and Broly's team arrived at Jiaisha village at noon. Have you come? Hear you. Who is the person who came this time? I heard it's an iron slave. It's him. That guy is better at drinking and meat. Go and kill a few chickens, then take out the wine buried underground and treat the group of people well. Although our village wants to sell our children to save, we also have to establish a good relationship with the group of slave merchants and let them sell our children to some better places. The village elder instructed that there is a difference between slaves and slaves. Children sold from Jiaisha village have the skills to pick rubber, and the village will generally not be criticized. If any of you is picked up, get in the car. Remember, you must be more obedient after leaving the village so that you can get less whipped. The village elder looked at the children in the village standing aside and told them that these children were ignorant, but also enlightened. In the distance, the slave-taking team gradually approached. After arriving here, a man suddenly ran out of the team, waving his arms and shouting to it, "Grandpa, I'm back." Hearing this, the old man in the village was shocked and saw his grandson who was selected for the village last time, and was now running out of the team opposite, shouting and running towards him. Surprise, astonishment, confusion, and this complex emotion suddenly rubbed on the old face of the village elder. Chicken soup is here. At noon, the chicken soup that originally hosted the slave team was used to entertain Broly's team. When we learned that they were coming here, we also solved a slave team. The old village in Jiaisha village showed a look of panic on his face. However, after hearing that there was no living silence, the old man calmed down instead. Well, there are so many robbers in the western region, and it is normal for a slave-capturing team with money to be attacked. There was no living person left. It was impossible that they were the honest rubber pickers who did it. Therefore, it has nothing to do with their Jiaisha village. As for whether the big slave businessman behind him will be vented. Just kidding, Jiaisha village also has to pay taxes to the lord. It is easy for a large slave merchant to destroy Jiaisha village, but it is not worth offending the nobles who offend this land. The village elders saw it very clearly. Of course, the nobles were also one of the difficulties in moving the village. Thank you for sending my grandson back, but unfortunately you came at the wrong time. Now our village is in trouble and cannot entertain you well. It is indeed a happy thing to be saved from a slave vendor and sent back, but the dilemma of the village has not been resolved, and the grandson who comes back will be sold again in the end. The village elder in Jiaisha village began to speak to his grandson. The general content was that he had already felt sorry for him once, but he had to be sorry for him again soon afterwards, and he was stunned by Dam, the big boy who had just returned home. I just got home and was going to be sold by my grandfather. Even if it was for the village, it was not too much. Grandpa, you can't catch a sheep and pull it away. The boy cried. This is also impossible. You were sold and came back, but the other people who were sold did not come back. If you don't stand up, the people in the village will disperse. Why, I can come back because I met Brother Broly, otherwise I might still be whipped in the slave cart now. The grandson's roar made the village elder a little helpless. He lived a long life and saw a lot of things. He was not worried about the lack of people but the unevenness. He also understood this principle. The grandson is lucky to come back, but if he doesn't stand up, how can other families who have already sacrificed their children for the village accept it? When people's hearts disperse, the team will be difficult to lead. The old man's feelings for the village are obviously greater than his feelings for his grandson. Damn, Grandpa is sorry for you. I'm considered Grandpa, please save our village again. The old man knelt down at the boy and asked. Dam's face was extremely complicated. He had been sold to a slave and knew how bad the treatment of slaves was. But the person in front of him was his grandfather. The other party asked so much that he didn't know what to do. He looked at Broly, who was eating chicken legs. Seeing him, he said, "You don't want to be sold, I can beat him for you." Damn! Brother Broly punched him, and his grandfather probably ascended to heaven. By the way, why did you have to sell your grandson into a slave? Just as Dam was about to accept his fate, Main felt a little strange and asked a question. It's because our village has bad gum returns this year, and a group of newly planted gum trees have died. Water prices have risen again, and taxes and other factors have led to the end of the year. The village elder did not conceal the difficulties of Jiaisha village, and this difficulty would really make the village die later. Once there are too many people dead, a vicious cycle will come, because the vicious cycle has disappeared in countless villages in this chaotic world. Therefore, it is really not uncommon to sacrifice oneself and fulfill the big self. The more you become attached to your hometown, the more you will be willing to make sacrifices for your hometown. Including but not limited to those who go to work in big cities to send money back to their hometown, or those who sell themselves to become slaves and save their hometown with money. So, is this a money problem? Nahashu asked. So that's it. How much did Dam's last time sell his body? Luosang asked. 35,000 imperial coins. This number is already considered a high price for a child's purchase price. Hey, how much was the resettlement fee we gave last time? Broly suddenly asked Nahashu. Brother, it's 50,000 imperial coins. Nahaxiu answered immediately. So, is Dam cheap? It's cheap. Well, then why don't we spend money to buy him? So that's it, there's this way. I am worthy of being Brother Broly. The children who were already a little heavy in their hearts when they heard the stories of their companions suddenly became more imposing. They could spend money to buy their companions. Chapter 65 Oasis Cult and the Spring Digger. I'm sorry, Brother Broly, I still want to stay in the village. The resettlement fee for Dam easily solved the dilemma faced by his village, but the boy made the choice to stay in the village among the two choices of following Broly and staying in the village. He was very sorry for this. Dam, stay here, aren't you afraid of encountering problems in the future? Will your grandpa sell you again? Lawsan was a little angry. My grandfather is over 60 years old and has been living a good life in just a few years. He sells me for the sake of the village. This village is where I gave birth to me and raised me. Dam had his own reasons, but he still lowered his head. He felt a little humble. He had met a good brother like Broly and so many good friends, so he could go to other places to live a good life. It doesn't matter, anyway, just stay where you feel happy. Unlike the angry friend, Broly felt that it was nothing. Dam chose to stay. If it was a kind of happiness for him, then stay. Nothing is more important than pursuing happiness. Nahashu, give him another resettlement fee. Brother Broly. It costs money to drink water here, and the prices are high, so it is also worth the placement fee to rise. Nahashu was a little silent, but he still put a bag of money and handed it to Dam. As the boy said goodbye in tears, Broly and others left Jiaisha village and headed towards the remaining 3 children's villages in the central KDC area. When we arrived at the second village, the situation in this village was better than that in Jiaisha village. Although we were still struggling on food and clothing, we did not need to rely on selling our children to overcome difficulties this year. The second child returned home successfully, and Broly also gave double the resettlement fee. The child's parents were just ordinary villagers, so they could only thank them in a low-key manner. In the evening, Broly and others came to the third village, but the third village was in ruins. After finding a nearby town, they found that the village was unlucky and encountered a dangerous attack. There was no one 2 months ago. As for whether anyone survived, no one knew. After all, no one was interested and did not get married. Therefore, the third child failed to go home. The girl with a delicate face cried for a while, but fortunately she had a companion around her. Mellard said that she would comfort people, so she went into the room to comfort the girl. The next day, the girl who had lost her home really recovered. Broly was a little curious about how Mellard did it. This is a technique I teach myself. Do you want to learn it? If you want to learn it, I can teach you. In response, Mellard was very excited to say that as long as Broly wanted to learn, she could teach this comforting technique step by step. However, before Broly said what he wanted to learn, Main ran over and pulled him away. What's wrong, Main? Mirard's method of comforting people is so strange. She can stroke people's body with her hands and lick other people's ears with her tongue. When Main said this, her little face was red. She instinctively felt that Mellard's methods were very inappropriate. If you want to learn, you are welcome to get into my bed at any time. Mellard said with a smile over there, not stopping Main from pulling Broly away. Can you comfort someone with your hands and lick your ears with your tongue? Broly imagined that scene and felt like he had learned a new knowledge. As for the quilt he drank, he already knew how to drill on Mirard's quilt, so why should he sleep on? It is more comfortable to sleep alone, at least you don't have to worry about killing someone in your dream. In the morning, when he left the hotel, the small team was divided into 2, and Broly took Nahashu and his fourth child Tuli back to each other's home. Others stayed in the town to help explore whether there were survivors in the third village to see if they could find the girl who was comforted by Melod last night and the family who might still be alive. Catch him and don't let that bastard run away. Just arrived at the fourth Placia village. Well, it should be called a town without a wall. Broly and the other two heard the whistle and screamed from the alley next to it. Please, let me hide. A middle-aged man holding the drawings and messy hair rushed out of the alley. After seeing the carriage here, he rushed over. He first jumped onto the carriage, then lay down smoothly, and whispered to the two children in the carriage. Where are people? Not long after, another group of people wearing green robes ran out of the alley. They all looked fierce and aggressive. Children in the carriage, did you see someone running over just now? Broly's trousers were pulled, and the man lying in the car showed a begging look at him. Broly scratched his head and pointed a direction to the people outside. I did have someone running out just now, and he ran directly to the other side. It was very fast and disappeared in an instant. Chasing, we must burn the drawings of that bastard Batunan, the oasis god who blasphemed him. Outside the carriage, a group of green men robed did not thank him and chased after Broly. A group of people rang out, and in just a few breaths, they ran away at the revolving mouth. After they left, the man hiding in the carriage breathed a sigh of relief. Children, thank you for covering me. The man thanked him politely and reached out to touch him. Under Broly and Turik's gaze, he couldn't find anything after touching him for a while, so he was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I ran away in a hurry. I didn't carry anything on my body. I can't give you any rewards. Broly waved his hand. He didn't care much about rewards, but was just a little curious. Why do those people chase you? Did you do something bad? Those people are believers of the oasis of K2C, because I wanted to break ground on the riverbed against their teachings, so I was targeting me. Discovering ground. It's just digging the spring. I want to dig a spring again on the dry riverbed in K2C, so that the dried riverbed can flow again. As Batunan said this, he flipped off the carriage, but his bad overturning skills made him seem to have overturned. With a roar, this man should have sprained his ankle, but he limped and picked up his drawings and prepared to leave. Hey, you guys should leave quickly, otherwise when those guys from the Oasis God sect can't catch up and return, they will definitely pester you and make things difficult for you. The children in the carriage helped him, and Batunan could not let them be implicated by themselves. Brother Broly, I found out. Hey, who is this? Nahashu came back at this time and saw a lame man beside the carriage and asked. A person who wants to dig a spring. Then again, what is the spring? Broly introduced it and asked again. The spring should be a place where a lot of water will pop up. Nahashu thought about it and said. Hey, water comes out. Broly's eyes lit up. Wait, get in the car, I'm interested in digging the spring. Broly said this, without waiting for the man to refuse, and took the man who sprained his ankle into the carriage with one hand. Driving. The carriage was driven away, and although there was a strange passenger suddenly, it continued to head towards the fourth child's home. On the other side, a group of the Christians from the Oasis of K2C were chasing for a long time but still couldn't see anyone, and realized that they might have been deceived. The group of people came back a little cursed and planned to settle the score with the little guy who was indiscriminately guided, but after they came back, they found that the carriage was missing. Damn it, go to Batunan's house to wait for him. I don't believe that guy won't go home. A group of people cursed and went to guard their homes. Chapter 66 Unclear the truth. I really don't know how to thank you. There is nothing wrong with the fourth child's family. Turik is the only one who is abducted by 4 children in the K2C area, not sold by their relatives. His family situation is quite good. At least after they arrive, the hostess at home can make a pot of tea and give them some exquisite snacks. I'm so sorry, my husband was recruited by the Baron to paint a portrait. Tulik's father was a painter or a famous painter. At least his painting skills were sought after by local nobles. Therefore, even in the water-deficient area, you can live a decent life. Brother Broly, you don't have to pay me a deposit fee. The money should be left to those in need. Broly and others were well received, and Tulik refused the resettlement fee he gave. It's a great blessing for me to go home. I will become a painter like my father in the future. At that time, I will definitely draw this period of time and everyone's journey. When saying goodbye, Turik said this. He and his mother stood at the doorstep and bowed to them and expressed their gratitude to them who left. We have another companion. Nahasha was a little disappointed, and he had a good relationship with Tulik. But he is happy to come home, and we have to share his joy in coming home. Broly was in a good mood. He was indeed reluctant to leave his companions at the beginning, but he could accept it when he thought that they would live happily elsewhere in the future. Hey, where are you going to take me? The carriage drove out of town. Batunan couldn't help asking. He already knew that the strange boy in the car was interested in his ability to fetch water, but he didn't know where he would be taken. I'm going to take you back to my companion. Broly did not hide it. But my home is here. Batunan said something. Aren't those Oasis divine believers looking for you? They said they would not wait for you at your house. Batunan had nothing to say, because it was really possible that the child driving the vehicle said. Now, he seems to have nowhere to go except to follow these two children. The carriage was not slow and it didn't take long to return to the town in the morning. Chi Tong sighed, they did gain something when they spent money to find out the news. The survivor of that village was found in the town, but the news he heard from the other party was bad. It is already confirmed that the parents of the third child are cold and even the body is taken away by dangerous species. We are discussing whether to tell her the truth. Broly came back and asked about their size, and Chi Tong explained the reason. My opinion is to hide it. As long as there is no definite news, it is the best news. La San answered. It's meaningless to conceal, this truth will always be noticed. That by then, Lana will grow up and have stronger acceptance. It is actually a bit strange to discuss the issue of another child growing up and having stronger acceptance. But Chi Tong, the children who came out of the Jifernora Sea tree forest, followed Broly, were indeed much more stress-bearing than the children rescued halfway through, and were like little adults. And Main also showed a mentality that she was not inferior to children such as Chi Tong because she lived a more difficult life than ordinary wandering children. Ests did not intervene in the discussion. She believed that it was a matter of course to be eliminated by those who could not adapt to the environment. In the end, Mellard spoke up what he could comfort people, and the opinions of telling the truth were defeated by concealing the opinions of the truth. The third girl who went home but failed, cried again after learning that her parents were confirmed to have died, but was comforted by Meladra. Don't be afraid, you still have me around you now. Leave everything to me and rely on me, and I will make you feel comfortable. Mellard touched the girl's head and leaned into her ear to speak softly. The girl's crying stopped abruptly, and Broly looked at her thoughtfully. However, Broly did not follow the steps he had taken to see the girl after taking the girl into the room, but looked at the only adult in the room who was brought back by him personally. Uncle Batunan, how do you think we can get the dry riverbed back to water? Hearing this question, all the children looked at Broly and the man they were asked. The spring at the source of the KDC river has dried up. If you want the river to have water again, you must find a water vein that is higher than the terrain of the riverbed. Then open a hole in it and create a new spring. Only in this way can the entire river be revitalized. When asked about professional questions, the somewhat sloppy Batunan spoke very well. Wait, isn't the lack of water in the KDC area caused by the divine punishment of the Oasis god? This is what Broly and the children heard when they came to this place, and most locals in KDC think so. I don't know if there is an Oasis god in KDC, but in my opinion, the reason for the lack of water is just because the people of KDC are overcutting the trees here. The soil of KDC is originally sandy and soil, and a large number of trees are cut down indiscriminately, destroying the water storage function originally provided by green plants, which in turn makes the surface water in the area unable to be stored. However, the water in KDC did not disappear, but flowed to the deeper underground, which is why deep water wells can be dug out and continuously produce enough water for the towns to need every day. From a more scientific perspective, Batunan gave Broly and other children a lot of science to teach him the water shortage of KDC. Compared to the divine punishment that locals believe more, the children in the room felt that the sloppy man in front of him seemed to make more sense. Of course, it is not because they can understand the water storage effect of plants in Batunan's mouth in the special soil of KDC. But Batunan has a strong scholarly aura, and when he speaks out these reasons, he looks extremely confident. This confidence infected them through words, making Broly and other children feel that what this person said makes sense. Although he is not clear, he can tell such a long reason, so what he said may be true. Broly and other children basically had this idea. So, what should I do specifically to get the dry riverbed back to water? Broly asked again. Well, I haven't explored the right water veins yet. Batunan was a little embarrassed and honestly explained. Hearing this, a group of children in the room thought about it and almost fell to pieces. Broly crossed his hands, sat on the stool, tilted from the side without any reaction, fall down. After saying so much, it turns out that you are nothing. You can't get the dry riverbed back to water, right? After he realized his reaction, someone had already expressed his thoughts on his behalf. No, I still have results. Don't slander people innocents like this. Batunan was somewhat embarrassed by being criticized by a group of children like this. Immediately, he took out the drawings in his arms and spread them out. This is the topographic map of the water vein in the Kdc region that I spent 10 years exploring. Although there has not been a clear water vein that is clearly higher than the Kdc riverbed, it is already almost there. If it weren't for the sudden rise of the Oasis divine cult that interfered with me, I might have found it long ago. Batunan argued in this way, as if he wanted to prove that he was a useful adult in front of his children. Chapter 67 Wang Duyu made a comeback in this project. So as long as you find the high water veins, can the dry river be rewatered? It is theoretically like this after opening a spring that is higher than the height of the riverbed. Batunan dared not make a promise, as there are many issues involved. The difficulty between opening a deep well and opening a stable spring will bring vitality to the entire river. Since that's the case, let's help you. Broly said. Upon hearing this, both the other children and Batunan were stunned. I admit that you are a child who has some strength, but finding water meridians is a technical job, and you, a child, cannot help. Batunan shook his head. He threw all his wealth in the past when he dug deep water wells. He only heard the news for 10 years. After that, he could only barely maintain his life by working hard in private water business and continue to explore the water veins near the riverbed. Who said that the eldest brother has only one person? The child in the room was immediately dissatisfied when he heard his words. These people were all those who were surrounding Broly and following him. The same goes for a group of children. Batunan held his forehead. This matter is not useful if there are too many people. People with professional knowledge must help. But the problem is that ideals cannot resist reality. The companions he once gathered with had already bowed their heads under the pressure of reality. We have money. It's even if you have money. Hey, what are you talking about? How much money do you have? It's more than 20 million. Hiss. Batunan took a deep breath, then folded his hands together, looking sincere. Sorry, I was speaking too loudly just now. Please help me. No problem, Wang Duyu has invested in this project. Broly said the lines that came to his mind, and the children were a little confused. Brother, who is Wang Duyu? I don't know, maybe it's a fish. Is it tasty? I haven't eaten it. Batunan, where did you get the fool? SHH, the money owner is behind me. I mean the great charity, are you going to support your outrageous idea? Do you care where I got it from? Just ask, are you going to do it? Why don't I do if I have money to make money? However, now the Kdc Oasis has a great momentum, and many people believe their statements. You have to be more low-key when doing this. Nonsense, I've been chased away for 3 years, so I naturally know that I should do things in a low-key manner. With Broly's sudden investment, Batunan's spring excavation business received great support. In 2 days, Batunan summoned a group of old friends and hired them with money. A group of people sneaked and dug up the place where he judged that there was a high terrain and water veins. Broly's team followed Batunan, and when they were with this group of people, they heard Batunan's past. Batunan and others were experts who were invited by local powerful people to survey water veins and dig deep water wells after water shortage in the Kdc area 12 years ago. Among them, Batunan's vision was the most vicious. It was to dig deep wells one by one. At that time, iron smelting required a lot of water, so it was sought after by many powerful people at that time. However, when Batunan made the business of digging deep wells to the civilian class, various places in the Kdc area gradually introduced laws prohibiting private digging of wells. At that time, we lost the job of digging wells, and Batunan was the best one among us. If he left directly at that time, the money he earned by digging a large amount of deep wells would be enough for him to be a rich man for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, that guy was so stupid that he said he wanted to recover Kdc. I just want more people to have water to drink. This matter should be considered by a big shot. What does it have to do with you digging a well? It's all the blame for not supporting my plan. It's a hell that you can support it. The rich and big shots at that time have started to make money by selling water. You want to recover the Kadasi River. If the Kadasi River really recovers, who else can they sell their well water? Batunan, just have fun secretly. Your plan is too outrageous and there is no sign of realization until now. Those big guys either treat you as a clown or forget you, otherwise, they will make you unexpected. Damn, I will definitely make this river revival, let those guys see that I, Batunan, are not the ones I can talk about casually, my name is destined to be carved on this riverbed that is about to recover. What about us? Broly asked a question next to him. Of course, as supporters of this great plan, your names will definitely be carved on the riverbed, but only after mine. Batunan insisted on this very much. It is really possible to recover the Kadasi River. It will definitely be a major earthquake for Kadasi, but Batunan, if you want to become famous, you can become famous by yourself. Don't count us. We still want to live an ordinary life. An old well digger said that if Batunan had not given enough money this time, he would not have done this deadly job. Broly, do you really want to bring our names in? Mellard pulled the boy aside and asked. Is there any problem? Broly was a little puzzled. I can already imagine that our names appear on the Assassins Association Commission. Mellard rubbed his temples and had a headache. 3 days ago, when she went to comfort the girl, the entire team made a big investment on her back. By the time Mellard discovered it, the money had been thrown to the guy named Batunan by Broly. Recovering the Kadasi River sounds like a great thing, but for individuals, it is a thankless thing. It cannot be recovered. Money is like throwing it into water and was drifted, but it is still the kind of water that cannot be heard. If it really can recover, it means standing directly on the opposite side of the powerful class that benefits from the water shortage environment. Are those people strong? They are not strong. Mellard personally can easily kill a dozen such guys. But those people are rich, blocking their wealth is like killing their parents. If KDCH is really revived, those guys will definitely send someone to investigate. Unless the other people are silenced after digging out the spring, they will be exposed, and the people who use money to support the recovery of the river in Batunan will definitely be exposed. The next operation will be nothing more than winning the Imperial Wanted Order and the reward list for various assassination organizations. But can she silence her? Mellard can do this without any psychological burden, but this matter itself is not dominated by her, and even the money is not paid by her, so she can't do anything. After all, if she really does something, she will definitely be rejected once she is known by others. After traveling together for so many days, Mellard didn't want to be hated by these girls. As for the boy, it doesn't matter to everyone except Broly. Mellard also asked Broly why he had to do such a thankless thing, but the reply he received was, if there is water, people here should be able to have a happier life. Simple and at will, this is Mellard's latest comment on Broly. He just happened to meet a spring digger, and the spring digger happened to have an unreliable recovery river plan. After Broly learned about it, he felt that if the plan was realized, it might make people in the Kadasi area happy, so he directly invested a lot of money and did not consider whether the plan could be successful or what consequences would be if it was successful. Just because I wanted to do it, I did it. Mellard must admit that Broly, who answered this question at that time, was really attractive. He had pure kindness to others, making her drool like a treasure. But after all, Mellard was an assassin who had been in contact with more dark sides since childhood. She felt that she was asking for trouble and wanted to drag others to make Broly change her mind. The result is that others agree with Broly's idea, and Chi Tong and others who have savored the sufferings of the world have made them highly assimilate with Broly's thoughts. As long as Broly agrees, they will agree with him. Mellard was speechless. When she wanted to seek help from Ists and persuade Broly, she got it from this northern girl who pursued the precepts of the weak. It's very interesting. The strong should change the world as he, Broly. Whatever you say, you will encounter enemies. Oh, isn't that better? She almost forgot that Ists was a combat maniac, and her thinking was different from that of normal people, and the enemy would only make her even more excited. Well, no one in the team is willing to accompany her to persuade Broly to change her mind, so she can only risk being ridiculed by Barbara when she is ridiculed by her own organizational commission form. If she gives up her name, not a typo, and accompany the boy she likes, she will be embarrassed if she is embarrassed. If it is really possible to make a splash, those powerful people of K2C investigated her after making a splash and dared to put her on the reward list for the Assassin Association. Then she didn't mind taking her entrustment form to send her head to the door. It's hard to say whether to send her head or the other party's head to the ground. However, it is better not to be embarrassed. Broly, it's too cheesy to keep your real name when doing good deeds. Why don't we learn from some boxers or rebels? What about leaving a powerful nickname? Broly thought about it and felt that Mellard was very reasonable, so he nodded and said, then my nickname is the Red Scarf that doesn't leave a name for good deeds. Mellard. As soon as her proposal came out, the other children became interested. When they were working in Batunan, they fiercely discussed what kind of nickname they would leave behind. During the journey here, these children have also heard a lot of stories about the boxers and the rebels. Although funding for the digging of springs seems to have nothing to do with these two, since they may be famous, of course they have to give a loud nickname. I want to call the Red Scarf number 3, who has no name for good deeds, and my sister is No 2. Hey Tong said decisively. Then I'll call No 4. Main said. What are your nicknames? Just when Broly was making a noise about calling a nickname, a group of children were preparing to form a Red Scarf multiplayer team that did good deeds without leaving their names. Someone from Batunan also spoke to him. Batunan, where did you find those children's financial supporters? You may not believe it when you say it, they took the initiative to come to me. Then you have to be careful. If they know that you can't dig out the spring when you get the money, they might come to you for trouble. Don't worry, I have a premonition, I'm almost finding it. Tisk, you said this sentence 3 years ago. You are still saying 3 years later. If you can really find the water veins with a high terrain so easily, do you still have to spend all your money to find the present? After saying this, the well digger who was digging the soil in the pit said it and went down with a shovel. After squirting, the water sprayed out of the ground was sucked. It's out of water, it's out of water. He lay on the edge of the pit with a wet face and shouted excitedly. Chapter 68. It's June 1st, please add an update. Don't worry, let me try the water spraying force at this water outlet first. Batunan jumped out of the pit and used his face to feel the splashing water. Yes, this impact is indeed the water outlet of the high terrain. The pit was quickly filled and the water flowed out directly. Flow along the hillside towards the dry riverbed. Did you dig the spring so quickly? Broly and others heard the news and came over to ask. People around them knew that they were the funders who provided funds for the event this time, and they all gave up their positions. This is a water vein with a very high terrain, but it is hard to say whether it can be used as a new spring in the KDC River. We have to continue digging to see the amount of water and the stability of the water flow of the groundwater vein. If the terrain of this part of the water veins is high, but the overall groundwater veins are still lower, it is possible that the groundwater veins will lower the height after some groundwater flows out. And here, it will only become an ordinary wellbore rather than a spring. Batunan called everyone to start digging the water outlet. The hired well diggers were all equipped with professional tools. They were once professional households who dug deep water wells, and each had the ability to work underwater. As the water outlet was expanded and the water outlet was deep, these people began to take turns to ventilate and drain the water. This behavior lasted from noon to afternoon. As the water outlet could not continue to dig down, a group of people stopped and sat on the ground next to them to rest. It seems that I'm having another happy moment. Looking at the puddle where the water flow was completely calmed down, someone sighed. It has been more than 4 hours since the water was dug out, and the outflowing water has not even been completely wet in the riverbed within 500 meters. Although there is still water overflowing from the puddle and flowing down the hillside into the riverbed, the overflowing water can be seen at the naked eye. And such a water outlet cannot become a new spring. Even if a special slope is dug out to let it flow, it may be out of water if it flows for a few days. Maybe it can moisten the nearby riverbed, but compared to wanting to recover the Katasai River, it is a drop in the bucket. Sell the water outlet location here to people in the gathering places around you, get back the funds and change the place. There are many people who believe in Oasis cult in the nearby gathering places, and the business in Minshuakao is not easy to do. If the guy from Oasis cult finds it, we will be in trouble. The introduction of a bill to prohibit private well digging has a great impact on these well diggers, but the well digging business has been underway. Some villages that cannot afford daily water because of the high water, will hire them to dig privately. Although this kind of thing may be hung once it is caught, people who lack water use pay a lot, and generally no one will betray them, so their lives are still acceptable. It was not until the rise of Oasis cult that the sect believed that the people on this land had been exposed to divine punishment by overdigging the ground, but they also beat them, the well-digging people, to become one of the culprits in heresy who led to divine punishment. This led to fewer and fewer people looking for them to dig private wells, and the well diggers could only transport water from the secret wells they secretly dug out to sell them to survive. This kind of behavior is called a private water business in the K2C area. Compared with regular water, the water sold by well-digging people is cheaper, but it is prone to official suppression. The business that directly sells water outlets is called the private water outlet business. Compared with the private water outlet business, this kind of business has a higher risk, and in places where there are more believers in the Oasis of K2C, it is more likely to be reported by believers. Batunan and others discussed it and came to ask Broly's opinion. Strictly speaking, this water outlet belongs to Broly, the funder, but the current law in the K2C area does not recognize such a thing. You want to sell this water outlet, why? Broly was a little puzzled. The amount of water is too small, and it cannot be a new spring. If you sell it, you can make up for the loss. Batunan explained that the people who came to dig today all had to pay for money to hire. The amount of water is not large, can you just make the hole bigger? Broly still didn't understand, and he only realized today that digging soil into the ground can really make water dig. It's not that simple. Where water can be stored on a high terrain is often hard, just like here, most of the underground are large pieces of hard rocks. Even at the outlet there, we dug the rocks below, and we stopped after we couldn't dig it. The technology in this world is both advanced and backward. Advanced means that people here can create human-shaped imperial tools and even Gundam-like imperial tools thousands of years ago, while backward means that most people are still using primitive tools to produce them thousands of years later. For example, this group of well diggers have professional digging tools, but the motivation for digging basically comes from manpower. There is nothing humans can do to face the huge stones under the ground. Unless they can find more powerful excavation tools or underwater explosives, they can only give up. Someone had already dug up the stone under the puddle and tried to dig it up, but the end was that there was no end. Some experienced masters believe that the stone may be connected to the mountain below, and even if you want to make large tools for forced demolition, it is difficult to complete. Even if it is forced to demolish, whether the water veins below can make the water outlet a new spring is still a question that needs to be put into question. So, you just can't dig it anymore. It's not that the water outlet cannot continue digging down, right? Broly asked. If you don't continue to dig, you can stop losses. If you continue to dig, you may face a situation where you pay huge costs but get nothing. This is our judgment. Batunan reported carefully that he was more responsible for Broly, a funder who was willing to support his career in digging the spring. He should not waste money that should not be wasted. Batunan wanted to spend money in half. More than 20 million seems to be too much, but in fact it is just that. Since you don't dig, then leave it to me to continue digging, okay? Broly asked again, and he felt that he was not a professional spring digger, so he never intervened. But now that the professional has given up, it is time for him, a non-professional person, to try it. If possible, Broly wants to learn the technique of digging wells. After returning to Wampa Star, he can dig the wells by himself. If there is water underground on Wampa Star. Okay, but how do you plan to dig yourself? Batunan asked. Although the boy's body was strong and had a strange force, what's the use of this kind of physical strength in front of the huge rocks blocking the road underground? Well, you all run away. Broly thought for a while and decided to dig the water outlet by digging a house on Wampa Star, but before that, he needed to let the people on the hillside leave. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly ask us to run away? Main was a little puzzled. She was still cutting vegetables. Pick up the ingredients and leave. My brother should be planning to bombard this small mound. Chi Tong held the pot, Black Tong held the bowl, and the other groups of children also held things in their hands. Put them on the carriage and drove them down. What a small mound, isn't this a hillside? Main was a little strange, but she still followed the team, and Ests and Mellard followed. Both of them were a little confused. Until they were at the foot of the mountain, they saw a green light suddenly appearing on the mountain, and then a loud bang, and the ground fluctuated violently. After stopping, they looked at the mountain that was directly missing, and their mouths widened. Is this something that people can do? Not far away, people like Batunan, who also came to the foot of the mountain, looked at this scene and some people muttered to themselves. Crazy! Half of the mountain was missing, and the huge opening made the groundwater flow out of the mountain, and it instantly watered the dry riverbed within a few kilometers below the mountain. Happy holidays to children of minors and adults. Chapter 69 First heard of the Emperor's tool. Floating in the air, Broly blew the index and middle fingers of his right hand. I just feel that I am becoming more and more skilled in controlling the power of the energy bomb of chi conversion. This energy bomb is perfect. It did not blow through the mountains below, but only exploded the places that should be blown up. Uncle Batunan, I've dug it up. You can see if you can be the spring. He fell from the sky, landed in front of the stunned crowd, and faced South Batu. Who are you? Batunan asked. Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you with great mercy. Well, my name is Broly, and I am a Saiyan. Batunan. Forget it, let's go and see if the big gap that was blown out can become a spring. A group of well-diggers followed Batunan to check the situation with awe of Broly. You're afraid you've found a god as an investor. Such words came from the crowd that went away. Obviously, Broly's power to destroy the mountain at will has exceeded their perception as ordinary people. And things that exceed cognition are easily related to theology, and some well-diggers suspect that the Oasis god is real. Broly's energy bomb is green in color, and there is also a green word in the Oasis god, which can be completely involved. How did you do it? This question seems to have been heard of, and Chi Tong and others have also asked him the same question, but the person who is now asked is replaced by Ests. The northern girl's face turned a little red and she looked at him with great anticipation, just like she wrote the words I want to learn this trick too. Did you use some imperial tools? Mellard was calmer, and the only power she could think of was the power of the Emperor's goo in an instant. Imperial tools, what is that? Broly expressed confusion, a shimmer of green light lit up at his fingertips, and a small energy ball condensed from his fingertips. He was demonstrating the process of condensing energy bombs to Ests and the curious Maine. Merard, I'm optimistic. My brother is barehanded and has no tools to do this. In addition, the child who had known this for a long time said proudly with his hips on his hips. Can I touch it? Ests asked. This doesn't work, it's dangerous for you. Broly pointed casually and threw the energy ball on his fingertips towards a large stone not far away. The big stone did not offend anyone, but was still wiped out. Est's eyes were shiny, so he asked Broly for his teachings and did what he had done similarly to Kaitong and others, holding his breath, waving his fingers, and trying to make waves. Mellard stared at her eyes, feeling incredible, but she did not try to release the energy bomb that she did not understand the principle at all. Instead, she took Broly's hand and studied it, as if she wanted to find some mechanism from it, but even if she put the boy's fingers into her mouth and sucked, she did not taste any other flavor except salty. Can you stop licking my fingers? It's a little itchy. Broly moved his fingers and clamped Melad's flexible tongue to stop the other party from exploring between his fingers. Is there really no mechanism? After personally checking, Mellard could only believe this result. Melad, what is the imperial instrument you just mentioned? After washing off the sticky saliva on his hands, Broly asked curiously. In this world, he has never met someone who can make waves like himself. In the past world, the golden shining guy I met was able to make waves. The imperial instrument is the first emperor who created the empire 1,000 years ago. He developed 48 weapons and props that are now difficult to replicate using super dangerous materials plus rare metals such as Olaha steel, as well as most of the secret techniques collected from all over the country at that time. Mellard introduced the imperial tool and pointed to the knife that is now used by Chi Tong and Hei Tong as kitchen knives. The functions of each imperial tool are different. It is like the knife in Chi Tong and Hei Tong's hands. It should be the imperial tool demon sword Murayu. That demon sword is said to have the ability to curse and kill the person who was cut. Hey, is this knife really poisonous? When Chi Tong heard this, she quickly threw out the kitchen knife in her hand. It's not poison, but curse and killing techniques, which are lost secret techniques from a small island in the east. Mellard shook his head and explained. In addition, imperial tools are living weapons, and they have some consciousness. If you throw them like this, be careful that this knife will retaliate against you in the future. The legend of the Demon Sword Village Reign is said to have no good ending for the Lord. However, this should be a rumor. When Chi Tong picked up the knife, she did not find any dissatisfaction with the knife. Even if Chi Tong apologized to it and said that she should not throw it away, the demon kitchen knife made by the broken knife did not respond. Maybe the knife was broken, let the consciousness of this imperial goo die. Mellard can only explain this. Some imperial tools have more powerful destructive power, such as the pumpkin fort that has been active on some battlefields. That gun imperial tool can emit energy beams similar to those you just fired from Broly. As Mellard said this, a pink head suddenly came over. Who could Maine, who was not practicing energy bombs with Ests, be there? Where is that thing? The girl asked. The inaugurated holder was assassinated by our assassin association, but there were other imperial envoys at that time, and we were unable to seize this weapon from the Empire. As for where the imperial instrument is now, it is probably in the arsenal of the Central Empire, which is located in the Imperial Palace and is very strict in guarding. In the past, Assassin Association sent people to steal it, but no one came back alive. After several attempts failed, we gave up. Mellard spoke about the information he knew, and Maine became a little disappointed. Maine, do you want that thing? Broly couldn't help asking when she saw her disappointment. If you want, I can go and buy the thing called Emperor's Tool for you. The Empire will not sell Imperial instruments. Except for those Imperial instruments lost to the Empire 400 years ago and those stolen by the enemy's defeated Imperial instruments, there are no other Imperial instruments outside. Mellard reminded. I can offer a condition that they cannot refuse. Broly said it casually. Is the Emperor's goo really as good as you said? If so, then I want one too. Ests found that he couldn't make any noise, so he came over and said. Brother, we want it too. Other children expressed their desire, too. No problem. Broly agreed. Hey, don't deserve it just like you want to go to the Empire to purchase goods. These guys now have much more punishment than opening the spring scene in K2C. Chapter 70 The Birth of Superstition. There is no problem with the water outlet. Of course there is no problem, this directly knocked out a mountain lake. No matter how low the height of the groundwater veins are, they will not be as low as the foot of the mountain. So, has the spring eyes opened successfully? Broly asked. It's successful. Batunan nodded. He felt like he was in a dream. He insisted on reviving the riverbed for 10 years. As a result, after meeting Broly, the first exploration site was awarded. However, to be more correct, the prize machine should be beaten directly by the boy in front of him, and the other party manually adjusted the winning screen from the prize machine. Then will there be water in this river soon? Broly asked again. It's not that fast. According to the spreading speed of the water flow, it will take at least 10 days and half a month. The K2C river has been dry for a long time, and the riverbed is very thick. If you want to have water flowing on the surface, at least you can suck up the water underneath. Can you speed it up? It is definitely difficult to do with normal people's methods, but if you can also dig out the springs here, Shanzhong Lake, and dig out similar springs in other high water veins, linking these springs and lakes with riverbeds, you should be able to speed up this speed. What are you waiting for? Let's dig. Please point me to the ground and I'll send a wave. Let's join forces to make it bigger and stronger, and make the spring here more. Brother Broly, the meal is about to be prepared, don't you eat first. Broly wanted to carry Batunan away, but after hearing Zhu Zi's words, he sat back. The world is big, and the biggest thing is not eaten. When it comes to digging a spring, you can wait until you have enough food before doing it, so don't be too anxious. While eating, the children handed Broly food to him on a regular basis. The well digger not far away saw it and whispered, and someone came to hand over the food to Broly. Hey, are these for me? Broly was a little surprised when suddenly being fed by the well digger. Well, this is for you on behalf of everyone over there. The well digger who brought the food was very humble and carefully placed all kinds of food in his hand in front of Broly. Thank you, you are such a bunch of good people. Broly gave him a good person card as usual. Although the food of the well digger does not seem to be as exquisite as Zhu Zi's food, it is food. As long as it is food and is not bitter, Broly will not refuse anyone and give him gratitude to those who give him food. After hearing the words of thanks, the well digger who came over with the food was a little excited. He knelt down suddenly and kowtowed to Broly, and then excitedly went back to a group of well diggers. I've been blessed, I've been blessed. In the crowd, the man said something that was incomprehensible to him. What's wrong? Broly felt a little confused, picked up a steamed bun and started gnawing. There are some sour melon granules in the steamed bun, and the taste is unexpectedly good. They regard you as a god. Although they don't believe in the oasis religion, they always have to believe in some things, such as believing in the land of spirits. Batunan explained, putting the dry food in front of Broly. What are you doing? Broly asked him curiously. I was an atheist, but today I feel that I still have to believe in theology when I see you opening the spring and flying in the sky. As Batunan said this, he also bowed to Broly, and said devoutly, Broly is above, the Saiyans bless you. Broly? Brother, have you become a god? No. When I was purchasing food in town, I encountered the Oasis Church recruiting new things. At that time, I was taken to visit that sect, and the believers of that sect seemed to donate money and food to the gods they believed in. Zhu Ziyi talked about something that happened when purchasing ingredients the day before yesterday. Blessed by Saiyans, I think I can try to be this god. Broly raised his face and said immediately. Then I am your most loyal believer, brother. Boney said happily. No, 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 I should be the most loyal believer. The children started arguing. You don't really want to create a sect here to play, do you? Mellard felt that the momentum was wrong and asked quickly. Why not? Nahashu asked back, he was a loyal fan of Broly. If a sect, fan club, is created, more people can pursue the elder brother. So, why don't they do this? At that time, Kai Tong, you can be a saint in the church. Zhu Ziyi ate the stewed radish and said this. What is the saint? Kai Tong asked, her mouth was potatoes. It is the woman who dedicates everything to God. Green was relatively knowledgeable and gave an explanation. What should I give to God? Chi Tong immediately retorted vaguely. But this God is Brother Broly. Oh, that's fine, but my sister can't give it to him. But Hai Tong is also a saint. Then my sister can't give it to him. Aren't you all wings? Main asked curiously. She still remembers the shock when she saw the three of them forming a big rock spreading their wings in the room. We are wings, but this is my sister, and I will never let him be his sister. Chi Tong and Black Tong said in unison. Saint Maiden, I feel like a good identity, but I prefer fighting and hunting. It's better to call the Battle Maiden or Hunting Maiden. Asts groped her chin, and she seemed to have thought of a prefix for herself. Mellard. This group of people seemed to be playing the real thing, and seemed to be planning to create a sect. So, should I call the Assassination Saint? Mellard also thought, and she felt that she needed a loud prefix too. Sorry, Mellard, you shouldn't be considered a saint or something. However, Main interrupted her thinking. Why? Because the saint who was recognized by Brother Broly, there should be only a few of us now. Main pointed to Chi Tong, Hai Tong, asked seriously and said to herself. I can give everything, too. Mellard said quickly. Sorry, my brother rejected your dedication. Black Pupil crossed his hands and made a gesture of rejection. It doesn't matter, Sister Mellard, you can be an ordinary believer. Chi Tong comforted her. Mellard. God's fucking ordinary believers, these hateful little girls actually formed an offensive and defensive alliance. After I take down Broly, I must teach them a lesson. Mirard thought viciously while chewing the stew, but as he thought about the assassin girl's face turned a little flushed, and when she looked at Chi Tong and the others, she let out a silly smile. Miss, pay attention to your expression management. You now look like a middle-aged man. Cassandra was a little embarrassed to look at it. She held a tissue in her third hand and helped Melod wipe off the saliva from the corner of her mouth. During the meal, the spontaneous worship of God by the well-digger made the Saiyan God Church officially established in the children's discussion. After dinner, Broly moved a large stone to the link between the spring and the riverbed, preparing to leave a name next to the spring, Shanzhong Lake. Uncle Batunan, do you want to leave your real name? Just as he was about to type on the stone, Broly suddenly asked Batunan next to him. After all, the other party said that his name must be in front of it. No, just leave your name. Batunan quickly refused. It was the other party's ability to open this spring, and he had no shame to get the name together. Chapter 71 The Rise of Saiyan God. I open this mountain, and I dig this spring. If you want to get water from here, you have to worship the Saiyan God Church, Broly Liu's, the Saiyan Dig. What Broly wanted to stay, after discussions by a group of children such as Nahashu, eventually turned out like this, while Green translated this passage into the text of this world. Broly first used his index finger to mark the big stone, and then used the air to create a stable energy beam at the tip of his finger to trim. After finishing it, Broly wanted to unbutton her pants and urinate next to the big rock to prove that she had been here. But when I thought that the water source was right next to me, I heard Batunan say that groundwater is formed by the infiltration of surface water, so I gave up the idea of polluting the water source. Instead, 2 little fingers hit the stone and covered them with small handprints. After thinking about it, Broly felt that it was not enough, so he smashed his little face on it. The person who saw this scene behind exclaimed, but Broly quickly lifted his face from the broken stone surface. Okay, I'll keep a good reputation. He patted the stone chips on his head and said this to everyone. Chi Tong and the others are fine, they are already used to it. A group of well-diggers. Finally, we came to the conclusion, it is extraordinary that the gods and immortals leave their names. You go back to the town first. I will take Uncle Batunan to another place to open a spring. When tomorrow morning, I will fill this river with flowing water. After Broly said that, he carried Batunan to the sky. Under the moonlight, a group of people watched Broly fly away with Batunan and screaming, but before he could fly far away, a green energy beam came down, a slight tremor came from the ground, and the sound of water spraying in the distance could be heard. Very well, another water outlet was knocked out. Broly in the sky flew down and made a link between the water outlet and the riverbed. As he did just now, he erected a stone tablet of Saiyan God next to him, and then continued to fly along the dry riverbed. That night, villages and towns that were closer to the dry riverbed heard some rumbling bombings. However, there are dangerous species in this world, and no one dares to check the situation at night when making huge noises. On the contrary, the village that hears the movement with the town, the people inside were scared by the huge bombing and the green energy light that might be seen in some places. Those people were worried that the unknown existence of causing big news might come to attack their gathering place. Broly worked all night to dig springs, lakes, to build canals. After he was a little weak in Batunan, he finally managed to recover the entire Kadasi River. The sound of the thunderous water sounded particularly pleasant. When the morning light was light, when you flew over the river from the sky, you could already see some figures appearing on the edge of the river. They happily jumped in the river where the shallow waters appeared. In addition, some people would kowtow to the stone tablet that remained near the entrance of the spring. There is no doubt that letting the dry river recover one night is a real miracle. Uncle Batunan, what should I do if I wanted to open the spring in other places? Broly was very happy with the achievements he had achieved in his work all night, so he asked Batunan whom he was picking up. This requires finding the groundwater veins. Batunan's face was a little pale, but he still cheered up and answered Broly's question. How to find the groundwater veins? Broly asked again. The geology of each region is different, and the specific situation needs to be analyzed in detail, but there is a simple way to find groundwater veins, that is, find places where green plants are lush or there are big trees. As long as you dig down along the roots of green plants and big trees, you will most likely be able to dig water. Batunan talked about the simplest way to find groundwater veins. Broly suddenly stopped and asked seriously, but what if there is no place in even plants? Well, it's likely that the water is not enough to gather into groundwater veins, or the water veins are hidden deeper underground. Such deep water veins cannot be found unless they can find the part of their exposed surface. Of course, if it were you, you might be able to dig more. What if you can't dig the ground? That may be that there is really no water vein in that place, you may be able to dig it in another place. Broly thought of Wanpaxing's almost identical surface environment, and felt that his journey to digging water experts had already begun, and he could have declared the end before it even began. He felt a little uncomfortable with mushrooms, but water, if there is water, our village can survive. Below was a group of villagers who were just excited about the sudden water in the KDC River. Hearing these cheers, Broly felt better. He was going back to find Kaitong, Haitong, Main, and Ests. Those 4 were the fountain of the Wampa star that he dug out in this world. Everyone, I'm back. Everyone, I have decided to send Green home and we will go to the imperial capital. Oh. Hey, when will you go home with me? Mellard's inquiry was drowned in the cheers of the team. Without rest, Broly and the children bid farewell to the well-diggers such as Batunan, leaving Kadasi and heading towards Bosur City where the Green family is. However, the stone monument of Saiyan God left by Broly is destined to be the true miracle legend of Kadasi. The stone tablet was accompanied by the emergence of a large number of springs, lakes, overnight, which also made the local nobles and rich people who had lost their interests dare not speak. If this is a human behavior, it will naturally block people's wealth, like killing their parents, and those who dare to recover the river will definitely kill them. However, this is obviously not something that manpower can do, so of course, don't pay attention to me, and don't notice that we used to make secretly profitable money while the area was short of water. The wealth in the eyes of the powerful K2C has changed from an iron ore buried underground in the past to a human mine that needs water. Because of the night of the Saiyan god cult, the interest system that regards human mines has been broken. The well-digger who knows the truth keeps the secret and just preaches in private. People who don't know the truth, such as the leader of the Oasis sect who was supported by the powerful and wealthy people in the K2C area, used to restrict the public's desire to dig deep wells privately, were anxious. In the end, when the K2C river completely recovered, the Saiyan god cult quickly spread in K2C, and after being recognized and believed by the widespread masses, he died in his own bed. Some people say that he was punished by God because he misinterpreted his will, while others say that he was assassinated by the powerful K2C behind him. There are many different opinions on the truth from outside, and no one knows it, but since that day, the original Oasis cult in the K2C area was quickly disbanded. Some nobles and rich gentry who once joined the Oasis cult made public remarks, loudly denounced the Oasis god as a false god, and that they and other mortals were guilty of being deceived into entering the church but did not recognize the true god of Sai. For this reason, they were willing to donate a lot of wealth to atone for their sins and convert to the Saiyan church. Of course, since there is no spokesperson for the gods to come forward and speak, Batunan, a well-digging master who once attracted the resurrection K2C investment in the upper circle but was regarded as a clown by most powerful people. With the support of a group of powerful people, Batunan became the first pope of the Saiyan god cult, and Batunan was confused throughout the whole process. Although he did participate in the miracle of river recovery, he did not leave his name at all. He did not expect that he could be found and was squeezed into a pope by a group of powerful people without any rejection. The original money returned to Broly and became poor again. Batunan became a pope of the Saiyan god who had a large amount of donations, which made Batunan feel that the world was changing too fast, and he don't understand it. However, he calmed down quickly. He could not resist this strange fate anyway, so he simply became a pope. He summoned the well-diggers who had seen the miracle happen with his own eyes, and used the money donated by the powerful to start repairing the waterways in various places in K2C, as well as planting trees in afforestation to consolidate the soil water storage function. In Jiaisha village, when I saw the Broly name engraved on the stone tablets of the lake near the village, Dam, who chose to return to the village, burst into tears. In Biang town, Turek from the painter's family lamented that he had come back too early, but although he came back too early, he also vowed to draw the story of meeting brother Broly and his friends on a trip. He wanted everyone here to know what charm the person who saved them had. However, because the painting skills are not superb enough, it is better to practice the painting skills first. Turek waved his brush and first drew Nahashu, who had the best relationship. But no matter how you look at it, the characters on the canvas are a little twisted. Chapter 72 The bookstore that was targeted. The Lord of Bosur City levies heavy taxes and formulates various high tax systems, but Bosur City is still one of the most prosperous cities in the western region. Its prosperity is based on the demographic dividend and is the largest population trade market in the western region, and it openly recognizes the legitimacy of the slave trade. The entry fee for those who did not bring goods will charge more than 100 imperial coins per person, which is no different from robbing money. Nahashu complained that he had seen such a high entry fee when he was in the border city. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of good people who give us money on the way here. Broly didn't care much about this little money. On the way to the city, they encountered a team of multiple slave traders. When they saw so many high-quality children who could be regarded as slaves, the slave traders chose to be good people. In 3 days, 7 slave traders of different sizes attacked them, and nearly 200 people fled in the wilderness. After finding a hotel to stay in, we have to wash the carriage, which is full of dried blood. Lawson also complained, and it was this dried blood that made the slave trader team who saw them dare not approach. This is also natural. You can smell the bloody smell of their team of sheep but actually evil tigers in 1 mile in the wind. Whoever dares to come here is either stupid or overconfident. Obviously, the people behind are neither stupid nor confident, which highlights the caution of walking outside. I don't know if those who left will encounter the slave team again and then be captured as slaves. Maine was a little worried about the situation of some slaves rescued in the transport vehicle after the slave trade team was defeated. If you gather people like this, then how can you go to the imperial capital? At that time, Mellard took out his boss identity and strongly opposed it, and the rescued slaves were not collected and taken away as before. Instead, they distributed some food and money to each, and then divided the transportation in the slave trade team, so that the group of people could go their separate ways. Whatever you do, it's already a blessing for those people to be rescued once. If they are caught again, they can only blame them for their bad luck. Mellard didn't care about this. She just wanted Broly to finish the other things as soon as possible and go home with herself. But before that, you still have to find a hotel to take a shower. In 3 days, there were many attackers. Even if Mellard took few moves, there was a smell of blood on his body. Green, should we go to your house first, or should we go to the hotel to repair it together? Broly asked the boy wearing glasses. Brother Broly, I'm not in a hurry, I can fix it first. The closer Green got to Bosier City, the more scared he felt. He was worried that his parents really sold him. There was a saying in Lausanne before that is right, some truths are actually better than knowing, especially when some truths are really not satisfactory. Everyone said nothing when they saw him like this. The team had already arrived in Bosier City. They wouldn't stop before finding out the truth and pass by the house without entering. Now it's just a time to prepare Green himself for mental preparation. Mr. Cabrera, Mrs. Cabrera, I wonder if you two agree with the reselling of the bookstore. Mr. Troyei is very sincere. The price given is 20% higher than the market price. You can open a bookstore in another place. In an old bookstore, a philanthropist said to the young couple in the bookstore with a suitcase. You want to acquire our bookstore? Yes, I can promise you. Hearing this, the philandering man looked happy and heard the young man opposite say the following, but I have one condition, that is, to return our son. Mr. Cabrera, I have said many times that Mr. Troyei is a serious businessman. He will not kidnap your son in order to acquire your bookstore. We have this condition to find our son and sell this bookstore to you. In addition, we do not accept simple money transactions, no matter whether you are paying 20% of the market price or twice the price. The man's attitude was very firm and had no room for other negotiation. Mr. Cabrera, I must remind you that Mr. Trey is not a good-tempered person. He is already very patient with you couple. Then, should I thank him? Thank you for forcing me to sell my own bookstore and for asking him to kidnap my son. I repeat again, Mr. Trey did not let someone kidnap your son. I don't care about this. My son's disappearance happened after you asked to buy my bookstore and was rejected by me. I don't know who the real prisoner is. I can only treat you as prisoners. And bringing my son back intact is the prerequisite for you to buy my bookstore. Without this prerequisite, everything is free of negotiation. In addition, if your boss wants to play some tricks, then come on. My father was once the clerk of the old marquis and he still has some connections. After saying this, the young man drove the Philistine man out of the bookstore. How about it, has the bookstore been negotiated? No, Mr. Troyei, the family insisted that we would take back their son before they would consider transferring the bookstore to us. Damn it, if a child is gone, will they not give birth to another one? Tra was cursing, and at this moment, the laughter of his subordinates and the drink girl came from beside him, which made him a little angry. He walked over and kicked the man who touched the woman's thigh to the ground. You still have the face to play with women here. If you hadn't done the matter and let the kidnapped child be left by an unknown guy, I would have bought the bookstore 3 months ago. Facing the boss's roar, the man kicked to the ground did not dare to refute it. 3 months ago, he went to take away the child of the bookstore's family. But I was urged to urinate in the middle, so I put some water in the sack by the wall, and I was left by some bastard. Mr. Troyei, are we going to help get the child back? The philander man asked carefully. How to find it? This is the slave capital. A child is lost. Where do you ask me to find it? Please ask Miss Twina. Ha, for this big thing, I'll ask my sister. Is your mother's head watered? Yes, yes, my mind is flooded. Mr. Natroai, are we going to give up that bookstore? Give up, why give up? The slave market is about to expand, and the land in that bookstore is about to appreciate. Why should I give up? Cabarella's family has a firm attitude. Take some people tonight and ask them to press the handprints of the transfer contract. But that family has some connections. Don't you understand the relationship when you leave? Besides, can't they not be able to find someone, shut up forever? Force them to sign their names, set fire and burn the bookstore and people. By the way, Green, what is your family doing? In the hotel, Lawson asked after taking a shower. What's wrong with the bookstore? Green, who was wearing clothes, replied. Chapter 73 The Shop Gang. According to common sense, those who can open a bookstore should not sell their children. After taking a shower, a group of children were discussing this issue at the dinner table, hoping to inspire Green with analysis. But the time when I was caught in a sack, my parents looked sad. However, Green still looked melancholy. The more he recalled his parents before becoming a slave, the more he thought that his parents had encountered difficulties and chose to sell himself. After all, many of their companions have this situation, such as Dam in Jiaisha village. Unlike Dam, even if his parents really have any difficulties in selling their own things, Green really finds it difficult to forgive such things and choose to stay. It may be a misunderstanding. No, the more I think about it, the more I feel it is. It's okay, I'll go to your house tonight. If this is the case, I can beat them up for you. Broly said, holding his small fist. That's right, that's right. Friends agreed. Brother, everyone. Green was a little moved, but he didn't know what to say. With Broly's statement and the support of his friends, Green felt that no matter what the truth was, he had the courage to face it. At worst, you can throw a sum of money to buy yourself. Then, since then, life is the elder brother's man, death is the elder brother's ghost. Okay, let's have a meal first. The whole roasted lamb was served on the table, and the bread made of fine wheat was delicious. Finally, I had another meal of food that was not smelly of blood. The faces of a group of children were filled with happiness of being satisfied with food. You must bring enough water when getting off the bus, so that you can clean the bloody smell in time after the delivery person is solved. Some people around who were originally malicious about this group of children were approaching and heard what Broly and others were chatting while eating. Thinking of the rumors of the child demon killing convoy who had brought him with him after he came to this city in the past 2 days, he couldn't help but feel cold and retreated silently. The evil people are afraid of the murderers. Obviously, Feng Ping was killed again because of some good people who delivered goods to their doorsteps and the small team led by Broly. Who are you and what are you doing? It was getting late. Fran. Cabrera was about to close the door when suddenly a group of people flocked to the bookstore. This incident caused the man to quickly retreat, run to the counter, and pick up a broom. I think you know who we are. The bookstore incident made Mr. Tra very unhappy. The gentleman asked us to solve this problem for him. The leading strong man said this and took out a transfer contract. If Mr. Cabrera doesn't want to suffer from his own and your wife, then sign it up. Mr. Tra said to him, the money will be given according to the quote he gave you today. This is your last chance. Don't think about it, you bastards, I said it unless you see my son. Ha, I knew it would be like this, since that's the case. Wait, I'll sign. What, do you know you're scared? You have already brought my son back, so I will keep my promise. What's your son? The leader was a little confused about the situation. Green. I heard the woman next to me shouting to the door with some excitement. The leader was shocked and turned around and saw the boy who was kidnapped by himself 3 months ago but was not sure which bastard was walking away. He is now standing at the door of the bookstore with another group of children, staring at the situation inside the bookstore in a daze. You're actually back. He was a little surprised. It's you. Green always remembers the sound of his guy walking away with his sack. Yes, we have brought your son back. You can sign the transfer book directly. The order that Tra gave him to the adult was to force the owner of the store to sign the bookstore transfer book. And if the Cabrera and his wife give in, don't kill people and burn the store. Because if you win the bookstore like that, the price will be greater. Now is undoubtedly the best situation. The Cabrera couple's missing son actually ran back by himself. What are you signing, and what are you bringing me back? Green asked, and he realized something was wrong. Go and make that little ghost quiet. The strong man in charge of his younger brother beside him, and he nodded and walked towards the door. It doesn't matter how the owner of this shop came back. The important thing is that now, don't let the other party talk nonsense and destroy yourself to complete the tasks assigned by Tra to the adults. If you can do things well this time, it will definitely offset the bad impression caused by the last time's failure and mistakes. Come on, Mr. Cabrera, you're here now. Before the leading man could finish his words, the younger brother who had just walked towards the door flew over from the side. With a bang, my brother hit the bookshelf, and the book fell down, burying the person. Oh! The wailing sounded below can prove that the other party is still alive. Green, since this group of people took you away and sold you into slavery, then let's knock them down first and then ask clearly the situation. Broly retracted his shot and said to the boy with glasses beside him. Stupid little guy. The strong man in the lead was extremely angry. Isn't the slap of his younger brother just like slapping him in the face, and being slapped in the face by a child? This is simply a shame. Play. That's how it is. Tra was preparing for the adults to do a business of reselling appreciation land around the expanded new slave market. In order to buy this bookstore, I asked me to kidnap the son of the owner of the bookstore 3 months ago, which was originally intended to scare. But the strong man in the leading man who was beaten to the point of bruising face quickly explained the reason for the kidnapping. After learning that it wasn't his parents who sold him, Green felt relieved. But he was very angry, and he walked up and kicked the bastard in the crotch of the kneeling bastard. Ayo! The strong man groaned in pain, covered his crotch and fell to the ground, becoming a scimitar. Green. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Next, it was a scene of the family reuniting and hugging each other. Although I have seen many scenes, Green came out of the forest together and was the last child to leave the team. Therefore, my friend still gave him applause. By the way, what should we do with these guys? Kai Tong pointed at the 7 people who fell to the ground and asked. If this is outside the city, this question may not be asked. What do you think they died of sudden illness? Baidu, Mei, Divine Fist, Rad, suggested. Or, can they be arrested outside the city and fed dangerous seeds? Ests also said a solution. Chapter 74 Dismissal without compensation. I have old people and young people, and my whole family will rely on me to support me. If I die, my whole family will starve to death. Please show your compassion. I am the same, adults, please show your compassion. Mellard and Est's words were a bit scary. When these big and thick thugs heard this, they were so scared that they begged for mercy. Woo 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 woo. Even the strong man who turned into a pupa on the ground was trying to make some noises, and tears were almost flowing down. He didn't want to be killed, nor did he want to be taken out of the city to feed dangerous seeds. Ha, who can you gangsters deceive you? Hey, are they lying? Ah. Nahasho looked over in surprise and found that there were still people in the team who believed it. For example, Brother Broly and Chi Tong who don't like to use his brains very much. Brother, this should be just an excuse for them to beg for mercy. Nahasho had to explain. Oh, they're making excuses. Broly, Chi Tong and others suddenly realized. No, sir, I really have a daughter to raise at home. So too, sir, I really have an old mother to take care of. Woo 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 woo. The thug on the ground quickly shouted, fearing that he would be slow, and he might be dealt with by these terrifying children. That's what they said. Chi Tong looked at Nahaxiu. Nahaxiu didn't say anything. It would be up to Brother Broly to decide what to do with this group of people. Green, what do you think? If you want to get rid of these guys who have made you miserable, I will get rid of them for you. Broly's fingertips lit up green light. There might be people who tell the truth among them, but he actually didn't care much. The priority of the wife and companion outside is higher. If Green thinks they should be solved, he will help solve these guys. As for the solution, Broly decided to provide everyone with energy bomb evaporation services, ensuring that there will be no traces left except fly ashes. Green was a little confused. This group of people was very hateful, which almost led to his misfortune and his parents. If he had not begged for mercy and said those words, Green would definitely not hesitate and chose to solve them. But these people beg for mercy, and the words of these people beg for mercy include both parents and elderly people who need to take care of them and children who need to raise them. If they are solved like this, will there be children who want to become orphans, and there are elderly people who want to be old and have nowhere to rely on? Just beat them up so that these people will no longer cause trouble for my parents and my bookstore in the future. Green did not choose to deal with the person who fell on the ground in the end. Broly respected his opinion and put away his anger at his fingertips. A group of children pulled the guys on the ground up again and beat them up again. In the future, stop asking Green and this bookstore for trouble, do you know? After the fight, Broly and others warned. I know. The gangster who had completely turned into a pig's head responded a little afraid, barely supporting each other, and fled from the Cabrera bookstore. Green's parents learned from their son's mouth that the wonderful story that happened to them were very grateful to Broly and others for saying that they should be treated to anything. However, Broly had already eaten when the child came over, and he did not continue to accept the invitation from Green's parents. But in the difficulty of reciprocity, every child took some books from Green's bookstore as a reward. Chi Tong got a complete collection of barbecue books and Black Tong got a complete collection of dessert methods. Ma Yun seemed interested in guns and got a tutorial book for getting started with mechanical basics. Ests didn't take it. She didn't have the subjective intention of sending Green home. Like her, Melad's master and servant did not choose to get the book. But Broly asked if there were any books that improved the value of his wife's happiness, and then Fran Cabrera recommended a book that specializes in female psychology. The book is very good and thick, but there is a key problem, that is, most of the people in the team are illiterate, which includes Broly himself. Broly and others discovered this after taking the book back to the hotel, which was different from other people's cooking collections and pictures and text introductions. Broly's psychology book is a big book that cannot understand words, based on the knowledge osmotic information that emerges in his mind. That night, Broly used the big notebook as a pillow. It's true that it's just right to put the hard pillow and book under your neck. During this sleep, he felt very comfortable and dreamed of the dream of the sudden increase in happiness. Tra was so sad that he sent a group of subordinates out to do dirty work, but the guys ran back in a mess and told him that the mission had failed. The failure was not because of the Cabrera couple's preparations, but just a group of little kids who were less than their waist high. They were defeated by a group of children and ran back like a stray dog. Terra, you don't know that the children we face are like monsters. Even the one I once easily took away within sacks was reappeared after reappearing and could knock me down. They were completely different. Enough, I don't want to listen to your incompetence again. Go back and get your luggage. You incompetent guys have been fired. I don't want to see you in the manor tomorrow. Mr. Trai, you can't abandon us like this. We have shed blood for you and sold our lives for you. This time we were even beaten like this. Someone said. Ha, when you are valuable, I will naturally pay to hire you, but now you can't even beat a bunch of kids, what else do you want to say? The tall and thin man sarcastically said, then took out the pistol from his waist. If anyone doesn't want to leave, I don't mind asking that person to eat a gun and let him leave his life here. Facing the dark muzzle and the bruised nose and swollen face, the few people could only choose to leave in shame. Damn Trai, he swats the thing? If there wasn't a good-looking sister who had been with the Marquis, how would that guy be different from us? No, I can't help but breathe. What are you going to do? Don't seek death. No matter what, Tra can rely on his sister to talk to the Marquis for that guy. I know, but Trai will not give up on that bookstore. He will definitely go to trouble with that bookstore. Although I can't do anything to Tra, I can inform the Cabrera and his wife and make them both choke. Good idea. Damn it, if you dare to let us roll the bed and leave, you have to cause some trouble for him. When a group of dismissed gangsters were indignant and were about to cause some trouble for their former boss who had been dismissed, Trai also found his sister overnight. Chapter 75 Someone wants to see how they die. Tavana is the most beloved mistress of Marquis Bozil. The reason why she stands out from many mistresses is that she is sensible in addition to her beautiful appearance, is the reason why she is loved by Marquis Bozil. When other mistresses could only reach out and ask for this and that thing to the Marquis, Tavana had long been paying attention to the Marquis' emotional gains, and sometimes she would in turn give Marquis Bozil money. Although this money is earned with the power of Marquis Bozil, the senses give the other person completely different feelings. For this reason, Tavana, who has hope and ambition to become the new hostess of the Marquis mansion, attaches great importance to her younger brother Trey. Because in order to make money, Trey would also give her some of the money she got so that she could please Marquis Bozil. Therefore, when he heard that his younger brother was blocked from making money and came to his side for help, Tavana quickly helped him. It is definitely not possible to ask the Marquis escorts to help. Trouble them is the same as trouble Lord Marquis, but if you just need some powerful thugs, I can introduce someone to you. Who? That was a big slave merchant named Benboan. When he met the Marquis, he was surrounded by some powerful slave fighters. What causes you trouble is a group of good-looking kids, and if those kids do not have a background behind them, you can introduce them to the slave merchant. I think the other party will be interested in the marquis for the sake of the marquis, but you know what to do with the reputation of the marquis. I know that I will devote 50% of the profit I earn to my sister. Tavana was very satisfied with this, but she still gave her a lesson. It is not dedicated to me, but to the marquis. She wrote down an address on the paper and handed it to her younger brother for him to find it by herself. Late at night, the big slave merchant Benborn was suddenly visited. After knowing that the visitor was the younger brother of the most beloved woman around Marquis Bozil, he posed in a warm manner and received the person who disturbed his rest. When Trey was to show his purpose, whether he wanted to use a thug to handle a bookstore or to introduce him to high-quality goods, the big slave merchant Benborn said humbly that there was no problem at all. If those children can be used as good products, I will definitely give you a high price, just treat it as intelligence fee, and please ask Mr. Tra to accept it. Then I will also help Mr. Benbowen solve the problem of expanding slave trading market and fixed stalls in the future. Haha, that's all. Tomorrow I will take some slave fighters and go to the bookstore that Mr. Tra said to help Mr. Tra solve some trouble for Mr. Tra. Tomorrow, I will wait for you at the bookstore, and we will see you all the time. The two made an appointment for time, drank wine, and then parted with each other with a smile. Master, why should I pay attention to such a small person? After sending away Tra-i, Benburn's brave subordinates couldn't help but ask. He is a little man, but his sister is not a little man. Sometimes, the pillow of the person he likes is more effective than anything else. Thinking of the difference between Marquis Bozil whom he met and treating a beautiful mistress around him, Benburn's mouth couldn't help but curl up. I originally wanted to send some gifts, but I was worried that I might be misunderstood by the Marquis and mistakenly thought that I had an intention to have a mistress he loved, but now her brother came to the door to help, so I have decided to help. By the way, hasn't Tai Nu come back yet? Maybe something happened on the road, it's delayed. Slave fighter Hawk replied that he and Iron Nu were Benburn's loyal slaves and the double flower red sticks in Benburn's slave merchant group. The next day, the great slave merchant Benborn brought the slave fighter to the vicinity of the Cabrera bookstore. As soon as I came over, I saw a chair in front of the bookstore I was going to handle, and a child was sitting on the chair. There are more children around them, and most of them have unhappy expressions on their faces, as if they will beat them if they will provoke them. At first glance, Benbowen felt that he was in great luck, because those children were simply as high-quality goods as the goods selected by experienced slave merchants. If there is no behind, if you have any background, you will definitely make a big profit after taking them down. What a lucky day, Mr. Trai. I can't wait to get the bookstore together with him and do a business of purchasing goods. Here, Mr. Benburn is really on time, but I'm a little late. Is it that bookstore, that group of children? Yes, it's that bookstore, and yes, it should be those children. Although the waste subordinates were fired by themselves, they said that they would defeat their children when they exonerated their incompetence yesterday, but they were still quite detailed. In order to confirm the identities of Broly and others at the entrance of the bookstore, Tra was immediately confirmed. Since that's the case, let's go over. After saying this, Benbowen took the people to walk over first. Hey, what are you doing? Benbowen came over with a group of people, and Lawson asked about the situation for his elder brother from a distance. Originally, their group was about to set off for the imperial capital in the morning, but Green suddenly ran over and said that among the people who came to make trouble yesterday, someone secretly ran to their bookstore last night and told the news that the boss behind them would not give up and would also come to trouble the bookstore. This made Brother Broly a little angry. He only ate a few breadsticks and a few kilograms of fresh roast beef in the morning, not half of his previous meals, so he ran over to the bookstore to wait for some blind bastards to come to him. What, don't your bookstore welcome customers? Benbowen asked with a smile. If you are really a customer of a bookstore, welcome is naturally welcome, but if you are in trouble with this bookstore, I can only tell you that you will die. Broly, who was sitting on the chair, said this in a silence. He had already decided that by noon, if the guy who came to make trouble had not come yet, he would take the initiative to look for it and ask clearly what was going on here. Ha, at a young age, I'm not very angry. Benburn laughed and winked at Hawk beside him. That boy, what would you do if I said we were here to make trouble? The slave fighter Hawk understood, walked forward and pinched his fist bones, and said with a smile to Broly on the chair. Are you sure? Broly asked. I'm sure. Then you will die. Broly gave a simple answer to this question very seriously. Haha, then I want to see what you will tell me. Before he finished speaking, Hawk felt a little strange because his perspective suddenly flew out. Ah! When he came to his senses, he was interrupted by someone and only his upper body was left, and he started to wail in great pain on the falling street. I'll ask you again, are you really coming to trouble this bookstore? Broly appeared in front of only the lower half of the male body at some point, but he waved his hand and easily realized this strange wish for the man who wanted to see how he died. Broly is a Saiyan with a very good temperament, although he may act like bombing with energy to open a road in the forest for some things, such as in order to open a road in the forest, and thus accidentally take away a bunch of innocent lives. But under normal circumstances, he will not kill indiscriminately. Here, as long as the group of people in front of him answered we are not here to trouble the bookstore, they could easily deceive him. But unfortunately, after seeing his subordinate's tragic appearance, the big slave merchant Benborn made an extremely irrational decision. Hurry up, get your weapons and kill him. Chapter 76 What is the difference between this and the output of writing a face? A battle broke out in front of the bookstore, but the battle ended soon. When Broly had no intention of acting and actually attacking, there was no big difference between humans and ants in this world. The reason why ants are described instead of microorganisms is mainly because of real microorganisms. Broly is difficult to kill with his fists and feet, and he has to use energy to blast him. With a casual wave, he smashed the last guy who rushed over, including his weapons and people, and spilled them on the street. Vomit. Behind me, Green's parents vomited. Fortunately, most of the shops around have been sold, and no one noticed what was happening here, so there was no greater riot. Devil, you are a demon. All his subordinates were killed in a few seconds. Benboen felt fear and shouted these words and turned around and ran away. Hey, how did you know? Broly was a little surprised. When someone called him a monster in the past, rebuttal words came into his mind. Monster? No, I'm a demon. I didn't expect to meet someone here who was not called wrong. However, the reason why the other party who was called wrong was not a reason why the other party who wanted to come and cause trouble was let go. Broly jumped lightly with a slight kick, then came to the back of the escaped big slave merchant and kicked him gently behind the other party. Touch! Benboen shot out, as if he was hit by a heavy truck at high speed, and then hit the hard wall. Such a picture can only be said that the bright red paint was suddenly thrown on a clean wall, which is a very artistic way of death. There was only one person left at the scene. The cruel scene in front of him was too fast, and Troyei didn't react, and everything was about to end. On there, do you want to be killed, and do you want to see how you died? I can satisfy you. Broly walked towards Troyei, asking as he approached, willing to give the dying person a chance to express his last wish. If it is not a very difficult wish to satisfy, Broly doesn't mind helping, such as others' requirements for the way to die. You, don't come here. Trey took out the gun, but because he was too scared, the man failed to hold the pistol firmly and directly let a pretty revolver fall to the ground. As Broly approached gradually, Troyei didn't dare to pick it up. Of course, since someone had moved the gun just now, he also knew that the gun could not protect himself. You can't kill me, my sister is the most beloved woman of Marquis Bowser. In order to step back step by step, Tra stepped back to the wall. In order to survive, he moved out of the biggest backstage. Why? Broly didn't understand who this person's sister was and what did it have to do with the person being killed. Once you hurt me, my sister will not let you go. The Marquis loves my sister very much, and he will not let you go. So that is, they will come to cause trouble, right? Broly asked. It's good to know. Let me go now. I can pretend that this has not happened today. The monster stopped in front of him and did not take action directly. Tra was relieved. And he immediately expressed his willingness to expose the conflict. If this bookstore had already said that such a terrifying guy was backing, who would have dared to make a decision? Can you tell me what your sister is called? Tavana, what's wrong? Do you think I'm lying to fool you? No, I'm willing to believe you, and thank you. Broly sincerely thanked the man, and the next second he raised his hand and pushed the other person's chin. Tra's eyes widened, her neck twisted into a twist, and fell down directly. He might not have expected the boy to do something, his face full of astonishment. But this is just one side of yours. Next, I will ask your sister and the Marquis's thoughts in person. After saying that, Broly dragged the person over. When the child at the entrance of the bookstore saw that the battle was over, he also began to help clean up the scene. Brother, you should use a little bit of strength. These people are all broken by you. Lawson complained a little and took the broom to sweep the wall. Sorry, I got a little angry after knowing that there was someone coming to cause trouble for Green, so I used a little more effort. Broly felt embarrassed to see his friends having difficulty cleaning the battlefield. It doesn't matter, just pay attention next time. A group of children quickly piled up the bodies, and as Broly bombed the pile of corpses, these fresh pieces of meat were directly wiped out. There is still a little more blood here. Green, do you have a bucket in your bookstore? Yes, and there is a well in the backyard. I'll draw water to wash the floor now. We'll help, too, and we have to wash it clean, otherwise it will be bad if the sheriff finds out. Green's parents had stopped vomiting, looked at their son and another group of children as usual, and began to clean the street floor outside the bookstore. As adults, they looked at each other and quickly joined in. Please solve the problem. Can we set off today? When Mellard came to Broly, she asked. She was not too surprised by the cruelty of the boy killing others. After all, during the martial arts meeting, Broly could even dismantle the ring easily. It was really easy to dismantle a few guys who didn't have the eyes to make trouble. I can't set off yet. The dead guy just now said that he had a sister and would come to trouble Green's bookstore, so I'm going to ask about the situation. We were far away just now and didn't hear what he said to you clearly, so, what is the origin of that guy? Mellard asked, and Estes came over to listen at this time. She felt that what she had done later could actually be handed over to her. There seems to be a marquis behind that man, and her sister is the marquis' favorite woman. Broly told the situation truthfully. Wait, the marquis you are talking about is the lord of this city, Marquis Bowser, right? Mellard asked. Yes, it's this marquis. Broly nodded. Mellard. So, are you going to kill the owner of this city next? Estes was a little eager to try it out, and it sounded like there was a fierce battle to fight. How is that possible? The man may be lying to me. I just want to go to the sister and the marquis he mentioned and ask about the situation. Where are you going to ask? Are you going to ask me? What are you going to ask? If you say you killed the other party's younger brother or brother-in-law, can someone else not come to cause trouble for you? Mellard only felt that it was very nonsense. He killed someone and asked others if he was in trouble. What is the difference between this and directly writing the face and outputting it directly? However, the boy in front of him nodded seriously. Mellard, you're good at asking, I'm going to ask this. Chapter 77 Courtesy Visit and Enter the Door Rudely. Okay, then don't bring anyone else when you go and ask. Hey, won't you go together? Not. To mention Estes and I for now. Others who follow you will most likely become a burden to you. Kai Tongmane and others did have some experience in fighting with others because of their experience, but in the eyes of Mellard, the successor of the assassin, they were all very immature. It is okay to deal with ordinary battles, but they go directly to the Lord's mansion in Bozil to provoke. They are not as invulnerable as Broly. If you really follow me, you will have to die if you don't pay attention. It is possible that you will even die all of them. Mellard doesn't want these cute girls to die. But I'm not going to fight, I just want to ask something. Broly said. But if you finish asking and the person being asked says he will come to cause trouble, what will happen? Mellard asked back. I will solve the problem. Broly answered seriously. That's all, you have to deal with them, and they will definitely resist. After resisting, you will fight. Others are not as sturdy as you, and they will not break the defense if they are hit by a bullet. At that time, what will you feel if anyone is injured or dead? Murad's words made Broly think, and he suddenly realized that Chi Tong and the others were individuals much weaker than themselves. I'll feel angry and sad. Broly thought about it carefully and replied. Thank you, Mellard, I know what to do. He thanked him seriously. So, I'll go with you. Estes said this, she was ready to hunt the owner of the city. No, you stay, Estes, and you are not allowed to follow Mellard. Broly directly rejected Estes's colleague's proposal. I don't plan to follow you. Mellard muttered that after knowing the boy's strength, she was not worried about Broly's personal safety. Let me go with me, I will take good care of myself. In order to participate in the battle, Estes actually became charming to Broly. But this move was useless for Broly, even if her happiness value was reduced, she would not agree. Broly could still clearly distinguish some happiness values from the total number of happiness values of the other party. However, seeing that the happiness value showed a downward trend after Ests was rejected, Broly was still a little uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he said to the northern girl, Ests, you said you are the owner I won and will listen to me. Then I will order you to stay in a safe place and not to follow me. Are you unwilling to listen to me? Ests. The boy who is tough in order to stay in a safe place and cares about his own safety issues seems to be very good. Okay, you're better than me, you have the final say. Est's happiness value is rising. Looking at the lost appearance of Ests and looking at the information about the other party's happiness value being increased, Broly slowly raised a question mark. After arranging all his friends in the bookstore, Broly went to the city lord's mansion to ask questions alone. Hello, I'm here to find Marquis Bozil. Broly came to the city lord's mansion and said politely to the guards on both sides of the door. I wonder who you are, this young master. Seeing a boy dared to call his Marquis so casually, the two guards at the gate of the city lord's mansion did not dare to neglect each other easily. One of them carefully found out Broly's identity. Broly was less sensible, and when he heard someone ask about his identity, he honestly answered them. My name is Broly, and I am the most beloved woman of Marquis Bozil and the solution to Tavana's younger brother. Oh, it turns out it's Ms. Tavana's younger brother. The guards at the door were in awe of the grace, and they were the lady who might become the hostess of the Marquis mansion. Wait, what did you say, the solver? But soon he realized that there seemed to be something wrong with Broly's difficult words. I am not her brother, I am the one who killed her brother. Before her brother died, he told me that she and Marquis Bozil would come to cause trouble for me, but I didn't believe that person, so I came over and asked Marquis Bozil and Tavana if they would come to cause trouble for me. Broly explained again. After some contemplation, the two guards at the door figured out the real message of Broly's words. So, you little devil dare to fool us. One of the guards was immediately angry and kicked him up. I didn't fool you. I really want to ask those two people if they will come to cause trouble. Broly easily blocked the guard's kick and reiterated his purpose. Damn it, this guy is not simple, help me. The guard wanted to stop his feet, but couldn't take them back at all, so he quickly told his companion next to him. Bastard, let go. Another guard raised his gun, pointed it at Broly's head and shouted. Oh. Broly was very obedient and let go of his hand. Oh. The guard who was trying hard to pull his feet lost his balance and fell down. My butt hurts so much. Damn stinky little guy, I'm going to kill you. The guard who was hurt by the fall was furious, rubbed his butt and got up and pulled his knife. It's just a prank, little devil, there's no need to kill him. However, the guards holding the gun were a little reluctant and persuaded them. No, it's not you who hurts when you fall, it's me. However, the guards pulled out their swords and didn't want to hear it at all. He just wanted to kill this stinky little guy who made him fool and made him look ugly. Bang! Not surprisingly, this guy was kicked out with his knife, and the gate of the city lord's mansion was directly smashed open by the flying guards. I just want to ask Marquis Bozil some questions, but you want to kill me. You are a hateful guy, but I have already kicked you, so we're the two of you. Broly said to the lifeless guard on the ground, and turned around and looked at the other guard who raised his gun to him. You don't want to attack me with the toys in your hand, do you? Broly's question silenced the alive guard. This young guard was very scared. He had just become the gate guard of the city lord's mansion, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. A senior guard at the gate, who was much stronger than himself, was kicked to death. Fearing that the young guard was stiff, he finally didn't fire a shot. He watched the boy who killed his companion walk into the city lord's mansion on his own, muttering to find the words of the Marquis inside. Assassin raided the city lord's mansion. However, not long after Broly walked in, the young guard started shouting outside quickly. But at this time, he no longer needed to shout, because there were already fighting sounds in the city lord's mansion. Chapter 78, Being regarded as an assassin, I opened an unparalleled house in the city lord's mansion. Broly didn't understand what was wrong with this. He clearly met everyone who came to ask who he was and what he was doing in the city lord's mansion, and he honestly explained his identity and purpose, but he would be attacked by those people every time. However, not understanding, it does not prevent Broly from launching an equally unceremonious counterattack against the people who attacked him. Therefore, the noise in the city lord's mansion became more and more frequent, and the situation of corpses everywhere made everyone confirm that an overly arrogant assassin is now coming from the front to attack the city lord's mansion, intending to be detrimental to the Marquis Beausir, who is the city lord. I dare to assassinate the city lord in broad daylight, and see if I, Jike, come to deal with you. The number one master of the city lord's mansion roared like this, and he, wearing heavy armor and natural divine power, rushed towards the dwarf assassin. Bang! Broly just underestimated the punch and let the heavy armored master of Beausir City fly up directly. The upper body was inserted into the ceiling, and as the bricks and stone debris fell, the body was swinging freely on the ceiling like boneless catkins. Sir, wait here first, I will deal with that guy. This time he played a Western cowboy character, and he still treated Broly as an invader, although it was true, pulled out a pair of revolver guns at his waist, and said something to the middle-aged man around him. Noon has arrived, the death revolver, let the monster die. The man suddenly jumped out of the corner of the corridor, and the moment he jumped over the corner, he shot 12 shots in a row. Even without waiting for Broly to say anything, he hit his forehead with a gun, and it was in the same position. It hurts. Broly was hurt by being beaten. He raised his hand to cover the hit eyebrows on his forehead. The 12 bullets pressed together were rubbed off his forehead. It turns out to be a monster, so take my move and shoot with your eyes. The Western cowboy quickly changed the bullets and jumped past the corridor again, with another 12 shots. This time, Broly was prepared and used his small hands to catch all the bullets shot. Hey, you guy, don't hit others randomly. If you hit me again, I'll hit you. Broly warned that he was just here to ask for something, but the people here were like taking guns and medicine. That monster is already afraid of me. He dares not come over now. I can hold back the time. The Western cowboy thought so, so she replaced the bullet again and jumped out. Death shooting. Broly grabbed the bullet, and this time he was not polite, and threw it directly towards the gunman who shot his forehead for the third time. Before the cowboy could land, a ball of blood sprayed out from the back of his head, and then fell to the ground next to him like a dead fish, motionless. A group of guys who don't understand people's words. Broly walked over, glanced at the body, and complained with some dissatisfaction. Hey, uncle over there, can you understand human words? The two strongest guards around him died without even a single move. Marquis Beausir was very sad, but he was not sad about the death of his trusted guard, but sad about his former self being blind and treating these two idiots who have no ability as masters, and hiring them to protect their own safety at a high price. As a result, when they were in danger, the two of them fled directly, but left themselves in a dangerous situation. Marquis Beausir wanted to lie under the table and crawl away quietly, but the assassin who came to attack him was a boy-like dwarf. He didn't need to bend down at the other party's height to see him hiding under the table. Yes, I am a person who can understand people's words. I don't know what instructions are there. Sweats on his forehead, Marquis Beausir forced a smile, and crawled out and said timidly to Broly. I finally met someone who can understand people's words. Well, I want to ask your Marquis for something, but I don't know where he is. Do you know where he is? Broly felt relieved when he saw that the man was so easy to talk to. Finally, he met someone who could communicate. It was really not easy. Marquis Beausir had already glimpsed the body in a corridor with his own light, and he didn't believe that Broly was just asking questions. However, the assassin's situation of not knowing himself made Marquis Beausir think. I know, the Marquis is now having fun in the uppermost room on the city lord's mansion. You only need to go up to the highest floor and find the only large bedroom on the left side of the stairs to find the Marquis of the city lord's mansion. Sir, I have explained everything to you, please don't kill me, let the villain have his life. In order to survive, Beausir how quickly kowtowed after explaining the matter. Hey, this uncle, you don't have to kowtow, because I don't want to live. Don't worry, since you haven't acted to attack me, you are safe. I believe in your evil, and everyone in this corridor attacks you? This is true. Thinking of this in his heart, Marquis Beausir showed a touch of emotion and quickly thanked him. Thank you, thank you. Uncle, please go. The people in the city lord's mansion have bad tempers. You must be careful not to be attacked. Broly waved goodbye to this kind-hearted guide uncle, then easily jumped up the stairs and walked towards the highest level. After Broly left, Marquis Beausir wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the next moment, he ran out of the city lord's mansion. Mr. Marquis. When the young guard saw the man running out, he couldn't help but stand up and salute and shout. "SHHH, SHHH, don't be too loud." Marquis Beausir's forehead was sweating again, and he felt that the guard was ignorant. "Where is my car?" he asked. "On here." The young guard quickly pointed out the way, and the Marquis's special carriage was usually parked in the special parking room on the right side of the city lord's mansion. "Very good. I'm leaving here to mobilize the army now. You're here to hold the assassin inside, do you understand?" Marquis Beausir said after boarding the carriage. "Ah, this." The young guard was a little embarrassed. "Can't you do it?" Marquis Beausir had an unexpected look on his face. In his opinion, this young guard had become a guy who was not loyal to his duties. "No, Lord Marquis, I will try my best." The young guard responded quickly. "I'm optimistic about you, young man. After I come back and lead the army to wipe out the assassins, you will be the hero who has made contributions to the guard this time. I will reward you at that time." Marquis Beausir patted the young guard on the shoulder, and when the young guard was excited, he drove his vehicle and ran away by himself. "Reward? A nonsense reward. I just said this just to make people work hard for me." When the assassin in the city lord's mansion was solved, he would not cure the young guard's crime of being ineffective in guarding the gate. Chapter 79 Cannon Fodder Concentration. Following the guidance of the kind uncle, Broly soon arrived at the top of the city lord's mansion. Push open the door and enter a wide bedroom. Soon, 3 women were found hiding under the table, a little nervous. "Who are you, Marquis Beausir?" Putting the table in your hand on the other side, Broly asked to the 3 people holding each other. "None of us." Hearing the question, the 3 women found shook their heads in horror and tried their best to deny it. "Is there no Marquis of Beausir here?" Broly was a little disappointed. "The Marquis has left, and it was the personal guard who took him away." One of the women quickly replied that the boy in front of him had bloodstains on his body, and he should be the dwarf assassin who broke into the city lord's mansion. She was worried that if she was slow, she would be killed by the other party. "I've left, so where has he gone?" Broly asked. "I'm sorry, we really don't know that, we are just Lord Marquis pets." The woman explained. "Okay, then who are Tavana?" Broly asked again. "Tavana is the Marquis mistress and occasionally serves the Marquis with us, but she is not here now." "Then where is she?" "We don't know either." "Woo-woo, please don't kill us, please." The 3 women couldn't stand it, and Brolin looked at her indifferently. Actually, it was a very calm gaze. Please refer to teacher Saitama's cute eyes here, but when there was blood on her body, it was a bit subtle and terrifying, and she started crying. "You didn't attack me, why did I kill you?" Broly was a little puzzled. "By the way, can you help me find Marquis Beausir? I have something to ask him." Broly was talking about objective facts, but the 3 women thought it was coercion. "We understand, we will try our best to help you find the Marquis." They walked out of the door crying, knowing that they were helping the assassin find the Marquis. They might be killed by the guards next to the Marquis when they found the Marquis. But they have no right to choose, because if they don't look for it, they may be harmlessly dwarfed by the people and animals behind them. The Rus assassin killed. As for Broly's words, is it true? Well, instead of believing in him, it is better to believe that there is light and justice in this world. I believe that one day, there will be justice people who suddenly emerge to help them save them from their slaves. Broly didn't think so much, but he just felt that there were still enthusiastic and good people in the city lord's mansion, such as the uncle who showed him the way before, and now when he was asked by him, he was willing to help him find the roles of the 3 big sisters of Marquis Beausir. "Marquis, where are you? Please come out, please come out. The assassin is looking for you." While crying and shouting, the 3 female slaves only felt that their lives were like a candle in the wind, and they could reach the end at any time. When others were helping to find someone, Broly himself was not idle. He searched for other rooms one by one, and new people were found by him one after another. Few of these people who were found attacked Broly again, because the guys who could attack Broly were the escorts of the city lord's mansion, but most of them died on the first floor. In order to intercept Broly invade the city lord's mansion, Broly was killed by Broly because of attacking Broly. Now the only civilians in the city lord's mansion are left behind, most of them are frightened. After being found by Broly, they soon followed the footsteps of 3 female slaves and joined the team looking for the Marquis together. From time to time, someone slipped away quietly, but when he reached the first floor, he was frightened by the tragic scene of the corpse in a corridor. In addition, there was a guy who looked outside with a head and a rifle in his hand. He looked like an assassin's accomplice. After seeing them, he waved to them, as if he wanted them to go out and kill them, and these people were scared back. The young guard stood at the gate of the city lord's mansion and was a little scared, but after being encouraged by the leaving marquis, he endured his fear and fulfilled his loyalty to the marquis here. Fortunately, the terrifying assassin boy did not appear, but some civilians in the city lord's mansion would come down from time to time. However, he was soon scared back by the horror scene on the first floor, which made him feel a little distressed when he wanted to call them out to take refuge. These civilians are too timid. The young guard complained in his heart, but in fact he was also very scared. This was known from the fact that he did not dare to enter the extremely bloody city lord's mansion. I don't know when the marquis will be able to come back with reinforcements. If the assassin cannot be held back before that, I don't know if I will go from a meritorious contributor to a guilty person who is blamed by the marquis. The young guard was thinking randomly, but in this way, he was dispelling the fear that kept rising in his heart. On the other hand, after leaving the city lord's mansion, Marquis Beausir quickly rushed to the city's military department. I was assassinated, or was in my own city lord's mansion. How did you, the chief of the military chief, actually let such a dangerous assassin sneak into my city? Faced with the questioning of the city lord Marquis Beausir, the chief of the military prefecture department was first confused, and then shocked. In his heart, he complained that there were so many people coming and going in the city every day, how could it be possible to check their identities one by one? This person immediately became serious and immediately expressed his feelings. Mr. Marquis, you are frightened. This is my mistake. I will mobilize the garrison to investigate the brave madman who dares to assassinate you. No need to investigate. Hurry up the army to the city lord's mansion. The bastard who forced him to assassinate me was very arrogant. He should still make a big fuss in my city lord's mansion. There are quite a lot of guards in the city lord's mansion, which makes Marquis Beausir think that the assassin is still entangled in the city lord's mansion by his own guards. I have to say that although the guessing process was wrong, the result was unexpectedly correct. Broly was indeed still in the city lord's mansion, and he was mobilizing others to look for the city lord's mansion, so he did not exist. Yes. The chief of the military prefecture department responded immediately, and the city garrison was soon mobilized. This big move also attracted the attention of some slave merchants. These slave traders were a little wary of the movements of the city garrison, worried that the Marquis Beausir was interested in the wealth they had, and were preparing to mobilize the army to kill them as pigs and eat meat. It's no wonder that this group of people has such an idea. The empire system is now in collapse, and the eating habits of some local nobles are really ugly. However, these well-informed slave merchants soon found out the reasons for the city's army's mobilization. I heard that there was a powerful assassin who killed the city lord's mansion in broad daylight and wanted to assassinate the marquis. Chapter 80. This opportunity to show goodwill must be seized. Go and mobilize our armed personnel. Where to go? Go and protect the city lord and do your best to the marquis. The city lord suffered a timely help. This opportunity to show goodwill must be seized. A smart man thought of this, so soon a group of slave merchants who wanted to please Marquis Beausir followed the local garrison with their armed forces. After some negotiations, they successfully joined the army as an assisting army. Everyone, you all have the heart. Where is it? The marquis has done so much for us. How can we see the marquis being assassinated by the evil man without any expression? Naturally, we have to come here to do our best. Hyatt, so fucking hypocritical. The slave merchant who spoke was severely criticized by the group of represented slave merchants below, but on the surface, everyone showed a hypocritical compliment. After all, there are so many people coming, and the Marquis of Beausir may not be able to remember who comes, but who doesn't come, it is easy to be remembered. Where is Ben Bowen? Why didn't he come? No, now there is a bad guy who has not come here and is remembered. Everyone looked at the obvious unexpected look on Marquis Beausir's face and said to themselves. Yudao is a peer and an enemy, but the slave merchants here want other slave merchants not to come. Let me find a notebook to remember who came and who didn't. Marquis Beausir immediately ordered someone to make records. The guy who came could just thank him. As for the guy who didn't come, he would definitely find trouble afterwards and let those guys who didn't come pay enough price. To put it simply, he found another reason for asking for money. However, after making a brief record, Marquis Beausir discovered that except for Ben Bowen, the big slave merchant. It seemed that all other slave merchants in the city had arrived. Humph, these guys are lucky, they are all here. Marquis Bozil was a little disappointed and decided to recover the loss from Ben Byrne. The private armed forces of local garrison and slave merchants, the entire team exceeded 5,000, and rushed towards the city lord's mansion in the city. This scene made the city residents avoid it. After the army passed, these talents were talking about what had happened, which would trigger a large-scale mobilization of the army. I knew this would turn out. Melod stood on the roof of the residential building, looking at the army heading towards the city lord's mansion, looking as expected. Do we want to attack that army? Est stood beside her and asked, looking ready to go. You're crazy and want to attack an army head-on. No. In the environment in the city, as long as the army line up and fires a volley, can you avoid or block it? Mellard raised an objective question. Esdras thought about it and found that he could not hide or stop him. Unless it is in the wild environment, it is impossible for us to rely solely on our personal strength to kill an army of thousands of people. So, now, let's follow us obediently and watch our boys perform. Mellard said this. Well, I admit you make sense, but I want to correct it. What? Broly is not your boy, but my boy and Akatsuki. Est said seriously. Mellard. This guy's sovereignty awareness is still so strong, it is obviously someone else's personal property. The army soon arrived near the city lord's mansion, and the rumbling movement of the march also attracted the attention of the young guards who were loyal to the gate of the city lord's mansion. After seeing the army, the young guard looked happy, waved his arms and ran towards the army, but this action caused the front row soldiers to lift their rifles and aimed at him. Marquis, is that an assassin? No, that's just the guard of the city lord's mansion. That man is running towards this side now. Do you want to let him come? Let him come over, he may know the current situation in the city lord's mansion. However, you have to remove the weapon in his hand. Marquis Bozil said. He needs to confirm now whether the assassin is still in the city lord's mansion. The young guard was quickly put into the army, and the rifle on his back was removed by the soldiers. Marquis, you finally came back with reinforcements, the young guard said excitedly. Don't say these useless things, what's going on in the city lord's mansion now? Did the assassin escape? Marquis Bozil was a little impatient and asked directly if he interrupted the young guard. There is no battle in the city lord's mansion, but the assassin has not escaped yet, but has taken others hostage and coerced them to find your trace in the city lord's mansion. The young guard replied quickly. Very good. Marquis Bozil slapped his thigh and looked at the chief of the military prefecture department and ordered, prepare to bombard the city lord's mansion. Ah, Lord Marquis, the assassin still has many hostages. Hearing this, the young guard hurriedly said. Marquis Bozil wanted to sneer, but when he saw the young guard caring for others sincerely, he raised his face and said, Young man, you know how powerful that assassin is. I can't let my army bear the risk of causing more casualties just because he has a hostage on his hands and fight with the other party in close combat. Young guard. He was somewhat unable to refute the Marquis' words. However, he thought of the scene where some people ran downstairs and were scared back, and his eyes lit up and he said, Marquis, there is only one person in the assassin. He also asked the hostages to help find your trace in the city lord's mansion, but he did not take strict care of those hostages. I think I can go there and rescue some hostages. Ha, it's like it is rare for young people who care about their colleagues like this. You can go there now and try to bring the hostages back, but I can only give you 5 minutes. Once the 5 minutes arrive, the army will directly bombard the city lord's mansion. Yes, Marquis, I promise to rescue as many people as possible within 5 minutes. The young guard was inspired, and assured the Marquis and rushed back. Young man, it's great to have motivation. Looking at the young guards running back, Marquis Bozil sighed a little. Mr. Marquis is so kind. I didn't expect to give the young man 5 minutes. The chief of the military bureau quickly flattered, and at this time, there were also various powerful people in Beausier who heard that the Marquis was assassinated and hurriedly came to express their condolences. They also agreed. The reason why they are so active is because they know more about how petty Marquis Bozil is. If they don't show off their positive performance now, they might be wearing small shoes in the future. What are you talking about? Marquis Bozil showed a surprised expression and said directly, Now, you will order the soldiers to directly bombard the city lord's mansion. Ah, Lord Marquis, Didn't you say you would give the other party 5 minutes to save the hostages? Ha, 5 minutes, what a joke. If the assassin runs away in these 5 minutes, can you bear the responsibility? Marquis Bossier felt uncomfortable when he thought of an assassin in the city who could kill him. It is impossible for him to stay in the army and be protected. Therefore, killing the assassin who attacked the city lord's mansion is a matter that must be resolved first. As for the possible casualties caused in the process of killing the assassin, Marquis Bossier doesn't care as long as his personal life safety is not endangered. After all, he was just a group of subordinates. If he had no more, he would just take action. If the assassin who attacked the city lord's mansion ran away, he would feel uncomfortable sleeping and eating. Of course, about that young guard, the other party was originally a poor guardian, and he could let the other party die directly while holding the assassin, which actually helped the young man die bravely. Well, I won't punish that guy's family more. Thinking of this, Marquis Bossier only felt that he was too kind. The young guard ran back stupidly, endured his fear and ran into the city lord's mansion, and was about to secretly go upstairs to take away the hostages in his eyes, but before he could get up to the second floor. Bang! The sound of shelling outside sounded directly with the vibration of the city lord's mansion. Ah, why did you fire at this time? Isn't it 5 minutes? The young guard was a little stunned, not sure why the fire outside fired in advance. Chapter 81. It seems that he is not an assassin. Broly felt the city lord's mansion was bombarded, but he didn't know why someone came to attack here. It's over. It's the city lord who led the army back. He wants to treat us all as abandoned children. Someone in the city lord's mansion saw the army outside through the window. When he saw the army outside, he fired fire at the city lord's mansion without hesitation. Thinking of the key to the matter, some people's faces quickly turned pale, and after the shelling began, they collapsed on the ground. I don't want to die. I just got married and my wife was just pregnant. I still want to see the birth of the child. Another person was lying on the ground and shouted in a little collapse. With you, Mom, I should have listened to you earlier and would not come to work in this city lord's mansion. The sound of shelling was rumbling. Although the construction materials used in the city lord's mansion were relatively solid and had not been collapsed by shells yet, it was a matter of time to collapse. Once the building structure collapses, let alone shells will be shot, even if there are no shells, the collapsed building will kill a lot of people, and everyone will feel desperate. You said the city lord is outside. Broly walked over and raised the person who had said that. The city is mainly here. Who dares to fire so boldly? It's because of escape. We will die, and you assassin will die, and everyone will die, ha ha ha, damn city lord, damn. The man who was lifted was already a little scared and stressed. Just as he was about to scold Broly, the shells penetrated through the window on this floor and penetrated in. Broly lifted the man behind and raised his other hand to catch the shell. He easily caught the shell, but the debris of Bang Fei pierced the neck of the person being held behind him. Cough, cough. The man opened his eyes wide and made a whimpering sound. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and his expression of seeking survival and pain rubbed on one face, twisted and vivid. Broly. At this moment, he felt a little angry. In his simple interpersonal relationships, people can be divided into 5 categories: enemies, strangers, strangers who have helped him, companions and friends, and wives. There is nothing to say about strangers, mainly because they are in the judgment of the enemy. Anyone who hurts the latter 3 types of people will be more likely to be judged as enemies by Broly. Although Broly didn't know the other person's name, the other party had just helped him find Marquis Bossier, so he named him. Now, the person who had helped him was hurt, and Broly's anger was folded up. Although the familiarity is not good enough and the stacking is not much, it still makes he put down the man with his throat hurt. You guys help take care of him, I'll let the guys outside stop the attack. After giving the others this, Broly grabbed the deformed solid shell in his hand and came to the broken window. Aim and throw. The gun bore refilled in the distance, and before the shell was fired, the thrown waste bullet was directly smashed into the gun bore by the thrown waste bullet. The gunpowder was detonated by violent impact and exploded in an instant. The 2 soldiers closest to them were immediately killed. And this is not over yet, the explosion also triggered an explosion of gunpowder placed around. From a distance, you can see that the nearness of the bomb-blasting cannon turned into a fire area in an instant. Anyone who stayed there was in trouble after the explosion. Does the enemy also have artillery? Scouts, where are the artillery positions? After being counterattacked, the military formation became a little chaotic, and the commander in charge of the artillery immediately asked the scouts. Sir, that's not a cannon, it's something that the enemy threw with his hands. The scout opened his mouth wide and his voice was trembling, but he still told him what he saw. Are you kidding me when you throw something with your hands? The artillery captain pointed at the other side, and his own artillery that had been destroyed by Yuliu, and roared out. It's him, he's the assassin who broke into the city lord's mansion. Hurry up, kill him. Holding the telescope and seeing Broly who was thrown away by breaking the wall there, Marquis Beausier said excitedly. The military chief who was also using a telescope to see the assassin throwing something, and the precise destruction of the artillery on their side became silent. He really wanted to ask the Marquis around him, is that what a normal human can do? But he knew that Marquis Beausier was angry and did not ask. He just ordered the soldiers to launch a long-range volley at the enemy that appeared. Pang, pang, pang. The dull rifle sounded like firecrackers, and it rang in the military formation. On the city lord's mansion, after Broly fell out of the cannons that attacked the attack, he had already started clapping the dust on his hands and was about to stop throwing things. Unexpectedly, a bunch of bullets suddenly shot towards him. Broly wanted to take it, but the number of bullets was too large, just like raindrops, he was hit. The power of the rifle bullet was not weakened at all between 50 or 60 meters, but Broly only felt that the place he was hit was a little numb and unexpectedly felt a little comfortable, just like an ordinary person who had first experienced massage. So Broly turned his back and let the bullets hit his back with the rain of bullets, experiencing this unique massage method. Until someone on the third floor of the city lord's mansion wanted to move his position, but was accidentally shot into his arm by a stray bullet, making a painful cry. Broly realized that the current situation seemed to be an attack from the opposite side. He grabbed a flying bullet and threw it towards the army not far away. Like the effect of a shotgun, a small piece of soldiers fell down where they were thrown. Hey, guys over there, can't you stop attacking? Broly asked loudly while throwing it away. I just came to ask questions from Marquis Beausier. Why do you all attack me like this? Broly felt a little wronged about the fact that he came to the city lord's mansion to ask the Marquis, but he was attacked by a group of people, but his grievances were destined not to be understood by the soldiers opposite him. The soldiers looked at their companions who were falling down around them and the heavy losses. Because of the gunpowder chain explosion just now, 3-digit personnel have died. Although the number of casualties is not too large compared to the army of 5,000, the enemy on the opposite side is only one person. After paying such losses, they did not even cause any damage to the enemies appearing at the window. This made the front row soldiers who could see the situation best felt a deep and powerless despair. Monster, that's a real monster, and the rifle bullets are useless to him at all. No, we can't fight against such monsters. The soldiers in the front row began to lose their will to fight. If there weren't a supervisory team behind him staring at him, someone might have done something to throw a gun away. Marquis, it seems that he is not an assassin, but just a person who wants to ask you a question. Why don't you go to the front of the formation and talk to the other party? The chief of the military prefecture wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When the army could not do anything to the assassin, he advised the Marquis Beausier. Marquis Beausier. Chapter 82 Substitute Marquis. The enemy is so terrifying that he is really asked to go up and be questioned. Wouldn't he let him go to the tiger's mouth and die? Marquis Beausier's face was gloomy, but the powerful and slave merchants who had come over to show their gratitude to him before were all looking at him with inexplicable eyes. Marquis Beausier had a feeling that even if he refused here, he would be sent to everyone by this group of people. After all, the power of the assassin who raided the city lord's mansion is obvious to all, and the two original guards around him, Marquis Beausier, were still lost. The only military chief Ano who can rely on now is the person who took the initiative to ask him to come forward and talk to the assassin in front of the formation. This guy is not reliable either. He may still be thinking about sending him to death and dividing his assets with others. Marquis Beausier's forehead began to sweat. If he didn't come up with a suitable reason to refuse the group of people to come forward and talk to the assassin himself, these guys who used to be like pugs would really push themselves up, and he might be really going to be finished. After ignoring his mind, Marquis Beausier's mind flashed with an inspiration and he quickly said, "Hey, you stupid guys are all frightened by the assassins." Everyone who was about to push the adults to send him off was stunned when they heard this, and then looked at Marquis Beausier with some suspicion. "Marquis, how do you say this? Someone asked. If the assassin is really as powerful as it shows, why would he destroy our artillery again? Why don't you dare to directly break into our army and take our heads from 1,000 troops? Marquis Beausire pointed out 2 key points, and when everyone heard it, they thought it made sense. Is there a possibility that the assassin is really not an assassin, but someone who is really here to ask questions to his marquis? Suddenly someone said this, and everyone looked at the young nobleman who spoke. After seeing who it was, many people showed contempt. Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be little Thrace. Alas, there are any simple fathers, just like simple people. Someone sarcastically said. Once in this slave city, someone proposed to liberate slaves in the city, believing that doing population business is a matter that goes against human ethics and is not good for a city. On the contrary, if the slaves can be liberated, they can enter factories, and rewards to make their work create value, the city can also be made bigger. Of course, the person who said such remarks were different from the world died. The other party's son inherited the position of baron, but he was never liked by Marquis Beausire. Others were tacitly refuting the family that once made strange remarks and dubbed them as the family in FANFIC. This is not a compliment, but rather it is thought that the people in this family were brainsick and wanted to do the work of liberating slaves. Mr. Marquis, is this impossible? Seeing that Marquis Beausire was also dismissive, the young noble immediately refuted. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The assassin did not enter. There is only one reason, that is, he is also afraid of our strength. Marquis Beausire waved his hand and made a final decision, but looking at the young master of the Thracian family who was still a little stubborn, he suddenly had an idea. However, since you are willing to believe that the assassin is not an assassin, you should dress up as me and talk to that assassin. How about it? But I'm not you. It's okay, that assassin doesn't know who I am. Or it might be like, Mr. Thracian, you just said it, but you don't think so, just like your father who used to be full of mouths. Someone said again. I don't allow you to insult my father. So, are you willing to talk to that assassin instead of Lord Marquis? Go and go. Young master. The old housekeeper next to the young nobleman was a little panicked and was scolded by Marquis Beausire if he wanted to say something. Master, how dare you, the servant, interrupt. Mr. Marquis, please forgive my housekeeper. He is just caring about me. If you don't care about it yourself, I won't go over you and punish him. How about it, do you want to prove to others that you are not a frivolous person? I will prove that, Lord Marquis, I am willing to go and talk to that person on your behalf. Marquis Beausire was very satisfied with seeing that Casim Thrace was willing to be his substitute. Although the people in the Thrace family have a little too upright thinking, their loyalty is still very high. Young master, let's follow you too. If that assassin wants to be unfavorable to you, we can also cover your retreat. There were only a few armed guards, but these people were willing to protect their young masters. The former Baron Thracian was kind to them to liberate their slaves. If I can successfully persuade the assassin to withdraw, I will praise you. Marquis Beausire also made a promise by writing a blank check. However, before and after the other party left the formation, Marquis Beausire asked the commander of the Wheelbay department, does the artillery carried by the army still have? There are a few spares, but the layout will take some time. Very good, let's go and arrange it now. If the assassin really comes out to talk, after the cannon is arranged, he will aim at him and fire the cannon and attack directly. The chief of the military prefecture department was no longer surprised by the lower limit of his marquis work. He responded and ordered his subordinates to arrange new artillery. Although he saw the scene where Broly did not take bullet attack seriously, Marquis Beausire still had confidence in the power he had. After all, there is a qualitative difference between the power of artillery and the power of bullets. There are also some dangerous species in the wild that can block bullet skin and thick flesh, but basically only super dangerous species can block artillery. Even if it is a super dangerous species, if it is hit by a cannon, it will be injured or even killed. Obviously, the scene of Broly receiving the shells just now was carried out in the city lord's mansion. The Marquis outside did not see it, otherwise he would not have been so confident. Marquis is brilliant. Hearing the remarks of Marquis Beausire, a group of powerful and slave merchants who were flatteringly praised him quickly, as if they were not the ones who wanted to force the other party to talk to the assassin just now. Seeing this, Marquis Beausire had a smile on his face, but he snorted coldly in his heart, deciding that he must deal with these guys who were changing with the wind in the future. The army on the street had stopped attacking, and Broly did not continue to throw things to them. He sat at the gap in the wall of the third floor of the city lord's mansion, waiting for the choices made by a group of thunderous people who seemed a little afraid of him. Not long after, a small team came out of the passage given out by the army. The one protected in the middle of the team was a young nobleman who was not very luxuriously dressed. The man stopped when he arrived more than 10 meters away from the gate of the city lord's mansion. He raised his head, his voice was a little nervous, and he shouted to Broly, who was sitting on the edge of the gap on the third floor, "I am Marquis Bowser. If you have any questions, you can ask me. As long as I know, I will explain everything." The heel kicked the wall, and at the moment when the wall shattered, Broly hit the middle of the small team below. The speed was too fast and no one could react. When it came to react, the people who were guarding Thrace were a little stressed. The one holding the sword, the one pulls the gun. Don't move, don't be nervous, we're just here to talk." Kasim Thrace quickly raised his hand and shouted, stopping the people around him from further movements. A person who is sensible finally comes. Broly was very happy about this. "Your Excellency, please ask me. Since you understand the truth, I will ask directly. Well, you won't come to Trouble Green and his bookstore, right?" Broly asked directly. As soon as this question arose, the face of the young Marquis opposite became a little stiff. "Your Excellency, can I ask, who is Green?" After a while of silence, Kasim Thrace asked. Chapter 83 Is trust necessary to be complicated? When the person who met the other person seemed to be unclear about the situation, Broly told him about the fact that someone was in trouble at Green's bookstore. After Broly roughly told this overly sparse and ordinary bullying story, the expression of the young Marquis on the opposite side twitched a little. Kasim had no idea that the reason why a terrifying strongman attacked the city lord's mansion was simply because the younger brother of a mistress of the real Marquis was bullying talents among the people. "So, is it because your friend around you who was troubled by the younger brother of the woman whom I love, that you killed the city lord's mansion to seek justice? Try justice?" Broly was stunned for a moment, and a denial message emerged in his mind. "No, I'm not seeking justice. Those guys who dare to come to trouble my companions have been turned into ashes this morning by me. I was just worried that I would not eliminate the root cause. Later, other guys went to ask if you were an accomplice of my companion. What if I say yes?" Kasim asked tentatively. "Yes, then I'll give you a thumbs up." Broly's little eyes became solemn, the Saiyans' malicious intention was extremely naked, and the murderous aura was even more unconcealed. "Wait, I don't mean that, I just assumed that if..." Clearly feeling that life might be just a thought in front of people, Kasim quickly denied it. Now he really wants to slap himself twice, blaming himself for being a little too much and curious. "Assumption." Broly frowned and asked, "So, will you come and cause trouble?" "Of course I won't be able to do this. This answer must be the real Marquis here, and he will also answer this way. After all, just for the trouble caused by a mistress brother, he got into such a terrifying character. As long as a person with a normal mind, he will not take on such a bad thing. According to the true Marquis Bowser's temperament, I'm afraid that after the other party knew the fact that his city lord's mansion was attacked, he would only want to kill the bastard who dared to provoke him. Hey, it turns out you won't cause trouble, then I'll be relieved." Just when Kasim was thinking about how to convince the person in front of him later, he believed that he would never cause trouble for him and his friends. Broly's words and the sudden relaxation of the atmosphere made him a little stunned. This man believed his words so simply? "You shouldn't ask me for something to guarantee." This kind of overly simple and direct trust made Kasim ask. "What kind of guarantee do you need?" Broly was puzzled, but thought of something, and immediately asked, "Wait, what you meant is, are you lying to me, right?" The child's expression was like the sky in June, changing at any time. A group of guards who were relaxing became nervous at the moment when Broly became serious again. "How is it possible? It's just that your trust in me is too simple, which makes me feel a little unreal." Kasim waved his hand and explained. "Will trust between people be complicated?" The atmosphere soothed again. Broly was puzzled. This question stumped Kasim. He experienced the assassination of his biological father by others and also took on the responsibility for the rise and fall of the family as a child. While he was clear that he was like an idealist father, who caused him to join forces to kill him, he buried his hatred in his heart. Playing an ignorant and innocent clown, showing his incompetence in front of those enemies, even giving the family a despicable title of a greenhouse family. My father was killed because he had the ability to change the status quo. The reason why his incompetent self was able to make those people beat the family was because of his incompetence, which made them feel that it was impossible to even take revenge on them. Once upon a time, the father who had expectations and trust for the city lord and the Marquis Bozil died, but now he is using lies to maintain the survival of the family. Now that he is leading the way for Marquis Bozil, he has met such a boy who is easy to trust others. For a moment, Kasim Thrace felt mixed feelings and wanted to speak but stopped. Finally, her mouth was a little dry and she replied to Broly. Trust can be not complicated, but there are always some people in the world who like to deceive others with lies. People who are more likely to trust others are always likely to suffer losses in this situation. Even death. The young nobleman silently added in his heart. But don't worry, I'm telling the truth. Your friend, I will never cause trouble. Kasim has decided to hide the truth of the conversation here. It is the best choice to prevent the other party's friends from encountering misfortunes and not expose them to the petty marquis. As for the rest, you only need to make up a lie that the mistress brother hit the strong man in front of you, which led to the city lord's mansion being attacked by the angry opponent. With the character of Marquis Bozil who bullies the weak and is afraid of the strong, as long as this person cannot be solved, he will probably make a choice to calm down. The mistress is likely to be dealt with, and she would probably not do anything to pursue the death of the other brother. Everything at the moment will be calmed down under the lies mixed with real information. The strong man in front of you doesn't need to continue killing. The soldiers behind them don't have to throw their lives here just because of the orders of the city lord. Everyone has a bright future. Well, I believe you. Broly nodded, but added, although I have indeed been deceived by some people many times, there are no people who have deceived me, and those people are more numerous, so I am still willing to trust others. However, once I find that it is a lie, and the lies will also cause harm to my companions, I will let the guy who deceived me know what it is to be destroyed. Broly said this very seriously. What if it's a lie, but the lies have not caused harm to you or your companions? Kasim asked. His current identity was fake. Oh, that's it, that doesn't matter. Broly thought about it carefully, then held the back of his head with both hands and replied indifferently. You are really broad-minded, but you still don't know what your name is. You can call me Broly. Broly introduced himself. I am Thrace, Kasim Thrace. Aren't you Marquis Bozil? I am Marquis Bozil for the time being, but I will remove this identity from now on. After removing my identity, I want to be your friend. Kasim Thrace smiled and told the truth about his substitute, but he sincerely wanted to make friends with the person in front of him. Be my friend, but I have to give it to me. Broly said seriously. Although the Thracian family has declined, they can still hold a table or two for a big meal to entertain friends. I welcome you to visit my house. If you are willing to give me something delicious, that is my friend. Broly shook hands with Kasim and made a new friend on the spot. So, since my question has been asked, it's time to leave. Broly is about to leave. I remember to come to my house afterwards. I'll treat you to a big meal, but I'll come quietly. Kasim instructed him, and the conversation suddenly changed. Your Excellency, if there are any problems next time, remember to come to me to solve them. He nodded and bowed, and this was for a group of people in the distance. Okay, I will pass this side plot as soon as possible, and then write the main line. In the imperial capital, I will also meet the confused Miss Hill and the tomboy broker Leone. As for Chelsea, the time point is too small and I can't get it in, so I can only pass it. By the way, no one should want Siru, right? Chapter 84. The shell finally gets the energy shell. Hey, the young master of the Thracian family was not killed. The chief of the military prefecture department used a telescope to watch the friendly handshake scene over there, and was a little surprised. Humph, that kid Kasim is accustomed to saying stupid things, maybe he fooled the assassin. Marquis Bozil thought of himself as he had easily deceived the assassin before, and after his surprise, he quickly became less surprised. That assassin seems to be leaving. Marquis, do we still need to bombard the other party with artillery? At this time, Broly was already saying goodbye to his new friend. Of course, I'll be booming. If such a guy doesn't die, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well tonight. While Broly was about to fly away, the cannons in the army sounded again. More than a dozen solid shells were fired, and in an instant, they formed a cover strike on Broly's area. The fire flooded the area. Broly. Qasim Thrace's eyes widened. Young master, don't go over, it's dangerous. When the bombing sounded, he threw down his followers and stopped him and wanted to rush over to the young nobles in the explosion area. The smoke and dust rolled, and no one thought that anyone could survive this attack. The powerful and slave merchants in the army were complimenting Marquis Bosur. Thanks to the Marquis for his contribution to the safety of Bosur city and to get rid of that dangerous assassin for us. While they were celebrating each other, the person who was still watching the situation with a telescope suddenly shivered and said in a trembling voice, Marquis, assassin, assassin, he is not dead yet, and he can't even tell that he is injured. The celebration stopped silently, and everyone picked up tools that could see the distance and saw the specific situation of the bombing there. In the gradually dissipating smoke and dust, a boy's face was long and most of his clothes were blown off. The only remaining fabric was burning, looking like a dusty face, but that was it. It seemed that the concentrated bombardment of shells only achieved the effect of blowing off the other party's clothes. Marquis, my stomach suddenly hurts a little. Please allow me to go to the toilet. Marquis, I suddenly thought that there were some things at home that needed to be handled. Please allow me to take my leave first. The powerful who realized that the situation was not good began to find various reasons to prepare to retreat first. Just kidding, the monster shells over there can't be killed, and now they look like they are angry. If you don't leave at this time, can you stay and wait for death? Ano, you are the person I trust the most. I believe in your loyalty and strength, so I will leave it to you. Marquis, I am your loyal subordinate, and I will never refuse to protect your safety. As the chief of the military bureau said this, he also handed over the responsibility of commanding the army to the lieutenant below, but he himself was ready to follow Marquis Bosur. The slave merchants looked at each other, but still learned from the behavior of the chief of the martial arts department, and expressed their willingness to mobilize the elites around them to protect the Marquis from evacuation. Okay, you are all my loyal ministers. Marquis Bozil said this with gritted teeth. He knew exactly what the group of people were thinking, but he just wanted to hold him in his hands. If that monster catches up and kills people, these guys will probably push him out and compromise, but now he has no choice but to be driven away by these loyal ministers. Marquis Bozil remembered the true loyal minister at this moment, the former Baron Thracian, who was really thinking about the city and himself. It was just that the huge interest of allowing the buyer and seller of the population at that time made him ignore the other party and even acquiesce to the others joining forces to murder the annoying guy. If the other party is there now, I am afraid that he will be willing to stand up for himself like his son, right? As long as I can survive, the account will be settled sooner or later. The words you said to me just now are not lies, aren't they? Broly walked out of the smoke and dust, and was in a good mood to be blown away, asked Xiang, a young nobleman who was a little surprised and seemed to be looking at him with a little surprise. The fact that you bombarded you has nothing to do with me, this is probably the real Marquis Bozil's idea. Qasim Thrace sighed and quickly explained. Okay, I believe in you. Broly nodded and still believed in the other party. After all, some of the guards around him were also injured due to shelling. If it weren't for a distance, they might have suffered. With this judgment, Broly looked at the army over there and a green light gradually lit up in his hand. Soldiers are just tools to follow orders, and the real mastermind is a group of people evacuating there. Unexpectedly, he received the bombardment. Qasim had a clear understanding of the strength of this new friend. The other party was obviously not a merciful person who fought back and killed those who attacked him. Now this matter must not be good, but most of the soldiers there were just people who made a living. Qasim was a smart man and immediately pointed out the position of the mastermind who commanded the army to attack the other side. No. Broly paused, then responded, lowering the power of the energy bomb in his hand. His body floated up and aimed at a team running away from the rear of the army. Wave your hand and throw the energy of the ping-pong ball over. The energy bomb fell to the ground and expanded rapidly. The group of people who were thinking about how to beg for mercy from the monster were flooded with the burst energy. The energy bomb comes and goes quickly. After the hot wind blows down a bunch of people, only a basin-shaped hole is left where the energy explodes. The group of people who escaped were directly vaporized, not to mention the corpse, the ashes might not be found. Qasim Thrace. Lucky surviving soldier. Citizens who saw this scene from afar, I deserve to be the boy I like. Mellard waved his arm. Everyone said that it is the boy I and Chi Tong and the others who share it, and it has nothing to do with you guys. Ests hit her without hesitation, and her face was also red. This kind of person facing the army, oh no, is the force that crushes the army, which is really enviable and fascinating. Sir, are we still attacking? The lieutenant who was pushed out to the rear opened his mouth and removed his gun and knife directly to the ground. If you want to attack, I'll vote. Although it may not be possible to survive if you vote, it is unquestionable to die if you fight. It is like a domino. After the lieutenant abandoned his weapons and knelt down, the other soldiers also threw away their weapons one after another. At this moment, everyone could feel something pressing on their heads. It was a completely unreasonable force of destruction that could easily erase people from the world, which was an extremely pure violence. Broly floated in the sky, looking down at a group of surrendered and kneeling. Chapter 85 The Confused Girl with Glasses. Young Master, what are we going to do next? Most of the powerful people in the city died, and almost all the slave merchants were destroyed. Qasim Thrace's face changed constantly, but he made up his mind. It's time to realize my father's ideal and change the city. Ah, Master, are you going to liberate the slaves at this time? Plan is not as good as change, and I never thought that things would evolve like this. According to the plan, he should have won the trust of Marquis Bosser little by little as a clown, and then slowly implemented the plan to transform the city. However, the strong man suddenly landed and was still sending Marquis Bosser and others to heaven ascend to heaven due to the constant pursuit of death by Marquis Bosser and others. Since things have evolved like this, there is nothing to say. The times are creating heroes, and I will follow the trend. Qasim Thrace gathered the army and told Broly about his father's ideal of liberating slaves. In the exchange of support, the boy was not very concerned about being borrowed for his reputation, so he regarded this group of powerful people and slave merchants as a premeditated large-scale coup. On that day, the Thrace family mobilized the few remaining family forces, and with the power of Broly, the Saiyan, to destroy his life at will, he used the defeated army to kill the remaining military officers of the city garrison. After thoroughly grasping the urban armed forces, a purge and slave liberation movement quickly unfolded in the city of Bosser. The next day, when Broly and others were about to leave the city, because Broly successfully controlled the defeated army, he had already obtained the support of the liberated slaves. As the mansions of some nobles and gentry who lie on the people who suck blood on their daily lives, Qasim distributed this part of the wealth to the middle and lower class people in the city. He quickly gained the support of this group of citizens. Broly, my dear friend, I will always remember your kindness to this city. Things went smoothly, and Qasim did not forget who was the biggest contributor here. Although Broly, a hero, was only an act done by a friend or a bookstore. But he is willing to take advantage of the situation for himself. Qasim Thrace is still very grateful to the other party. In the future, I will set up a statue for you in the largest square of this city. I will not steal credits that do not belong to me. I will write books to let all the liberated slaves know who is the true benefactor to liberate them. Broly. Things have developed like this for some reason. The new friend I made yesterday was grateful to me. When I went back to Green Bookstore and said that the matter had been done and was warmly treated by Green's parents, the other party seemed to have done a lot of things with his name. Yesterday evening, the new friend ordered someone to send a strange woman's head, saying that no one would come to trouble Green and his bookstore in the future. I was leaving this morning, and the other party hurried over to say goodbye. The new friend had dark circles on his face, and he looked very tired and excited. He said that he had any credit for liberating slaves and so on, which made people a little confused. However, it seemed like a good thing, so Broly didn't care much. He waved goodbye to the central area of the empire with the others, and went to the central area of the empire with the others. There were no turns or stops along the way. With only 5 days left in the return time, the small team arrived at the imperial capital. It's really a prosperous place. After entering the city, looking at the clean and spacious streets and the neat and white dome houses on both sides of the street, Chi Tong and others couldn't help but exclaim. The imperial capital is undoubtedly the most prosperous of all the cities they have seen along the way. After all, it is the capital of the empire, and resources from the 4 realms of East, West, South, North and North are always flowing here. It is normal to have such prosperity. Mellard didn't care. Don't look at the prosperous capital on the surface. From the perspective of the central area, there are also robbers who become bandits. You can know that there are still people from the bottom who cannot survive in this place. I'm hungry. Are there any delicious restaurants here? Broly asked, touching his stomach. Brother, wait, I'll ask someone to ask. Nahashu jumped out of the car and found a passerby who was obviously a local from the imperial capital to inquire about the local food. At first, the man was a little despised by foreign local buns and was unwilling to pay attention to Nahashu. But after Nahashu expressed his willingness to pay the intelligence fee, the man became enthusiastic. If you want to talk about the food in the imperial capital, I can only say that you can include everything. You can find corresponding stores in the food in the four realms. If you want to eat the most complicated food, then I recommend the Zonghua Street under the city, where there are various foods, different ways of cooking, and the food prices are moderate. Just spend a small amount of money, you can eat delicious foods such as sweet, sour, spicy, fresh, fragrant, and smelly. Locals talked freely. Wait, why are the foods still smelly? Chi Tong asked in anger. Haha, little girl, you asked this question well. The locals in the imperial capital raised their heads and looked like they were a good teacher and introduced them. What I mean here is the smell of stinky mandarin fish. The thing smells smelly, but it tastes fragrant, and the more smelly it becomes, the more fragrant it becomes. This is also considered a signature dish on China Street. Of course, not every restaurant can cook this dish. If you want to try it, I recommend you to go to the Osmanthus House, which is an old-fashioned restaurant. After receiving the food information, Nahasha drove the others to China Street under the city after paying the information fee. And found the Osmanthus shop that the locals called, but because it was not yet lunchtime, there were only 3 or 5 tables of guests in the store eating. A smell that seemed stinky but not smelled drifted into Broly's nose, making him frown, and he was somewhat suspicious of whether there was really something delicious here. The shop owner who was calculating the accounts behind the counter saw a group of small guests pouring in from the door, shouting to the back hall, "Hill, there are customers coming, come out and receive them." "I'm sorry, store manager, right away." A girl with glasses ran out hurriedly, but when she passed the threshold, she accidentally tripped by the threshold and fell directly to the ground. "Glasses, my glasses!" She was highly myopic, and could not see anything clearly after losing her glasses. She got up from the ground with nosebleeds, and then reached out and groped everywhere on the ground. Seeing this, the boss of Gihuafang raised his hand and patted his forehead. "I'm so blind that I'll call you, a confused ghost, to be a waiter." "I'm sorry, store manager, I'll go to entertain guests now." After a while, the confused girl touched her glasses. "Don't mess up the matter with me." "No." She was bleeding from her nose, wearing glasses with a crack, and she still looked like she couldn't trust her. "I hope so." The owner of Gihuafang waved helplessly and asked her to work. The new guests were just a group of children, so it should be easier to receive. The boss who sat down again looked at the beautiful back of the girl wearing a cheongsam, wondering if he had made this place a little useless in the other places, as a tool to attract customers. But soon, the boss shook his head. Osmanthus House is a serious and time-honored hotel, not a place to drink wine. What's the matter with posing for a beautiful girl standing in front of the door to attract customers? Forget it, try it for a while. If it really doesn't work, I'll quit. Miss Yetter, who just turned 16 this year, is a little confused, doesn't know about her career crisis. She came to the front of a group of young guests and asked in a gentle voice, "Customers, do you have anything to do?" Broly looked at the girl with glasses in front of him, then looked at the prompt from Crystal Palace, and his eyes were on the girl's face with a little bleeding from the cheongsam, and then he made his own needs. "I want a friend who can be my wife. Can you meet my needs?" Chapter 86, Send Someone to be Rejected. "Hi." The confused girl tilted her head and couldn't figure out the meaning of the little guest in front of her. "I want you to be friends with me first, and then be my wife 5 days later," Broly said concisely. The children were shocked, and the confused girl also reacted. "Customer, our store does not provide order service." Miss Yetter, who is still 16 years old, said in a little embarrassed. "Hey, it's your blessing that our elder brother can fall in love with you." Lawson slapped the table dissatisfied, and his absolute support for Broly made him hate all those who rejected his elder brother. At this moment, he showed a look like a bad guy bullying others with his power. What happened to this guest? The noise of smashing the table attracted the attention of the people in the store. The owner of the Gihuafang thought that it was his clerk who had made something wrong, so he hurried over to inquire about the situation. "Shopkeeper, they want me to be my wife." Hill looked at his store manager with some help, while the owner of the Gihuafeng was a little skeptical. The girl's confusion on weekdays and the group of guests in front of her were just children, he didn't believe her words. So he looked at Broly and others with inquiring eyes. My eldest brother fell in love with her and wanted to play friends with her and let her be a wife, but she refused. That's it. Law San said bluntly. The owner of Osmanthus Floor. This time I really blamed my confused clerk for being a clerk. Guest, I am a serious hotel, not a Hua Street. If you want a little lady, please go to Hua Street. The owner of the Gihuafeng said a little dissatisfied, not afraid of offending the guests in front of him. After all, it's right in front of you, they are a group of children, with no guards around them, and they don't dress like nobles. He has been able to open a hotel and stay in Chinxia Street for so many years, and has also sent many monsters and monsters. Besides, the 10% of the profits paid by Gihuafeng to the security guard every year is not in vain. We don't order a lady. I just want to be friends with her and make her my wife. However, since she doesn't want to, she won't force her. The forced melon is neither sweet nor quenches thirst. If a strange wife does not have a happy value, it will have no meaning to Broly. So, although he was a little disappointed when he was rejected, Broly did not force it and stopped Law San from continuing to say something. He was a little hungry and began to order dishes. The dissatisfaction on the face of the owner of the Osmanthus Floor gradually faded with the sound of ordering dishes. The customers who could order the entire menu were obviously big customers of the Osmanthus Floor. A smile appeared on his face, and he greeted the girl with glasses next to him, and told the other party to treat the guests well. Brother, do you want your wife? After the man left, Law San asked in confusion. If it's not possible for people to feel happy, it's the same whether your wife is looking for it. Broly explained, but most of the friends didn't understand. In other words, you didn't give up, you just wanted to make the sister just now feel happy and find her as a new wing, right? Marin concluded that Broly nodded. If he couldn't do this, there was no difference between having a wife and not having her. By the way, my wife, what are your criteria for choosing a spouse? Why can't I be a wife? Mellard complained that she was trying to be Broly's side and was closer to the boy. But no matter how you try, it is a little different from Chi Tong and the others. Mellard always thought that this was because he had not fallen in love for a long time. Unexpectedly, the girl with glasses whom she met for the first time in the hotel could be directly approached by Broly, which made her feel a little nervous. This needs to be recognized. Broly answered. Whose admits? Mellard asked. Crystal Palace. Before Mellard could continue asking, the first cold dish was served. This is cold shrimp noodles. Shrimps are river shrimps, noodles are. The person who brought the pasta was a girl with a bun head tied up. The other party put the plates with 4 bowls of noodles in both hands on the table. While giving Broly and others a tone, he introduced the characteristics of the pasta. This is another aspect, everyone. The girl with eyes also brought 2 large plates, but because other guests passed by, she shook a few times to dodge and lost her balance, but she threw the cold noodles on the plate over. Broly happened to sit here, with his back facing hill above. He was so hungry that he was on the cold shrimps in front of him, and he didn't pay attention to the situation behind him. So suddenly, he felt a cold head, and a bowl of cold noodles poured on his head, and the noodle bowl also covered his head. Hey, you guy did it on purpose, right? Law San slapped the table and asked angrily, saying that he had reason to be so suspicious. Sorry. Hill quickly apologized. Such mistakes were already a common thing for her clumsy. And I don't know if I have done too much of this kind of thing, or if I am a little numb or something. Her apology always gives people a feeling of being absent-minded. Sorry, guest, this guy Hill is a little clumsy. I'll get you a towel now. Seeing this, the girl from the bun came over to help Hill up and quickly apologized for her. Over there, the owner of the Gihuafeng discovered the situation here and was already covering his head with a headache. I thought it was a big business, but as a result, I went to the first staple food, and the confused guy messed up the matter. If the guest of the table shook his hands and left, he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, it was the fault of his own waiter. Okay, now I have to go to the kitchen and stop some of the dishes that I haven't started cooking yet, so as not to leave the customer and cause heavy losses to my store. Law San, it's okay, I just got a soup. Broly didn't care about the inexplicable fact that the bowl of noodles was covered in his head. He was more concerned about the changes in the happiness value of the newly discovered guide object in Crystal Palace. After the girl with glasses accidentally made a mistake, the other party's happiness value suddenly dropped, but the drop could not be reduced. After she spoke up for forgiving the other party's cover behavior, the other party's happiness value increased again. This confused girl is obviously not as absent-minded as she appears on the surface. She will feel sad when she does something wrong and will feel happy after being forgiven. Thank you very much, guest. Hill bowed and thanked, and soon took the towel from his companion and wiped Broly's head. Broly's head was pushed around by her. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to eat well. But Broly said that he saw his head swaying with the amplitude of his head, and his hands were sucking with chopsticks without any effect. Your clothes can be taken off, and I will be responsible for washing them. Dry the boy's brain, Hill continued after the bag. Broly did not refuse, and it was a good thing to have some intersection with the new strategy target. If the other party changes his mind, wouldn't he be able to have an extra meal ticket? After the meal, the boss of Gihua Fang took the initiative to give him a 10% discount, as an apology. If the guests come again next time, our osmanthus floor will give you 10% off. The Saiyan boy who had already changed into clean clothes nodded. The stinky mandarin fish recommended by this restaurant is indeed very smelly, but it is indeed very delicious. If possible, he would still be willing to come here for a few more meals before leaving this world. After handing the dirty clothes in his hand to the confused girl, a group of people left the hotel. Let me see, the hotels nearby are. Just as Nahasha was looking at the map and preparing to find a good hotel to stay, a figure with a beret suddenly came to the carriage. Brother, you want to find a place to live? I know a hotel with good quality and low price and good environment. Do you need to lead the way? Lionel was wearing a white old windbreaker, his long hair was wrapped under a beret, dressed in a tomboy, and he was holding a guest in a thick voice. Chapter 87 Want to copy successful experience. Lionel lost her father at the age of 7 and her mother at the age of 10. Fortunately, the neighbors in the Slam slum were all good people, allowing her to grow up by eating 100 families. The 15-year-old girl has long been an experienced broker. I happened to see Broly and a group of people entering the osmanthus floor store outside the hotel. After seeing the carriage parked outside, I judged that this was a group of outsiders, thinking that they would find a place to stay after eating and drinking. So Lionel stood up and sure enough, after the group of people had enough food and drink, they went over to talk to each other after they had finished eating and drinking. Among the members of the team who looked younger than her on average, there was a boy showing a very moving look. Discover new strategy target, Lionel, current happiness value 0. Broly was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, after being rejected by the confused girl in the hotel, a new strategy target appeared. Sorry, we have a map on our hands, which contains some basic information about hotels. I don't think we need to lead the way. Those damn stores selling maps. Lionel hates this thing, and the city maps squeeze out the living space of the tour guide's children. People who usually buy local city maps after entering the city are basically veterans traveling abroad. Brother, you don't know that the information on the map may not be accurate. Some hotels will spend money to let the factory that prints the map say good things to them on the map, but in fact the wool comes from the sheep. The accommodation fee for those hotels is usually higher than that of the same level. The hotels I brought to were different. As a local, I was familiar with the hotels and knew what the situation was. I even have a good face with some bosses and can help you check in with face swiping, and you only need to pay me a small tip to lead the way. Lionel had no intention of giving up this business. She was using words to try to make this group of younger guests believe her words. Of course, Lionel had no intention of lying. With her cheeky and fair tongue, she was confident that she would give the hotel owners a discount. After all, it's really unreasonable to bring so many customers with her. It's not cheaper. At most, she can get a little less commission and then earn some money from the guests in front of her. Slums Girls Plan.jpg. Thank you, but... Nahaxia was about to refuse, but Broly spoke first. Will we give you tips and let you lead the way, and will you feel happy? Lionel. What the hell is this? Will making money without taking it for granted will make people feel happy? There was a little complaining in my heart, but Lionel showed a polite smile on her face. She held her chest and bowed. I, Leon, feel sincerely honored to be able to serve the noble guests. Brother, do we really need to spend some money and let someone lead us? Nahasha was a little puzzled. Why don't we spend money that can make people feel happy? Broly asked rebelly. This sounds like nothing wrong. After all, when Katasi supported Batunan to attack the spring, he was generous, but it seemed a bit strange to be so generous to a strange broker he had first met. Chi Tong, Ma Yin, and others looked at each other and had a guess in their hearts. Mellard saw something beside him, and silently walked to the back of the broker named Leo, sniffed the scent of the other person with his nose. After smelling something, the corner of his mouth twitched. What are you smelling? Lionel heard something behind him and turned around and saw a girl sniffing her, and was somewhat shocked. Nothing, I'm just smelling whether you have body odor. Mellard said perfunctorily. Guessed, although I don't dress well, my basic cleanliness is still maintained. Please don't look at a professional broker like me with an amateur perspective. After a pause, Lionel asked, well, do you want to hire me? Since my elder brother wants to make money for you, we will let you make money. I hope you don't fool us and my elder brother and take us to a better hotel. Accommodation fee is never a problem. Broly had already made a decision, Sona Hashu and others naturally had no objection. Isn't it just money? After meeting Ests, they also learned about hunting dangerous species can be exchanged for special materials on dangerous species for money. Even if the eldest brother will leave them later, they can make money by hunting dangerous seeds and survive in this world. Of course, this has to be based on the fact that Mellard will fire them and let a group of them make another way to make a living. If that happens, they can also follow Sister Ests, who is a real wild survival expert. Lionel was very happy because she had done a business. Judging from the attitude of these customers, she was obviously a good person who was not short of money. She could take them to high-end hotels and charge more commissions and rewards herself. She was dressed up as a tomboy and led the way in front, while Broly and others drove behind. On the carriage, Main approached the boy and asked, is the one in front also a new wing? Broly nodded, without any intention of hiding from Main. When Lionel was happily leading the way, the happiness value of the other party displayed by Crystal Palace on his side was gradually rising. Then have you considered how to invite the other party to become your wings? Main asked. Broly thought about it and said to Main, or, we all form new ones and you are all my wing positions. How about I sincerely invite each other to join? Broly didn't have many ways to invite others to become his wife. Most of the time, he was straightforward, but he failed once in the osmanthus floor. Now he thought of the example of the success of inviting Main in the room, so he wanted to copy the successful experience. I don't think so. Such performance art is too advanced. If I hadn't received your great kindness from you, I would definitely not have agreed to be a wing. To be honest, Main didn't want to really imitate wings, or tail feathers or something. What are you talking about? Ests found the two of them muttering, so he came over from behind to ask. It's nothing, it's just about the success of his invitation to me at the beginning. Main replied that there is actually nothing to hide from the same recognized members of the wing. The reason why Main talked about this was mainly to make Ests persuade Broly not to invite newcomers to form a new big role with him to spread his wings. Just thinking about that posture makes people feel a little ashamed. Chapter 88 Maintaining Contact. It sounds interesting. However, Main overestimated Est's shame, or could also be said to underestimate the northern girl's acceptance of new things. After hearing that Broly and Hitamai had done such a strange thing, Ests was also interested in it. Red pupils and black pupils are used as wings. Main, you are used as tail feathers, then I will use as head crown feathers. I like to be on it, and I can see further on it. As he said this, Est stood up in the carriage, crossed his legs over Broly's shoulders, and his lower abdomen were close to the back of Broly's head, and he straddled Broly's small shoulders. How is it? She asked. I feel this posture is awful. The little boy was riding a big girl on his shoulders, and the picture felt indescribable. Ests felt the friction between the top of his head and the carriage shed, and felt that the combination posture was indeed a problem, so he got off Broly's shoulder. Instead, he sat behind Broly, his front body pressed against the boy's back, and hugged the boy in front with both hands and feet. Then, I'll just treat the feathers covering my back. As Est said, he put his chin on Broly's shoulder. No, if you hug it like this, then where will I hug it? Main couldn't help asking. You are Taiyu, how about hugging me on the waist? No, if you hug me like that, my face will be facing your butt. Main directly rejected it. Since that's the case, why don't you go to the front and hug it as your chest hair? It just so happens that his shoulders on one side are empty, so you can put them on the other head. Maine thought about it and tried to hug Broly on the front, put her head on the other side of the boy's shoulder, and her arms and legs intertwined with Est's legs and feet. This posture was indeed much easier than imagined to form a tail feather, but aren't I here to stop this shameful action from being done? Maine realized it and quickly let go of her hug and set off Est's, who was wrapped around Broly's back like an octopus. I think that if you really want to gain a new wing, it is definitely not enough to show unique performance art. We have to think of an idea that is completely sure. Maine said. Then what good will you do? Broly asked for advice. Anyway, keep in touch first. Maine thought about it and said. Customers, here is Wanjiali Hotel. It is definitely the hotel with the best environment and best service in the outer city of the imperial capital. Lionel led a group of people to the seemingly grand hotel, and praised the environment and service of the hotel to everyone with a swearing look. Although the facts are not as she said, this is the imperial capital, the best hotel in the outer city, but it is not far from the same. It is considered to be a wealthy businessman from other places. After coming to the imperial capital, he did not rent a house and was one of the first serious hotels to stay. As for the unreasonable Shanghai Hotel, each one is a gold cave. Although Lionel knows where the place is, he does not feel that a team of young children will need to go to that place. Lionel took the lead in stepping forward to find the hotel lobby manager to negotiate with the hotel for a reason. He was familiar with the hotel staff. A lobby manager, who was almost in his 30s, had some suspicion after hearing that the broker introduced a wealthy guest to the door, but nodded in agreement with Lionel's proposal. If that's really a guest staying in a hotel, you will be able to get 5% of their accommodation fee as a reward for this introduction. This is the commission that a normal broker can get when introducing new customers. No, Mr. Manager, you only need to give me a commission of 3% to me. Half of the remaining commission is given to you by myself, and the other half is used as a discount for those guests for my sake. How about it? The hotel manager touched his chin and thought that the young man in front of him was very interesting and a clever guy, so he nodded and said, if you can make this deal, you can attract other customers here in the future. I can give you a commission of 6% but 1% of it is mine. It should be. Lionel agreed with the manager and soon led the other party to Broly, looking as if he was lucky enough to get the check-in discount. I don't know what kind of room do you want, guests? The hotel manager asked. If you don't choose the best, just choose the most expensive suite. We want the most expensive suite. Broly spoke directly. The most expensive suite in our hotel costs 100,000 yuan a day. Do you want to check in? The hotel manager asked with his eyes lit up. Is it enough for all of us to live? Maine stood up and asked. If it's not enough, open another room. Broly added. Enough, our hotel suite is specially prepared for guests who carry personal guards. The hotel manager replied seriously. Although he can get kickbacks in private, he cannot fool the guests on the spot, thus ruining the reputation of the hotel. Yes. Lionel was very excited. He thought the commission was only a few hundred yuan, but now it seems that it is a rhythm of thousands. Broly was more satisfied with the continuous increase in the happiness value of the new target. Although he was not completely sure that he could invite the other party to succeed, it did not prevent him from looking at the happiness value of the other party and being happy. That was all his potential capital to exchange food on Wampa Star. This is the reward for you. Broly handed over a lot of tips to lead the way. Hey, isn't this giving too much? Lionel looked at the thick tip and felt a little strange. We are very satisfied with the hotel you introduced, so I will give you a little more. Broly explained this. Young boss, please be generous, thank you. Lionel's eyes lit up and he thanked him, and the happiness value rose again. By the way, if you are fine tomorrow, can you continue to come here to take us to the imperial capital? We will pay you. Broly asked again, which was maintaining contact. No problem, I'm honored to serve you, little boss. Lionel immediately agreed that she would not let go of the opportunity to make a lot of money. Lionel left happily. After Broly and others paid money to stay in the hotel, they had just put down their luggage in the suite and Maine started a discussion meeting in the large suite. However, the theme of the conference was not to discuss the purpose of the team coming to the imperial capital this time, but to discuss how Broly suddenly encountered new wings. The old wings and their external wife members should help guide the new wings to become their companions in the future. Chapter 89 The so-called strategy. Mellard thought it was outrageous. Maine, a group of girls who considered Broly's future wife, were holding meetings for more wife affairs for boys. It's clear that there is a very high-quality wife here, but they turn a blind eye. Mellard complained. Miss, you look sour and ugly, but you can't eat grapes. Cass and Dora complained on the side. And, rather than discussing helping find a wife, they are more like discussing how to help Broly Amway to others and make others admire him. No, I'm also a part of it, I have to join the discussion. Mellard watched the side for a while and joined the discussion. The methods of discussion came out differently, but they represented the situation where different children were exposed to Broly. Although there are no dangers in the city of Frere Sea Tree Forest, the environment is not dangerous, but we can artificially create danger. At that time, as long as Brother Broly jumps out and shows his strength and completes the assistance to those in trouble and danger, the two of them will definitely not help themselves and worship their elder brother, and then they will be successfully accepted by them and become our new companions. For children who come out of the forest, the elder brother saves people and the hero saves beauty is the most cliched and typical kingly strategy method. It sounds good, but what is the difference between using this method to attack others and scam it? Think about it, if you are at first, there was no Brother Broly to help us, but we were gathered up by the group of guys who drove us into the forest. Afterwards, they asked us to be grateful to them. What a disgusting thing this is. Of course, some people have raised objections, and the children put themselves in their shoes and were disgusted. Although heroes save beauty is a kingly strategy, if the bad guys are played by themselves, they are really sad about their psychological bottom line. I want me to say that since we deliberately make heroes save beauty, we might as well be bad people, knock those two people down and knock them out, and then carry them back and conquer them with force to become new companions. What do you think? Only Ests is the only one who can speak such words of making friends by force. She felt that the means of forcibly conquering the opposite sex were courtship patterns that conform to the laws of nature. Because on the northern ice fields, there are some dangerous species that can help you get your partner in this way. Ests, not everyone is like you, and you will still feel happy after being defeated. Broly shook her head and rejected her proposal. After making a request at Gihuafeng in the afternoon, Hill, the happiness value of the new strategy target, was prompted by Crystal Palace to decline. Obviously, the tough measures are not a general solution. It's my turn, it's my turn. As he said that, Mellard walked forward, raised his head and expressed his advice. How can we win the hearts of girls by using rough means? We should use means to make girls feel happy to guide them. I created my own 28 sleeping skills, but I am willing to teach you tonight, Broly, come to my room tonight. Okay, next one. As soon as Mellard finished speaking, Maine waved her hand and signaled that she could go down. No, aren't you going to adopt my method? Mellard was a little puzzled. Your sleeping skills are very dirty, you lick and touch people, and you can only use them on people around you. If you don't know someone, you will be scared away by you. No, 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 even the people around you are easily scared away. Chi Tong added next to her that last time she was in the same room with Mellard, she was almost frightened by the other party who came to get into her bed in the middle of the night. She carried her sister to sleep with Maine overnight, so she avoided being harassed by this guy at night. That's because you are still young and your body has not been developed enough to feel joy. Before Mellard could finish his words, Ests carried the back collar and carried it down. I haven't passed my advice, don't think about your advice. Just sit on the bench with me. Next, another child went up, it was Boney, but her advice was even more unreasonable. After all, what is it to eat mushrooms? Do you want to use poisonous mushrooms to make hallucinations to others? After a group of children discussed it, there was no good idea. Pikiu returned to Maine. Since there are no good suggestions, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated by 100 battles. The so-called strategy is nothing more than to consider what he likes and solve what he is bothering. Maine is actually confident. Holding this meeting is nothing more than pointing out a general direction with her partners. Of course, it would be better if someone could come up with a better idea, but it didn't. Tomorrow we will investigate the information about the two new winged people first. At the end of the sweet meeting, everyone got tomorrow's action task. Lionel, who had no idea that he was being missed, just chopped a few roast chickens and returned to his slum home. He was carrying a bag of candy in his hand and knocked on the door from door to deliver food to his neighbors to improve his life. Lionel, why are you spending money again? After receiving the roast chicken handed over by the tomboy girl, the mother-in-law in the neighbor's house kept muttering. "It's okay, I'm lucky today and met a group of wealthy tourists. I'll ask me to come over and be a tour guide for them tomorrow. This little money is nothing. Leonie, you have the heart. I used to be taken care of by my uncles and aunts. If I make money, I will naturally have to repay you. Sister Leonie." A group of children ran out, and after seeing the candy in Leonel's hand, they came over like a little greedy cat. "The one who calls me sister has candy." Lionel announced that a group of children cheered and lined up in front of the tomboy girl under the helpless gaze of their parents. On the poor slum street, because Lionel arrived with roast chicken and candy, there was more anger and lively this night. In the city area, the Osmanthus floor house was busy until night before closing. Hill accidentally knocked over the bucket and was scolded by the store manager. "What a clumsy guy. If you want her to help, it's better not to help." Other waiters also had to clean up the ground again because she knocked over the dirty bucket. "You guys go first, just leave it here for me to clean up." The bun-headed girl stood up and took the initiative to take over the responsibility of cleaning up. Seeing that someone was taking responsibility, everyone stopped talking. "I'm sorry, Lingling, it's all my fault for being too clumsy." "It's okay, everyone has something they are not good at. I was wondering whether to quit my job as a waiter." "Don't be stupid. If you quit this job, what else can you do?" "Yes, I can't do anything well." Hill was a little disappointed, and it has been like this since childhood. "Do this job first, then look for things you are good at. When you find it, it will not be too late to quit your job as a waiter if you can make a living." Hualing persuaded that she was quite taking care of this somewhat clumsy natural fool friend. Although the other party would always mess up some things, she knew that the other party did not do it on purpose. "By the way, Hill, don't forget to take the guests' clothes back to wash." After packing up, the store was about to close. Seeing the girl's hands were empty, Hualing couldn't help but remind her. "Ah, I almost forgot." Hearing this, the confused girl reacted and ran back to the lounge to find the guests' clothes, and then ran out again. But when she came out, she accidentally hit the threshold, which made her kneel half on the ground and rubbed her toe hard. "You're fine, do you want me to wash it for you?" Hualing was a little worried. "No need, I can still do things like washing clothes. Even if I can't do it myself, my mother will help me." Hill waved her hand. She couldn't rely on her friends all the time, and she limped away when she waved her hand to show her sight. "Is it really okay?" Hualing was really worried about the girl's clumsy situation. Chapter 90: The Clothes You Fell in Love With. "Hill, are you causing trouble in the hotel again?" "I'm sorry, Mom. Why do you, a child, have such a confused personality?" Listening to her mother's words, Hill lowered her head, and she didn't know how to answer this question. "Forget it, you are 16 years old, you should take on the mistakes you made, and you should wash your own clothes and other things." Hill nodded, without refuting his mother's words, and took the bucket and went to the well to fetch water and wash clothes. That child made a mistake again in the restaurant. Wouldn't he be deducted again? In the room next to him, the voice of his father asking about his mother came. "I didn't ask her, maybe it's up to you." "It's all up to you to see the boss's mood at the current workplace." "Hey, I'm still confused when I grow up so old and can't do anything well. That child is like this. Didn't you know it long ago? It's really a loss. Is there anyone who said that about your daughter?" In the room, there were rumors of disputes between parents. The girl who was washing clothes was somewhat lonely. "After all, I'm pretty. I'll take her." The parents' dispute stopped, but there was a sound of intentional depression. I couldn't hear clearly in the yard, but Hill knew that his parents were talking about his younger brother 5 years younger than him. Compared to her daughter who was not valued since childhood, her younger brother, as a boy, is the treasure of the whole family. "Since childhood, I have been held in my hands by my whole family and always kept it in my heart." Even when his family was behind, his parents considered his future marriage issues. "After all, the family has no money, so it is still a bit difficult to get a better wife for my brother. However, as long as you exchange your pretty self for marriage, your parents can get a good wife for your younger brother without spending any money. Now that I think about it, I was able to have a full meal in this family, probably thanks to my younger brother's blessing. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by my parents when I was absent, or I would have been swept out of the house by my parents when I was an adult, or I was married to Sue's family early to recycle the cost of adopting her. Hill was thinking about it randomly that her clothes were washed quickly. She had no intention of complaining about her family, but was worried that when her younger brother grew up, she would be married to someone else by her parents when she was married to others. Can she be a good wife and mother like this in a days? When Hill thought of this, she felt a little unconfident. Maybe she should look for some books that teach people how to be a good wife and mother, and learn more. Thinking of this, she suddenly thought of the boy who named him as his wife in Gihuafang today. The other party looks like his younger brother. Maybe he will be married to a relative in the future, even if he is married to such a child. Hill thought of the boy being poured with soup by his clumsy self today, but did not scold him loudly. Standing in the yard, she looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and couldn't help but gently express her expectations for her future partner. If the person she wants to marry in the future is someone who can tolerate me who is confused, that would be great. Back at the house, I met my younger brother in the corridor. It was a cute boy, but when Hill reached out to touch his head, he directly knocked off his palm. Idiot guy, don't just approach me and touch my head. What if you spread your idiot's anger to me and make me stupid too? It won't be contagious. The idiot is not a disease, and my sister is just a natural person. Hill explained. I don't care. Anyway, stay away from me. Everyone in the family pampered her younger brother, and Hill also wanted to pamper her, but her younger brother hated her very much and thought she was a big fool. For example, now, after slapping her hands, my younger brother ran out to wash his hands with disgust, as if he would get into some stupid disease when he came into contact with her. Oh. Hill sighed. She had no choice. I changed my brother's idea that he had always been deeply rooted, and therefore I was not close to him. Back in his room, this was the only place in the house where the light was broken but it had not been repaired. Hill lit an oil lamp and placed it on the table, then took a book from the bookshelf and placed it on his legs, and read it in this dim light environment. Under the dim light, you can see the title of the book How to Treat Confusion written on the cover of her flipped book. Hill has tried many methods in it, but most of them have no effect. She is still confused when she should be confused. When she should make a mistake and mess things up, she will still make a mistake and mess things up. The only thing that has some effect is probably to make her a person who can barely take care of herself. At least after taking a shower, she will no longer be too nervous and walk out of the bathroom naked. That idiot dares to touch my head with his hands. The boy washing his hands in the yard was very angry. He hated the stupid sister at home very much. The reason is that his friends often laugh at him with a fool sister. This made him full of hostility towards that stupid sister. If it weren't for the uselessness of saying it, he would have wanted his parents who loved him to drive that idiot out of the house. No, I must make her look good, let that idiot know that touching my head casually requires effort. The boy's voice suddenly stopped and his eyes were attracted by the newly washed clothes on the hanger in the yard. Broly stained clothes were provided by the Jitud Chamber of Commerce, which is a well-known brand in the empire. The clothes given to Broly are the latest models launched this year, but there are no formally sold on the market. Mom, did you buy that dress for me? The boy who was moved immediately ran into the room and asked his mother. Which clothes? Women are a little confused. It's the one I just washed outside. Oh, that's what your sister took home to wash the customers' clothes that were accidentally dirty when she worked in a restaurant. The woman replied. Can I keep it? What are you going to do with the clothes that others have worn? The woman frowned a little. That's the latest new clothes from Jitud Chamber of Commerce. I've seen them on the display stand of the specialty store. But that's what your sister will take back and return to the guests tomorrow after she cleansed it. Don't worry about her. Be good, I want new clothes, my mom will accompany you to buy them tomorrow. I haven't sold this piece of clothing outside yet. Then wait until it's sold before buying. That's too late. Everyone will have it then, and that piece of clothing will not be special. The boy was very anxious and stomped his feet in the room, pestering his mother. Listening to her son's noise, the woman had a headache and decided to feel wronged her daughter. Chapter 91 Want to work in Hwacha. The next day, when Sieter got up and washed up, she was about to go to the clothes drying rod to collect her clothes. She found that the clothes that had been washed last night had disappeared. Mom, have you seen the clothes I washed last night? After searching in the yard, she couldn't find it. She had to go back to the house to ask about her mother. However, after entering the house, there was no need to ask about this question. She saw that her younger brother was wearing the clothes she had washed last night on the dining table. It's windy in summer, and your clothes dry all night. Your brother wants that dress, I'll wear it for him. The woman was somewhat helpless when she replied. Her son, who had to sleep in on weekdays, got up early today, for fear that she would get up late and her clothes would be taken away by his sister. After getting up, she shouted to ask her to collect her clothes. When the clothes on the clothes drying rod were still a little wet, she put the clothes on her body. But that's the guest's clothes. Hill said in a little embarrassed. No, this is mine. The boy is by his mother's side and declares his sovereignty over his clothes. That's not yours, don't get dirty, take it off quickly. Hill wanted his younger brother to take off his clothes, but the boy was unwilling to hide behind his mother. Isn't it just a piece of clothing? Don't make things difficult for your brother. The two of them circled a few times before the woman spoke. But I brought the clothes back but couldn't take them back. How do I explain to the guests? Hill asked her mother. She didn't want to make things difficult for her younger brother. You have some time when you go out to work, and you have never seen you buy any decent gifts for your brother. Let's do this, the second-hand clothes worn by others will be treated as a gift you give to your brother. As for the customer, when you turn around, you tell the customer that you accidentally lost the clothes and then you just need some money to pay. Hill wanted to say something, but his mother pushed him out of the door. I didn't cook your meal in the morning. You can go to the restaurant where you work to eat in the cafeteria. Your brother is still young, so you, a sister, should give in to him more. The woman said a few more words, but she didn't give her any room to say anything else and closed the yard gate directly. Bang! Looking at the closed gate in front of him, Hill fell into trouble. In desperation, she had to go to the Osmanthus house first. What? Your brother took you back to wash clothes for the tyrant? Take it. Hualing, who was drinking porridge and eating buns in the store, was stunned after hearing the accident that happened to her friend. Didn't you tell your family that it's not your clothes, but the clothes of the customers in the store? I said it, but it's useless. My brother doesn't listen to me at all. Did your parents care about it? My father doesn't care about this matter. As for my mother. Hill shook his head, repeated his mother's attitude and what he said at home to his friend, and then continued, actually, I had given gifts to my younger brother before, but he felt that the gift was as stupid as my stupid sister, so he threw away the gift I gave him. Your mother is really biased. I'm also blamed for being too stupid for not being liked. What are you going to do? I can only apologize and compensate. The clothes have a good texture and don't look cheap. However, the little customer liked you very much yesterday and shouldn't make things difficult for you. Hualing said something, and when she saw that her friend still looked frowning, she couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? I don't know if my money is enough to compensate. Hill told the truth. I remember you didn't have much money, right? Hualing was a little strange. Apart from buying books, there is indeed no place to spend money, but I always make mistakes and get my salary deducted. 3/4 of the salary I get every month is for my family. Now I only have less than 400 yuan in my wallet. Ah, this. The monthly salary of the waiter in the Gihuafang is 6,000 yuan, and my friend has been working here for almost 2 months. Although he was fined a lot of money for making a mistake, he couldn't even get 400 yuan on his body, which was a bit miserable. Lingling, how about I'm going to Hua Street to work another job at night? I heard that you only need to touch your customers' hands there to make a lot of money. Miss Hill consults her best friend. Don't, the place on Hua Street is a quagmire for women, not what we should go to. Hualing was shocked and quickly stopped her friends from working in Hua Street. Hey, if you really don't have enough money to pay, I can lend you some. She sighed and took out her small wallet. May I? Hill looked over with wide eyes. Of course, who told us to be friends? Hualing smiled. This street is said to be a street formed by the conquered indigenous tribes in the empire after the founding of the empire. It represents the descendants of the indigenous people who surrendered to the rights of the first emperor and lived here, and generations settled here. At noon, Lionel said that the history of the birth of the street was unknown, and followed Broly and others to the gate of the Osmanthus house. Before dawn in the morning, she went to the hotel door to wait for the guests who called her as a tour guide, and took a group of young guests to visit the scenery of the imperial capital all morning. Then, guests, you are going to have lunch, so I won't bother you. After you finish lunch, if you still have to continue to visit the imperial capital, then let's continue to visit. Lionel had sweat on his forehead, but a smile on his face. He had received a lot of tips when he led away last night. Today she worked so hard as a tour guide, and this group of generous guests had to give more tips. With such anticipation, she squatted in the shadow of the roadside, took out the steamed buns she brought in the morning from her arms, and prepared to use these to deal with the lunch she had brought in the past and today. It's not enough to eat this, let's go in with us. But before eating, I was stopped by the generous boy yesterday and invited to enter the Osmanthus flower house for dinner. We treat you, you don't have to worry about money, just order food and eat. This is not good. I am a tour guide and serve the table with the guests. There is nothing wrong, it's just a matter of having one more person to eat. After being pulled by Broly, Lionel, who looked like a tomboy, was half pushed and half willed, and then entered the Osmanthus Flora store. This is the first time she has come to such a big hotel, and after entering it, she becomes a little restrained. Lionel, who has not yet found a belt-shaped imperial instrument in the black market, lives a cautious life as an orphan in the slums. Boss, we are here to take care of your business again. What you said yesterday is worth 10% off, right? Of course, what do the little guests want to order? Let's go to the menu first and make 2 more signature dishes. Okay, there is a private room upstairs, please sit down. Chapter 92 Don't have money, you need to pay for it. Nahashu ordered food, and the owner of the Osmanthus floor personally sent them to the private room on the 2nd floor. There is a large round table in the private room, and it is not a problem to sit on a dozen people. Where was Miss Hill yesterday, can she come to serve us? Broly asked. In just one morning, Lionel, who had a new strategy target around him, had already reached 30. But now he wanted to see another new strategy target, Hill's happiness value, to improve his strength. Of course, judging from the information displayed in Crystal Palace, Hill's happiness improvement strength seems to be a bit weak. Yesterday, he was forgiven for pouring soup and rose to 10 points. After spending one night, it dropped back to 6 o'clock. It doesn't seem like a good wife. Hill is a little clumsy, otherwise, I'll let someone with more clever hands and feet come to entertain you. The boss of Osmanthus house asked. No, I want Hill. She is quite special. If she doesn't have her we may not come to you today. Okay, I'll go and let Hill come. The owner of the Osmanthus house sighed and agreed. Although a group of unreasonable guests came to the serious restaurant, it was indeed Hope who asked for a name service. In addition, Hill herself is also a confused person. Instead of letting her mess with other customers, it is better to let her come here directly to entertain regular customers who have a good impression of her. Well, this can't be considered a seller, but taking care of that confused man. Don't be nervous, just apologize after entering and express your willingness to pay. Hualing accompanied Hill to comfort her nervousness next to her somewhat nervous friend. Lingling, I'm ready to admit my mistake. Okay, let's go in together, and I will apologize for you. Pushing open the door of the private room, the bun-headed girl stepped in. But as soon as I entered the private room, I heard a snap sound next to me. Turning around, Hill had tripped over the threshold and fell to the ground in a protruding position. It hurts so much, glasses. The lenses that were injured yesterday had a crack on the surface, but today they finally broke completely, leaving only the pink frame, which was still worn on the bridge of the girl's nose with a bleeding nose. The other party reached out to touch the ground, but only touched some of the remains of her own glasses. Hill's happiness value is decreasing. In the Crystal Palace, Hill originally had a happiness value of 6 points, but after this fall, it turned out to 4 points. Broly felt that he was a little bad. He fell down, but there were 2 people who felt the pain. And his pain was above the girl with glasses. How many floors should a bag of rice be carried? Broly shook his head and threw out the strange idea that suddenly came out of his mind and wanted to float to the sky to destroy the city. He looked at Hill who had climbed up and asked, "It doesn't matter, right?" "It doesn't matter, thank you for your concern, the guest." Hill stood up, bowed to the potted plant half a person tall next to him and began to thank him. "I'm here. Broly reminded me." "Ah, I'm sorry." Hill Mai looked closer and saw the potted plant clearly, then squinted her eyes and looked closer and saw Broly clearly, and then she quickly apologized to the boy. "It's okay, Wu, can't your eyes see?" Broly's chin was raised by the girl with glasses, but she still asked her words. "I have high myopia and astigmatism, and once I have no glasses, I can't see things clearly." Hill answered honestly. "Hey, is it that serious?" Maine was a little surprised. Look carefully, this guy seems to be more beautiful without wearing glasses. Mellard looked at Hill, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he reached over and took away the frame on the girl's nose. Ah, please don't take my glasses. But isn't this broken? It's broken, but... Hill was a little anxious, but she was vague in her view of things, which made her dare not act rashly. I can only be in the same place, trying to squint and blink. It looks a bit like no difference, and it is a situation where everyone present is glaring at me. Guest, please stop teasing my friend. People like her who are highly myopic will feel very uneasy if they lose their glasses and cannot see clearly. Hualing stood up, pulled her friend behind her, and said to Mellard. Mellard. Broly saw the happiness value that had dropped a little more, and also shouted at Mellard. Okay, but I didn't mean to tease her, I just really think she would look better without wearing glasses. Handing the glasses frame to the bun-headed girl, Mellard said seriously. Hill's happiness value rises. After wearing the glasses back, Hill's happiness value of 3 points jumped to 7 points. Thank you. She half squinted her eyes and thanked Broly again. By the way, you're like this, can you still serve customers normally? Lionel asked curiously. Of course it's not possible, but I'm still here. I'll call other colleagues to help later. Hualing answered this way. I'm sorry, I didn't satisfy the guests who named me to serve. Next to him, Hill apologized again. In addition, there is one more thing, that is, your clothes, guest. What's wrong with my clothes? Last night, our guest, your clothes were accidentally lost by us because of our negligence. Hualing said it on behalf of Hill. But please rest assured, we are willing to compensate for the clothes. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry about losing my guest's clothes, so please forgive me. Hill continued to bow and apologize. I don't know how much the clothes I took off yesterday would cost. Hualing then asked. Does my clothes cost money? Broly scratched his head and asked Nahashu. Brother, those clothes are worthless. After you won the runner-up in the Western Martial Arts Association competition, the Jitud Chamber of Commerce gave you clothes to thank you. Nahashu replied. Well, my clothes don't have any money. Broly turned around and subconsciously repeated Nahashu's words. But just now, everyone in the private room heard Nahashu's reply. Therefore, what Broly subconsciously retelled became something else when he heard Hualing's ears. No money, what do you want, the guest? Hualing pulled her friend back. What do I want? Broly was stunned, but this question didn't require much thought, he could give the answer directly. I want her to be happy. Broly pointed at the girl with glasses and said. Ah, Hill just lost one of your clothes, but did you want her to compensate you with the whole person? Hualing took her friend back and asked, don't you think this is too much? Upon hearing this, Broly was a little confused, and his face almost said, what are you talking about? Chapter 93 The girl who is preparing to pay for her. The logic here is a bit complicated. Broly's thinking pattern of straight lines is unable to understand the relationship here. The bunhead girl asked how much the clothes cost. He asked Nahashu and found out that the clothes were not worth money, so he answered that they didn't have money. The bunhead girl asked him what he wanted, and he needed a new strategy target to be happy. As a matter of course, she replied that she wanted the glasses girl to be happy, and there was nothing wrong with it. Later, the questioning of the bun-headed girl saying that she would compensate someone for a piece of clothing made him unable to understand. Because Broly only understood the literal meaning and what he said was literal meaning, but Hualing thought too much. She thought too much and asked the question of how she wanted too much. However, Broly's failure to understand does not mean that others did not understand. The group of children who reacted looked at each other and understood it, except for a few who were also not very thoughtful. Lawson started acting first, and he slapped the table. With a bang, he asked back a little angrily, you actually said that it was just a piece of clothing. Isn't it? No, that's because our elder brother worked very hard at the Western Martial Arts Conference. After he got the runner-up, he was given the clothes given by the sponsor Jitud Chamber of Commerce. They were clothes that reached the runner-up podium, and their value was immeasurable. But if you insist on us saying something worth, we can still say it. That piece of clothing is worth 27 million. 2007 million clothes. Hill exclaimed. Are you blackmailing people? Hualing doesn't believe in this world, She has 27 million clothes. Humph, if you don't believe it, you can find someone to go to Daxi City to inquire. Brother Broly is a real runner-up player this year. But that's just a piece of clothing. Seeing this group of people speaking confidently, Hualing was a little embarrassed. As such a precious clothes were poured on soup yesterday, my brother was not angry, but you even got rid of it. It's gone. Brother Broly just asked her to compensate someone just now. Is this too much? Do you think this too much? Not too much, not too much. The other children became supporting roles, and they agreed after the question was asked. Even Lionel, who was not the same group, felt that it was not an exaggeration to hear the origin of the lost clothes. In this atmosphere, even Broly himself was confused. Is the clothes I wore yesterday really so precious? I remember when I was eating barbecue last time, he used the sleeves of the clothes to wipe his mouth. Tell me, since you don't want to compensate someone, how should you solve this problem? This, Hill. Hualing felt embarrassed and turned to see her friends. Since it's such a precious thing, then. Hill stood up. The little woman is not talented, she is a confused and nervous person. Please be more tolerant to the young official in the future. The girl with Cheongsam glasses bowed directly to Broly and said such words. The people present, including the members of the wife party who were under pressure from acting just now, were stunned. The strategy target Hill, willing to compensate the host for a piece of clothing, and is applying to join Crystal Palace to become a formal member, accept/reject? Broly was also a little stunned, but looking at the single-digit happiness value of the glasses in front of him, he refused such an application in order to maximize his interests. No, Hill, do you really want to commit yourself to someone you don't know at all for a piece of clothing? Hualing quickly pulled Hill back. She knew that she was a natural friend and sometimes she would say something that was just brainless. Mom wanted me to leave that dress for my younger brother as a gift, and I couldn't refuse her wish, so I could only compensate the dress. Now that piece of clothing is very important to customers. I can't pay with money, so I can only pay with my own people. It just so happened that the family has always despised me as a fool who couldn't do anything well. My father also said that I was a money-losing guy, and my brother even said that he wanted to drive me out of the house. I think it would be a good thing for me to leave the house. As for not knowing the little guest in front of me, I do not know him, but I can feel that like Lingling, he is a person who has no malicious intentions towards me. Instead of being arranged by my parents to change my brother's marriage and committing myself to a husband I also don't know, it's better to commit myself to someone who is more tolerant of me now. Hill said with a smile. She said this, and as a natural fool, she really thought so. In a sense, she and Broly are really married. Taking a deep breath, Maine crossed her hands, leaning back on the back of the chair in a posture of what is an international superstar. Next to this new winged member who has not yet joined the team, the other party's words has a huge amount of information, which has forced her to slow down and carefully analyze the content revealed in the other party's words. Other children who could hear the rich information implicit in her words also made similar backward postures to her. So, the clothes are actually still there, but your mother asked them for them and gave them to your brother. Mainly was in good thoughts and asked. When things go to this point, there is nothing to hide, Hill nodded. Your family is very poor. As Maine continued to ask questions, Hill gave her answers one by one, and her private life and growing up environment were revealed to everyone. First of all, Hill's family is not very poor, but it is still a bit difficult to climb high. Her parents pinned their hopes on her who is beautiful and wanted to achieve this through future marriage exchanges. Secondly, because her family prefers boys over girls, she was a little stupid and clumsy when she was a child. With the indifference of her family, she became even more stupid and clumsy. I often make mistakes. In addition to my natural personality, there is also the reason why no one is willing to patiently teach her a little clumsy when she was growing up. Hill is a girl who is ignored by people around her. Others have never taught her too much, but she is asked to do it well. She grew up in an environment that undermines confidence since childhood, and she has been submissive, which has led to her being not good at other things except for being good at saying sorry. After listening to it, a group of children all turned a little dark and it was difficult to evaluate the other party's situation for a while. An orphan with a family. It was not until Maine thought of the most appropriate description that everyone suddenly realized. Indeed, compared to them, Hill just has more family members who want to use her. Things may not be that bad, Hill, why don't you go home and tell your mom about clothes? I think your mom will return the clothes. Hualing said this dryly. Although she felt that her friend's family was not a thing, it was better than being taken away by a stranger like that. Chapter 94 Memory. What, just return the clothes? You treat us as fools. Before Lawson could finish his words, Broly called him to stop. The little fat man looked at him with some confusion, not sure why his elder brother stopped him when he was forced to join the group. But no matter how incomprehensible was, Lawson still stopped talking about it. Is it not taken seriously after having a second child? Brother Broly, what's wrong with you? Kai Tong noticed something was wrong with him and asked. It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered something. Broly pinched his eyebrows, his face a little bad. Sometimes some information emerges in his mind. But there has never been a time when so much information emerges. Mom, I took the third place in the class in the final exam. It's just the third place, not the first place. I've lost some points in Chinese, which means you're careless. Mom, I'm the first place this time. I know, I know. The woman who is familiar but can't recall her face seems a little impatient. In the vague memory fragments, the cry of the child sounded. Your brother is crying again. Mom has to take care of him. After dinner, you can go to school by yourself. Dad, the school will hold a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Dad will work tomorrow. Mother. Mom doesn't have time either. She wants to take care of your brother at home and let your grandma go. Mom, I want to play football. Can you buy me a pair of sneakers? Can't you kick your ordinary shoes? Don't compare with people in school and spend money randomly. Mom, I want that toy car. Okay, okay, buy it for you. In the vague memory, the boy stood at the door of the shoe store and watched his mother pull his younger brother into a toy store. Mom, my score line has passed the admission line for key high schools. Well, it's not bad. Your brother did well in the exam, and he entered the top 10 in the class. Let's go to McDonald's to celebrate. Mom, I want to eat the Big Mac package. Order 2 children's set meals, and you'll get 2 more toys for your brother. Brother, your laptop looks good, give it to me. That's mine. Send it to me. Don't want. After the child who could not see his face clearly was rejected by the teenager, he ran to his parents to complain. How old are your brother? You are so old? You are so old. You are still angry with your brother. Isn't it just a matter of notebooks? Just give you money and buy a few more books. As for these, let them be given to your brother. The boy was caught parents' reprimand. No matter what he does, in the minds of his parents, he is not as good as his younger brother. After doing it, it is what he should be his brother. If you can't do it well, it's just that he sets a bad example for your younger brother. Even if it is the same thing, parents have 2 standards for him and his younger brother. Sometimes the boy would think that it would be great if he didn't have his younger brother, and then he would have some dangerous thoughts. But in the end, dangerous ideas only stay on their ideas. It was just because of his parents' different treatment that he began to show off his bad luck. After being taken to watch anime by a classmate, I found that the false 2-dimensional world was more loving, and the young man couldn't extricate himself from then on. The inner emptiness brought by reality's lack of love is filled with false female characters in the 2nd dimension. Before he knew it, the boy began to buy figures and call his wife a paper man. He has become a home in the eyes of outsiders who are willing to fall and make a living. Hill's similar situation caused this memory of the past life buried in his consciousness to be triggered. Broly could feel sad, pain, ease after being distorted, and the relief of completely abandoning reality and reincarnating in the 2-dimensional world. Now, Broly looked at Hill, as if he suddenly looked at a mirror, but what he saw was not his current self, but his home unfair treatment was once seen by the family. Of course, it was just that this part of the memory of being treated unfairly was revived, so Broly empathized with encountering Hill, who was somewhat similar. He could understand the pain of not being valued as a family. In the afternoon, I will go back to explain the clothes clearly. If your mother is unwilling to return my clothes, then you are mine. The information in my mind surged like a tide and receded like a tide, but the wet traces were left on the beach of superficial consciousness, causing Broly to say this to Hill. Okay, I get it. Hill accepted it and did not refuse Broly's arrangement. When Hill asked the store manager for leave to go out to get glasses, the dishes ordered by Broly and others were also served one by one. However, no one moved his chopsticks. Except for Lionel, it was difficult to start eating first. The other children were worried about looking at Broly, who seemed to be a little wrong. There was nothing wrong with Broly, but a bunch of information appeared in his mind just now, which made him feel complicated, and some of them were still in a brainstorm. I am Broly, I don't have a younger brother. The memory of Ozai's unfair treatment in his previous life was not important, and Broly soon threw this information behind his mind. A wife can not only fill her stomach, but also fill the emptiness in her heart. Only the inside is left, there is an extra reason to find a wife. Hey, don't you eat it? After coming to his senses, Broly asked a little strangely at the table full of untouched dishes. Are you okay? Asts asked from the side. What can I do? But your face was not good looking just now. Hey Tong pointed out, and the other children nodded one after another. I just remembered some unhappy things, but now I have thrown away all the unhappy things, which makes you worry. I'm sorry, but I'm fine, everyone hurry up and eat. Broly greeted him and started to eat. Seeing that his appetite was wide open, the other children felt relieved. For a moment, the private room was filled with the sound of feasting. For a second meal, thank you. I want noodles. The bun-headed mandarin fish, stinky mandarin fish and sauce-fried tofu for 2 more dishes. Lionel was a little surprised by the bold appearance of the children on the table, but she quickly integrated into it. The food in Osmanthus Flora was so delicious that she ate it voraciously. Even the hat on my head fell off and the long hair that was scattered around my waist, I didn't notice it immediately. It was not until she had enough food and drink that her belly was full and she realized it later. Are you full? Broly asked her. Well, I'm full. Lionel felt a little embarrassed, holding a beret in his hand, not wearing it, not wearing it, not wearing it. Do you still need some dessert? In the end, when there were desserts to eat, the hat was put aside. Chapter 95 Slap in the Face. In the afternoon, Broly and others did not go out to wander around, but ordered some desserts and fruits, and took out playing the game of drawing ghost cards in the private room of the Osmanthus Flora. Lionel felt a little subtle. She thought her job was just a tour guide, but now she seemed to have to do the job of accompanying her. Of course, it is not bad to play with a group of children and guests. Even if this part of the content is not rewarded, the lunch alone is worth the fare. Yeah, I've scooped it all. Hei Tong drew second place and ended his game directly. The only ones who drew ghost cards in the field were Broly, Akatsuki and Leone. These 2 people are so good at seeing which card in their hands is a ghost card, right? Broly and Kai Tong each have 3 cards in their hands. Whenever they draw cards move to the ghost cards, their faces will show a relaxed expression, but as long as they move to other cards, they will also act like holding their breath at the same time. In the current showdown, Lionel has no doubts. If he draws all the cards in advance and leaves the field, these 2 people will definitely be able to play the game of drawing ghost cards until the end of the day. It's my turn to draw cards. Lionel said this, just in the girl with a relaxed expression, he easily drew the ghost card in Chi Tong's hand. Lionel deliberately showed a bad look on his face, and put the unwashed hand cards in front of Broly. Broly was not blind. He decisively drew another card and cleared another card, and then handed the only 2 cards to Chi Tong in front of him. Chi Tong also quickly cleared a card according to his face change. Yet, after several rounds of cards were drawn, Akatsuki left the game first, and only Broly and Leone were still in the match. Under Leonel's intention, no matter how the boy shuffled the cards behind her, she drew the last ghost card. I lost. In the end, the game appeared happy on Broly's face, and Leone showed a helpless look on her face, and ended with her failure. When it comes to playing with the fun, you should always be more dedicated and make the boss happy is a reflection of Leonel's professional qualities. This game lasted until the evening, and after Broly and others ordered another table of dishes, everyone had a full meal, it was over. Miss Hill, we are going to go home with you. When will you get off work? Ah, there are still 3 hours left before getting off work. It doesn't matter. Since the guest is going home with you to get clothes, it's okay for you to leave early. Today, the turnover of Broly and others who bought the private room for a long time was more than 30 times higher than the normal turnover of this private room on weekdays. Therefore, the boss of Gihuafang generously allowed the confused employee to leave early, and even the early application of the bun-headed girl who was afraid that Hill would mess up the matter and planned to leave early together was allowed. Everyone followed Hill home. In the yard, Hill's mother saw her daughter coming back so early, and she looked shocked on her face. Hill, have you been absent from work? No, the store manager allowed me to leave early. What are these kids? They are customers in the store. Why did you bring your guests home? The woman was a little puzzled and pulled her daughter to ask. Mom, the piece of clothing you want to leave behind is from the little guest at the front. Hill explained to his mother. Are they here to get their clothes back? The woman frowned and looked at her daughter a little disliked, as if she was blaming her for not handling this matter well. That dress is very precious, and I don't have enough money to compensate. Hill told the truth. You have been working for half a year and your family has not taken away all your money. Where has your money gone? The woman's face became even more unwilling. I'm sorry, I used some to buy books. Hill lowered her head. Reading was her interest, and she spent some money on buying books. Of course, most of them are spent at home, such as jewelry bought for mothers and pipes bought for fathers, which are relatively expensive. If you spend money with big hands and feet, won't you save money? The woman preached her daughter, perhaps because she thought of the jewelry her daughter gave her before, and her expression slowed down a little. How much is the clothes short? 2,79,600 yuan. How many? The woman's tone was directly raised by octave. Mom, this is the thing. Hill used the simplest words to retell the story of clothes he heard at noon. They are lying, robbing money, and extorting people. Hill's mother also responded the same way as a bun-headed girl. Auntie, as long as you return the clothes, it will be fine. The one who spoke was worried that Hill might have problems, so she applied to leave early and followed Hualing. Who are you? Mom, this is my best friend and a colleague in the store. Hill introduced his friends to his mother. Your friend? The woman was a little suspicious and seemed to not believe that her daughter could really make friends outside. Auntie, now is not the time to talk about this. You have to return the guests' clothes. Hualing urged. Is this the plan you gave to my daughter to get back the clothes you gave to my son, right? The woman looked at the bun-headed girl with some suspicion. How is that possible? Hualing widened her eyes. How is it impossible? My daughter can't think of such a thing. The woman seemed to think so, but she was not easy to get into an outsider. She turned to look at her daughter in front of her and started to educate her. Hill, Mom has told you many times that you should let your brother go. Your brother likes that dress very much. If you take away the clothes and he is crying, making a fuss and sad, is that what you want to see? Hill. Being wronged is considered a common thing, but when it happens again. For some reason, she really wanted to hide back in her room to read a book. Hey, from there, I want your daughter to come back and ask for clothes. This is my idea. Broly suddenly interrupted. Do you think I will believe it? Woman, the man looked over and raised his eyebrows and said. Are you questioning me? So what if you question you? Since Broly and others were just a group of children, the biggest one seemed to be about the same age as her daughter, the woman didn't care at all. Ba. But the next moment, the woman was slapped in the face. The whole person fell to the ground, a little confused, and some blood was leaking from his mouth. You hit me. Feeling the scorching pain on his face, the woman looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of her and glared at him. This slap is just telling you not to question me. If you don't believe it, I will slap you in the other side of the face. Of course, I will hold back my strength and won't blow your head, and I will not stop slapping you in the face until you believe in me and your daughter. Chapter 96 Crying. Empathy made Broly have no favoritism for the woman in front of him. The other party is Hill's mother, which makes him not feel bad about him and acts of killing him. The noise in the yard also attracted the attention of the people in the house. Hill's father saw the situation in the yard, and his wife was sitting on the ground with a swollen face, and the corners of her mouth were bleeding as if she had been beaten. He picked up a clothes stick and rushed out. Who hit you? Hearing her husband's inquiry, the woman who was scared by Broly subconsciously raised her hand to the boy in front of her. You bastard, you actually dare to hit my wife. Hill's father was immediately furious, regardless of whether his wife was referring to a child or not, so he raised his stick and hit Broly. Click. No surprise at all, the beaten stick broke directly. The man who attacked also got a small fist from Broly. The severe pain in the abdomen made the man open his mouth, like a breathless salted fish. I stepped back a little bit and suddenly fell to my knees, but it was so painful that I couldn't make too loud noises. I think no one will question me now, right? The man couldn't speak, and the woman shook her head as Broly looked over. So, let's continue with the topic just now. Your son stole my clothes. What are you, as parents, going to deal with this matter? As soon as the woman was about to say something, she pinched her mouth with a small hand. Broly's other index finger was raised in front of his mouth and he whispered. Don't interrupt, I'm not finished speaking yet. I'll give you two options to choose from. First, return my clothes to me. Second, if you really want my clothes to give your son, there's no problem. I like your daughter, just compensate me. Broly made two choices, and then let the woman make a choice. At this moment, a boy who looked a little happy jumped in outside the yard, and the other party was wearing Broly's clothes that were stained by the soup yesterday. After the boy entered the yard, he saw the parents on the ground there and immediately exclaimed, Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? No, nothing, Shia, take off your clothes and give them to your sister's guest. Hill's father had recovered and understood the current situation. The situation of being knocked down with one punch made him realize Broly's extraordinariness. It's just an ordinary family, he doesn't want to offend people he can't afford to offend because of a piece of clothing. So, after seeing his son come home, he immediately said to his son. What, let me take off my clothes and return them. The boy was a little disbelief. He was wearing this outfit today and showed off in front of his friends. Didn't you agree that these clothes were given to me by that idiot? The boy looked at his mother with help. Xia, take it off quickly. The owner of the clothes has come to the door. If you don't return the clothes, your sister will be taken away as compensation. Hey, there is such a good thing. Hearing his mother's words, the boy's eyes lit up, and his inner thoughts blurted out. What nonsense are you talking about? Take off your clothes quickly. I won't take it off, let that idiot be taken away by someone else. That's your sister. I don't have such a stupid sister, Dad, don't you also dislike that guy being clumsy and unable to do anything well? Is it a burden to the family? Children's words are rude, and the boy's words are all hurtful words. It's worth it to exchange this idiot for this dress. The boy thought so, but his parents didn't. Idiot, your sister will. Having said that, Hill's father stopped suddenly. It is not a glorious thing to exchange for the happiness of a daughter and exchange for the happiness of a son. Anyway, now you have to take off your clothes, I said. The man got up from the ground, and although his abdomen still hurt, he couldn't care too much. He had to grab his son and take off his clothes so as not to cause disaster to his family. The boy hid from his father, slipped his father twice in the yard, and then ran to the woman. Mom, Dad is mad at me. The woman was silent. After grabbing the boy's hand, she persuaded her, be good, son, you have clothes, etc. I will buy you in the future. We will return this piece of clothing. Hearing this, the boy he stared at his mother with wide eyes, unable to believe that he was betrayed, and the next moment, the spoiled child's temper rose. No, I don't want it, I just want this dress. The noisy sound made the woman who was beaten a little annoyed, and she couldn't help it. He slapped his son in the face. Did I spoil you before? Now I don't even listen to my mother's words? Take it off. The woman ordered. Wow. The boy was beaten and was stunned for a moment. After he realized his reaction, he started to cry. Don't want. While crying, he was lying on the ground, trying to keep the clothes that made him stand out in front of his friends today, or his vanity of competing. This kind of resistance also angered his parents, and they immediately pulled up the boy on the ground and took off the boy's clothes. The 11-year-old boy's crying sounded in the yard, and the average age of Chi Tong and other children, who were 7 or 8 years old, felt a little incredible to watch from the side. They cannot understand the unreasonable crying behaviors that boys older than themselves do now, but the reason is actually simple, and those who are favored are always fearless. Their parents died early, and they abandoned them. In the not-too-long life, those tragic experiences made Chi Tong and the others unable to play any tricks like real children. Even if he is favored by Broly now, he will not allow himself to cause trouble for his elder brother with the maturity of Chi Tong and others. Your brother's crying sounds very beautiful, isn't it? Listening to the boy's crying, Broly, who had been expressionless at Hill's house, slowly raised the corners of his mouth. He suddenly asked Hill next to him. Ah, this. The girl with glasses was stunned. After experiencing it carefully, she felt it was indeed the case. It sounds pretty good. She answered Broly's question. At this moment, the two seemed to have reached a consensus. In Broly's consciousness, the emotions belonging to the Ahom in his previous life were surging. He's treated Hill's younger brother as his younger brother. So, at this moment, Hill's crying became a wonderful music. Nothing can make children who are treated unfairly by their parents feel more pleasant than this. Thanks for the reward. Chapter 97 Old Cloth Possessed. But unfortunately, the pleasure did not last long, and the boy was stripped off his clothes and even his pants. Guest, this is your clothes. If you feel dirty, we can wash them clean and return them to you. This time, this will not happen again. Hill's father respectfully handed over the clothes in his hand, as if worried that the dirt on it might make Broly unhappy, but he also added the following words. Broly felt a little disappointed, and the good crying sounds disappeared so quickly. Or what if you want to kill the two people in front of you and make that guy cry again? Dangerous thoughts arise, and murderous intent is boiling because of the high emotions. Killing two ordinary people is easy for Broly. And this is not a meaningless killing. Killing them and allowing the boy to continue crying can bring him happiness. This reason alone is enough for Broly to take action. But in the end, Broly did not do this. The surging emotions in his previous life affected him, but his kind nature also affected him, which gradually calmed down the murderous intent in his heart. After looking at the clothes in his hand, he looked at the boy who had realized that his parents would no longer be spoiled by him and was beaten up with a double beat by a man and a woman. Some information appeared in Broly's mind, and he had another idea. Is it a guy who longs for my clothes? It's so cruel to look at what he longs for, but is deprived of by his parents. Bro said this to the boy who had stopped crying in his sigh. What do you want to say? The boy wiped his tears and hugged him with such resentment as if this guy hadn't come to ask for clothes, his clothes would not have left him, and he looked at Broly angrily. What I want to say is that I will not wear my clothes that others have worn. I will throw this piece away, but throwing away a complete piece of clothing is a bit of a waste, so I want to throw it to people in need. Well, do you need it? Ah, this. The boy was stunned and his eyes widened. If you don't need it, I'll throw this dress somewhere else. Broly said again. Ah, no, please don't throw it anywhere else. The boy shouted quickly. So, do you need this dress? Broly asked. The boy bit his lip, not wanting to be regarded as a garbage picker, but he wanted it very much, so he blushed and responded softly. Very good, I like honest people, and this is a reward for honest people. Now, I want to throw the clothes in my hand over, you have to pick them up. If you can't handle it, you will lose the opportunity to get this piece of clothing. Upon hearing this, Hill's younger brother nodded vigorously. Broly looked at his excited look, his mouth raised, and an inexplicable smile appeared, and then threw the clothes in his hand high. The boy raised his head and watched the clothes that flew to the high point without blinking. You can catch it, you can catch it. As long as you catch it, you can have the clothes that can bring you the confidence to be envied by your friends around you. Just as the boy opened his arms and prepared to welcome the lost clothes, a beam of energy hit the clothes falling from the sky first, and turned the clothes into ashes without mercy in front of the boy who was about to show his smile. Some ashes fell on the boy's hand, and the boy subconsciously held them, but all he could hold was the residual warmth of the ashes. He looked over there blankly, raised his hand and pointed to Broly, who was instantly emitting energy beam. The dazed expression on his face seemed to be asking Broly why he did this. Even if I destroy something I won't give it to a guy like you. Broly put down his hand and gave an explanation with a smile. What you desire is dismissed by others and will be destroyed when you think you are about to succeed. How do you feel like this in such an atmosphere? The 11-year-old boy cried and made a fuss in his short life, but he didn't really cry because of his inner sadness. However, the boy felt angry, sad, and even pain as he heard the ridicule of the man who did such cruel things. I'm going to kill you. In just a moment, the 11-year-old boy was made red and warm by Broly, and his anger was beyond words. If you lose your mind and attack me, I will break your head without hesitation. Broly used only one sentence to make Hill's parents quickly grab his son who rushed over and was about to take action. The boy was pressed to the ground by his parents, but he still struggled to crawl towards Broly. However, he could not resist the power of the adults at all, so he could only stare at Broly with his red eyes. Your eyes are so great, I like your incompetent and angry look. Broly continued to mock him. The boy finally couldn't help it and screamed like a stressed rabbit. This is an extremely strong humiliation, a feeling he has never felt since he was loved by his family since childhood. Tears finally burst out from my eyes. Wow! A louder cry than when I was stripped off my clothes before. Ha ha ha! Conversely, Broly laughed. The laughter was like an old cloth that destroyed Xiaomoxing. Is your elder brother really such a person? In the yard, Lionel, who was brought over with him, looked at the scene in the yard and felt that this was a bit bullying the child. Although Broly is also a child, and the younger brother of the girl named Hill is not a good thing, it is really a bit evil and bullying to seduce the other party to get the clothes. No, our elder brother is not the kind of person who will make fun of others' grief. Nahashu and others immediately denied Leone's words. What's going on? Leone asked, pointing to the situation over there. If something goes wrong, there must be a reason. Main said. Recalling carefully, when did Brother Broly's abnormality begin to appear? Someone answered Main's question. It was after knowing Miss Hill's situation. That's right, it was from that time that the elder brother had an abnormality. Then he contacted the elder brother and said it at noon. When he thought of something unhappy, the reason why the elder brother is now bullying Hill's younger brother is already very obvious. The children's faces became solemn. I'm afraid Brother Broly had a family experience similar to Hill, so he was so angry and teased Hill's family so much. He was venting his anger for Hill and also venting his anger for himself. The speculation made by Main and others made Leonard stunned, and the girl looked at Broly who was laughing there carefully. I discovered that the boy's laughter and the laughter after bullying others in an unconventional sense is more like the one who suffered grievances, but now he is finally revengeful and feels a comfortable and happy laugh. The emotions surged, but as my younger brother cried and laughed, the negative emotions that emerged in his consciousness also vented with the laughter. After recovering from the state of the upper body, Broly's laughter stopped. He suddenly felt a little noisy when he heard the crying in his ear. Broly kicked up and kicked the boy who was still crying in grief and angry. Chapter 98 Freedom of Buying Out. Shia. The boy was kicked out, and Hill's parents thought their son had been killed. He got up and rushed towards Broly angrily. And nothing unexpected happened. The two of them were hit by Broly's fist, and they covered their stomachs and knelt on the ground at the same time. Don't be angry, your son is still alive. Broly said after the fight that he could have said in advance, but he did not do so. The two couples kneeling on the ground with their belly crawled over and confirmed that their son was still breathing, and their emotions stabilized. He changed back to the appearance of a petty citizen in the face of a strong man, and kept apologizing. The clothes matter has been, the work is over, but now I want to talk to you about something else. How much does it cost? What's the price? How much does it cost to buy your daughter's personal freedom from your bad family? This. We don't sell our daughter. Hill's parents answered timidly. Nahashu. Broly shouted, and Nahashu hurried over. Brother. Lost money. How many are you thrown? Don't lose a damn's amount first. Nahashu nodded, took out a few stacks of banknotes from the box he carried with him and threw them on the ground. Is this money enough to buy your daughter's personal freedom? Broly pointed at Hill and asked her parents. Money is moving. Looking at the money in front of him, Hill's parents said that it would be fake if they were not moved. It's just about selling off their daughter with money. Hey, it seems that they were going to do it. Who is my daughter selling it to? With money, are you still afraid that you will not be able to ask your son for a good wife in the future? Besides, can they still reject the terrifying boy in front of them? No matter what Hill says, that's my daughter. More money. Although we ignore her, we still love her. Seeing that the extra money was added, Hill's parents looked at each other and said again. But this was disgusting to Broly. Broly didn't talk nonsense and took a stack of money from the ground. Hey, why did you take the money? Broly didn't want to speak, so he took away another stack of money, which was about 10,000. And just one sentence of effort, another 10,000 was reduced, which made Hill's parents feel extremely heartbroken. No. The woman wanted to say something, but the man next to her covered her mouth by the man who realized what was going on. Trade, deal. He shouted this, and when he saw Broly not taking away the money, he let go of his wife's mouth. This money is ours, Hill will give it to you. When a man pounces on money, it seems that this money is more important than his daughter, and it is indeed the case. Now, you don't have to worry that your parents will sell you to others, go pack up and leave here. Broly came to Hill and said to the girl who was still a little stunned. Hey, oh. Hill's reflex arc was a bit long, and only then did he realize the fact that he was sold by his parents. But she had no objection and was used to accepting it, so she subconsciously walked towards the house. Hill, you have to pack up your things, I'll go and help you. Hualing hurriedly followed, she had something to ask her friends. You just looked at the child like this and bought you from your parents? After arriving at the room, Hualing asked Hill. Is there any problem with this? There are not many things in this family that belong to her, except for some clothes, and some books, which were quickly packaged. Hill, we are human beings, not objects that can be bought and sold at will. But even if he doesn't buy me, I will be sold to other people by my parents in the future. Instead of selling it to others, it's better to sell it to the child who is more tolerant of me, right? Hualing was speechless and helped Hill take out her short luggage. She was still worried that her friend might encounter some unexpected problems after being bought by the dangerous child who showed his unique power. Although the boy is very tolerant of Hill, there is a saying that you know people and face but not your heart. What do you know what the boy will look like behind it? Perhaps, it might be like my scumbag ex-boyfriend, who wanted to force her to go to Hawaja to make money for him when she was out of money. He is a bastard with a human face and a beastly heart. This is money. Leaving Hill's house and coming to the fork in the road, Broly asked Nahasha for some money and handed it to the girl with glasses following behind. Hey, why are you giving me money? Hill looked at Broly at a loss as he looked at Broly at a loss. I've left you homeless. This money is to compensate you for eating and finding a place to live. But haven't you bought me? I just helped you buy out your personal freedom from your parents. Didn't you buy me back to be your wife? You are still a free man now. Then I don't have to be your wife. The natural stupid girl was confused and asked directly. This is something you should consider yourself. If you are willing to do it, and if you are not willing, forget it. Broly turned his head away because Hill had a part of memory information in his consciousness, which made his emotions fluctuate like waves. It seems that he helped Hill break free from his bad original family, but this is actually him that he released the negative emotions in his consciousness. Therefore, he will not use this kind of help to ask the other party to do anything, such as becoming his own wife. The same thing is said, a forced melon is neither sweet nor quenches thirst. A wife without a happy value has no meaning to him. Broly asked his friends to leave, and Hill and Hualing at the fork in the road were carrying the package, but they were not reacting. Lingling, it seems that it was not bought. I saw it. At this moment, the bunhead girl was a little ashamed, just thinking that she was too villainous. Then what should I do now? Hill was a little confused. If you are bought, things are simple. You just need to leave with the person you bought. But in this situation, she has no opinion on her, but she doesn't know where to go. My house is quite big. If you don't know where to go for the time being, why not come to my house for the time being? Hey, won't this cause you trouble? Don't you live in my house and cause less trouble to me on weekdays? Ah, I'm sorry. Just kidding, I know you are not meant, so I don't blame you. Hualing touched Hill's head and took this temporarily homeless friend back to her home. Brother, what are you doing when you kowtow on the bed? In the evening, Lawson came out after taking a shower and looked at Broly who was smashing his head on the bed in the room, and couldn't help but ask. Lawson, I regret it a little. Chapter 99 I am the boss you call me to be in prison. A forced melon is neither sweet nor quenches thirst. That is the problem of melon, not the problem of melon eaters. Now, Crystal Palace's prompts about Hill, the other party's happiness value is rising rapidly. Obviously, Hill's melon is not only sweet, but also quenches thirst. This directly made Broly, who had returned to normal, feel regretful. How much pork chop rice bowl should be? Listening to his eldest brother's annoyance about his behavior of not pursuing favors at that time, Lawson didn't know how to evaluate it for a moment. There is no way to evaluate it, so I can only wear the filter of my elder brother. Lawson entered the chat mode. It's a fault that guy has no desire to repay kindness. If it were me, I would have been grateful for my elder brother's help, and since then I will become my elder brother's virtuous support. What he said was a bit stingy. Broly didn't feel anything when he heard it before, but now, for some reason, he was a little uncomfortable. Lawson, why don't you stop first? What's wrong, brother? The little fat man was a little puzzled. He was talking about the excitement. Your words will make me get goosebumps. Do you want me to rub it for you? I'm going to find Chi Tong and the others. Broly jumped out of the bed and left the compartment of the suite as if he was running away. Where is the eldest brother? At this time, Nahasha finished taking a shower and saw that he raised his hand on the bed and pointed his hand at Lawsan at the door of the room, and couldn't help asking. Brother, I'm going to find Chi Tong and the others. Lawsan answered. Then I'll put the bath water later. After Broly left the room, he went straight to Chi Tong and the others, but the girls were planning to take a shower together in the large bathroom in the master bedroom. Brother Broly, can you wash with us? I can rub your back for you. Hei Tong was wrapped in a bath towel, and when he changed his clothes, he pressed his head, and invited him to the boy. I can rub my back myself. With the tale here, Broly rubbing his back is easier than others and does not need help from others. Of course, if someone is willing to help him wash his body, he will be happy. But looking at the other girls in the room, he subconsciously felt that it was not good to wash together. So, Broly rejected Hei Tong's invitation. The revival of some memories in his previous life seemed to give him a different consciousness between men and women. Although this consciousness is not very clear, Broly works according to his heart. Suddenly I feel it's not good, so I won't do it. In Mellard's somewhat pity, Broly jumped out of the window. Broly easily arrived at the roof and sat cross-legged on the roof of the hotel. Looking at the city with bright lights and wine below, I suddenly wanted to find Hill. Broly wanted to apologize to the girl with glasses, and then tell the other party about what he wanted to repay with gratitude, but he had already said what he wanted to consider by letting the other party consider it himself, but before some time had passed, he had to go to the other party to repay with gratitude, and it felt a bit embarrassing. Between embarrassing and the possibility of losing food, Broly actually felt hesitant. The part of the memory of being revived made him suddenly grow from a shameless to a child stage who is a must-have child stage, and thus some symptoms of difficulty in choosing, which also made Broly feel a little anxious. Just as Broly was anxiously thinking whether to seek Hill's favor now, the sudden rise in Leonel's happiness value prompted him, who was a little anxious, diverted his attention. Well, Hill will leave it alone and ask her to consider whether she wants to become a wife. Broly plans to find Lionel to see if she can continue to increase the happiness value of the tomboy who always loses to her tomboy who draws ghost cards, and get the promise that the other party is willing to become his wife. Thinking of this, Broly closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The imperial capital was a large population, but he had already recorded the breath of the new guide object recognized by the Crystal Palace. Now he only needs to identify the chi he recorded from these complicated chi and can easily find people. Well, finding people is much more difficult than blowing up the city, but Broly still distinguished the two recorded chi from the large amount of complicated chi. He took off and went to the closest place to him, and saw the girl who was cleaning up the room in a courtyard house. Right Fang skipped for the time being, Broly flew directly over and came to the top of Slam Street in the slum, and saw Leone distributing things below in the air. When they parted, Broly and others gave Lionel a lot of money, and after having more extra money, Lionel became more generous when spending money. When she bought a bunch of discounted toiletries sets, she invited neighbors to come out to collect them. During this lively street-holding process, Lionel boasted and shared how she coaxed her heroic boss well, so that she gained experience of big tips. The reason why boastfulness is used to describe this kind of experience-sharing behavior is mainly because the tomboy girl attributes the main contribution of getting a big tip to her own cleverness, while meeting generous guests such as Broly seems to be a secondary reason. My boss doesn't know how to play cards at all. When drawing ghost cards, the expression on his face changed like a bright card. I feel that any child on our street can easily let my boss go to jail if he plays ghost cards with him. But the excitement is here. Not only did I not let the boss go to jail, but I personally went to help him, but I made the other party happy. When the rich boss was happy, my tour guide fee today increased several times. You guys will study and remember them carefully. If you have the opportunity to meet such a generous boss in the future, you must be smart. While saying this, Lionel distributed toiletries sets to neighbors. Next, name, identity. Lionel bought a lot of toiletries sets, which are used to allocate them to neighbors, but the number is limited. When dividing, you should still remember the identity information of the recipient to avoid the situation where people who like to be greedy for cheap will receive multiple copies, which will lead to other people not being able to receive them. My name is Broly. I am the boss who will go directly to jail if you don't have you. Broly lined up to come to Leonie and said to the tomboy girl who was holding a pen and remembering her name on paper. Hearing the boy's words, Leonie's body trembled, his movements were a little stiff, and he raised his head. After confirming the identity of the boy in front of him, he squeezed out an embarrassing smile on his face. Lionel looked around and said, ignoring what Broly said, and asked in surprise, "Boss Broly, why are you here?" Chapter 100 Visiting the Black Market. So, you came to me because you said some big talk and regretted not graciously to the girl named Hill. Lionel handed over the distribution of toiletries sets to his neighbor's mother-in-law, and took Broly to the side to talk. Well, that's about it. Broly nodded, although he was just worried about gains and losses. But it seems useless for you to come to me, right? Lionel was speechless. It seemed that it was nothing to do with her. You are another guide for me. Broly did not tell such truth. According to Marin's analysis yesterday, it is easy to be rejected if he doesn't understand the girl in front of him and does not bring him closer to his relationship with him. I'm just here to ask you, do you think I should repay you with kindness? Broly asked this question. He was also one of the new guides discovered in this imperial capital. He believed that Lionel's words should have some value. This. Lionel hesitated. How could she answer this question? The answer should be repaid with kindness, but she went against her will. The answer should not be repaid with gratitude. Do you still need the tour guide work tomorrow? This is your own business, little boss. I think it's up to you to make your own decision. After thinking about it, Lionel felt that no matter how he answered, he simply kicked the ball back. If you were Miss Hill, would you be willing to be repaid by me, or would you not be repaid by me? Broly asked again. Lionel only felt a big head, but when she saw the boy insisting on having an explanation, she could only answer carefully. From the perspective of a normal person, I definitely don't like to be favored by others, but I'm not the girl with glasses, so I don't know what the other person thinks. Lionel said some chess talk. She was from the bottom of the school and was constantly practicing Tai Chi. She didn't want to bear the debt of conscience or lose a good job. Broly listened next to him, feeling that Lionel's words seemed to make sense, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that she was just talking nonsense. It's getting late, boss, if you have nothing else, I'll go back and rest first. Wait, let's talk to me again. Boss Broly, I don't know how to chat. But didn't you say you can coax people? I'm in a bad mood now and I want you to coax me. Lionel. If you make fun of others behind your back, the person involved will hear it, and it will be a problem. Lionel believed that he was hated by the boy in front of him, and the other party was making trouble for him. Hey, look at her bad temper. At worst, I don't want to work tomorrow. I gave the money. Okay, Boss Broly, how do you want me to coax you? Are we going to draw ghost cards? I can ask someone to play with you. The tomboy girl said a little philosophical. If you don't play the ghost cards, you can take me to go shopping and chat. Broly shook his head and replied. Shopping, the imperial capital at night, where is there anything you can do to visit? Oh, it's very lively on the other side of Hwaja, but it's not suitable for you at your age. Mine is not suitable. The thought of Lionel really made him think of a place worth visiting. Boss, since you want to go shopping, I'll take you to the black market in the city town. It is said to be a black market, but in fact it is a freak market formed by vendors selling some old goods at night. Because the goods are complex enough, the prices are generally not expensive. However, there are many poor and civilians who do not have a lot of money in their pockets, and they are places where they shop on weekdays. Here, people with vicious eyes may find good products. I have heard someone buy a hanging painting for 50 yuan, but it turned out to be a posthumous work of a famous painter. It was bought for 500,000 yuan and became rich overnight. Lionel talked freely and worked overtime as Broly's night street tour guide. Broly followed behind and looked around the bustling black market street, but most of the time he was still attracted by the snacks at some snack stalls. Do you want to eat? Seeing this, Lionel asked. Think. Broly nodded. Buy it if you want to eat. Lionel said that she also wanted to eat snacks. Can you let credit here? Broly asked. If you don't let it go, what's wrong? I was anxious when I came out, so I didn't bring any money. Broly turned out his pocket and showed it to Leonard. Lionel. She looked at the iron squid and took out her small wallet. Let's do this, boss, I'll give you the money to credit first, and you can return it to me tomorrow. Lionel bought 2 tin squids, one for himself and the other for Broly. Leo, you are such a good person. After taking the iron squid, Broly said sincerely. Nothing is wrong, I just lend you money for the time being. Lionel was a little guilty. She didn't buy the iron squid in her hand with her money, but it was counted on the account of the boss in front of her. By the way, don't call me Leo. My name is actually Leo. Leo is my pseudonym for living outside. After thinking about it, Lionel said again. Why do you want to use a pseudonym? Broly had known her real name for a long time, but she didn't know why she wanted to take a pseudonym. Life in the imperial capital is not very stable, and sometimes there will be intrigues. When going out, using a pseudonym to show others, it will not be easy for others to come to you when something happens, and it can avoid a lot of trouble. Lionel explained that she was willing to tell her real name only after she thought Broly had no malice towards her. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that she has been brought to her door. Her residence address has been exposed, so it would be a bit unauthentic to lie. I see. Broly received teaching. Leonie, what do you think about becoming someone else's wife? The two of them were squirting while chatting. After eating the iron plate squid, Broly suddenly asked such an inquiry to the tomboy girl beside him. Lionel was stunned when asked. I don't seem to have any opinions. What do you think if you don't have any opinions? Lionel called the question mark. It was not that she had a problem, but that she thought Broly had a problem. In our slums, it is extremely normal for girls to grow up and get married and become someone else's wife. It is just like boys who want to get married and have children when they grow up. Since it is extremely normal, it is treated normally, so there is no opinion. Thanks to the other party being the boss, Lionel explained patiently. So, you are not opposed to becoming someone else's wife, right? Broly asked. Then, of course. Lionel hesitated a little. She couldn't imagine the scene of her marriage, but she still answered. Then do you have any requirements for the partner you are going to marry? I really haven't thought about what requirements you have, but I want to live a rich life in the future. So, regardless of the others, I hope my future partner will be a rich man. Lionel thought about it and gave the first request. Then do you think I have money? Broly asked. Hey, wait, your problem. Lionel looked at Broly and suddenly realized. Ah, boss, you might be interested in me, right?